Okay, so hi guys, I've got a list of things that I want to make for Blender right now. It's 2025, and of course if you're starting off, you have absolutely no clue on how to make this software work. If you do have some basic clue on how to make this software work, great. These are going to be basic tutorials of basically making random objects, so to speak. So there will be household objects, objects that you come in contact with on a daily basis, so that we can basically make a buttload of stuff for your Blender projects, so that they can be placed into later projects if you want to, or whether you just want to practice. That's also great. So I've got a list of things here. We're going to get into the first tutorials, and hopefully it should be a good number of tutorials a week, and hopefully I'll be able to teach you something about Blender so that you can go off and make your own projects. How about that, huh? I'm just testing the audio right now because I think that I've got the wrong microphone. I'm sounding a little bit tinny. Okay, so I'm working with a webcam and a microphone. They're a little bit dated, but this is like the best stuff that I've got to work with right now until I can get something with a little bit more oomph. So over in the corner, I've actually put the screencasting keys, which should be that way. Yeah, right here. So that you guys can see what I'm pressing. Because when I started my Blender tutorials, like I had absolutely no clue what I was pressing. And people were saying like central scroll, press down on that, and I'm like, what does that mean, right? Now I know what that means. So it'll also display keyboard commands such as spacebar. I mean, I think that's a bit too big. I'll adjust that before we get into the tutorial. But today we're going to be looking at making your folders, making everything organized so that you can find stuff, because when I started out with Blender, certainly like I kept losing things. I would just like spontaneously make all this stuff and then I would lose it, and I'd be like, well, my last project's not loading up, why is it gone? And you know, it just messed up my whole hard drive. So I'm going to teach you how to build all your stuff, the type of folders that you want to put everything in, and then we'll go from there as regards to tutorials and stuff. That sound good? So first and foremost, I'm going to move from the center of the screen in a minute so that you guys can see the default cube and stuff. Maybe I can do this in my software. Whoop. Right, I'm going to plot myself right here so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Because if you guys are interested in screencasting, this is how you do the screencasting. So screencasting is basically what you show for what you click, so to speak. I don't know. Right, so we're going to just lower the type right here by messing with the font size. Yeah, so you can kind of get the idea of what I'm doing here. Just lower that so you guys can see it, because I know what it's like to look on a small screen with tutorials. So I'm just going to move the time bar back. Let's see if I click something. Yes, all the buttons are working. Fantastic. Right, so we will start with the file management first, and then I'll start teaching you how to do stuff. Okay, so right here, my editor's going to do some magical stuff where this is the full screen. So what you can see here is that I have a file called Blender 23 onwards. So basically what this is all my work from 2023 onwards. Basically self-explanatory. And then we have a folder here called 2024, which was last year's stuff that I've been doing. I've got book stuff, because obviously I publish. I do have those books on Amazon and Google if you guys are interested. Should be in the description. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add a new folder. So that is a right click, and then we're going to click new, go to folder, and the folder should appear at the bottom here, which it has done. So we're going to put 2025 to this folder. We're going to click enter and then go into the folder without re-clicking the name. Then we're going to go, this is all a blank folder now, ready for you to use for this year. Or if you're watching this in a couple of years, obviously it won't be 2025, it will be, I don't know, 2026 or maybe 2030, I don't know. Right, so this new folder that we're going to make inside of 2025, we are going to call the objects folder. So this is where we will be building all of our objects for Blender. We will be looking at building miscellaneous things. We will be looking at building cars. We will be looking at building all sorts of objects. Whatever you can think of, we're going to put into that folder. And if you guys have a request, then put it down in the comments section. In the next video available, I will place it into the tutorials. So that might be that I've perhaps planned videos in 2 weeks in advance. So you might see it, maybe your suggestion might come up at 3 weeks later, I don't know. Or I might slip it in somewhere. But this will be where your objects are sitting, and I'm going to teach you the basic objects first, and then over the tutorials we'll get harder and harder and harder, and hopefully by the end of it you'll be able to create your own little masterpieces. If you guys are interested in any sort of inspiration, Pinterest is an amazing inspiration hub. I live by Pinterest. I love Pinterest. Instagram's great as well if you're interested in a little bit of inspiration for your own stuff. Don't worry if your work doesn't look industry standard, so to speak, to begin with, because, you know, we've all got to start from somewhere. Don't worry about making mistakes. It happens. As long as you learn from those mistakes, that's a great thing. You know, you make a mistake, you move on, it's fine, right? That's how we learn, we make mistakes. So, your objects folder is ready to go. So when we open this folder, what we're going to have is we're going to have a list of Blender related projects that will help you in the future, and I will teach you how to I believe it's called appending, so you can actually place objects into new projects. So say you made an object about 6 months ago, for example, you can then place that into your projects that you currently have. So I'll teach you how to do that. But for now we're going to just make the objects. So the first object that we're going to make, which is a very basic object, is a plate. And then on our next tutorial we'll make a coffee cup, and I will teach you how to do glass, and I will teach you how to do porcelain kind of looks as well. Alright, so let's get into this. Alright, so when you first come into Blender, you're going to be greeted by this screen. So you first come in, it will be a load new projects kind of screen. Just click off that. So this thing right here is the default cube. Now usually what a lot of people do with the default cube is straight up delete it, because that's just what you do. Default cube just doesn't exist in many projects, and certainly we don't need the default cube for the projects that we're about to do. So we're wanting to make a plate. So a plate being a very flat object, not many vertices. Can't get my words out today. We're going to go to add, which is at the top of the screen. We're going to go to mesh, and then we're going to go to circle. So circle will produce this lovely little circle here. Does what it says on the tin. Fantastic. Right, so if we go up to object mode, which is at the top, and we go to edit, we'll see that we've got all these little points around the edge here. Now, these little points are the vertices. You've got edge selection here, and then you've also got the face selection. Now this object doesn't have a face at the present moment, so if I press A to select everything and then I press F for fill, now this object has a face. So there was something else I wanted to tell you as well. So if I just go back to object mode and we come over to the side here, we'll see that the render engine is Eevee. Now we'll be doing cycles. These tutorials are cycles based. So what I implore you to do, if you've got a laptop or something that's got very basic components in it, if your laptop starts to overheat, if you get any problems with your laptop or anything like that, it's best to stop doing the tutorials and maybe try and find a better PC. But if you've got a gaming PC like I do, this should be pretty basic for the computer to work out. So basically the more power on your computer, the more that your computer will run smoothly with Blender. So we're going to start on the plate tutorial. So for our basic render, I'm going to show you, this is just a viewport shading that I'm just highlighting here at the top. So you have wireframe, you have a regular viewport, you've got shade, and then you've got the rendered kind of viewport, the rendered part, basically. I don't know how to describe it other than that. So starting off with our plate, you want to go to edit mode. If you haven't already, press A and then F for fill, so that you'll have this wonderful little object right here. We're going to press S for scale, and all you want to do is just move your cursor just across your table, and then we're going to press G for up, and then you want to press the middle part of your mouse and move up and down. That will move it across the Z axis, this is the Y axis, and this is the X axis. So just go back there. Control Z is to go back, by the way. So now we want to press E for extrude. This will give us another couple of faces. S for scale, just to bring it out a little bit. So this will be the base of the plate underneath. So each plate, so to speak, is curved underneath, and then we come up the sides. So what you want to do is press E again, click, and then we're going to go S for scale to bring it outwards. I think I've got two vertices there, 1 second. Right, E for extrude, S to scale, and you don't want to go across one axis, because if you go across one axis, you'll get a shape like this. Instead, let's go scale, and then go evenly. Just don't press anything, don't hold the central button down. E for extrude again, go up. And then we want to go with scale, S for scale, with your face selected. And then E again, scale outwards, and then E again. Right, so you can have a little basic shape like this. It comes in the middle just slightly, and then you've got the outsides here. So what I'm going to do is going to press this little button here, which makes it invisible. Press 1 on your number pad. If you can't press 1 on your number pad, you've got viewpoint, so you can go from front to back, top to bottom, and stuff like that. For me, I've got an extended keyboard. I've got the banker's number pad on one side. If you don't have that, then this is the other option that you can have, which will take you to the top view. Go view, viewpoint, top, you've got that one, which is already on. Viewpoint, front, but I want viewpoint 1. So we can now see what's going on inside of our object. So we're going to go E for extrude again. I'm just going to bring a second screen in here. If you want the second screen, just drag from the top right corner. And this second screen is basically just going to tell me what's going on whilst I'm working on this screen. So E for extrude, we're going to go scale in slightly. This is the lip of the plate. E for extrude again, but don't move it. And then we're going to go in slightly, just to make the top lip of the plate. E for extrude, and then this one is going to be scaled, S for scale. And then we're going to go G downwards. So what you can see on this edge of the plate right now is we have, if I just take off the invisible bit, we have the kind of edge of the plate going on. So now what we want to do is make the inside of the plate, the curve on the inside. So we can see from this diagram right here that we've just got onto the inside of the plate. This is matching up to this one. And what I would like to do is go E for extrude. And you notice that the vertices just goes through a little bit. So what we're going to do is going to scale that down. And that vertices should sit just on the inside of here. So I'm just going to go up a little bit. And then we're going to go scale outwards. I'm going to give it a little bit of a thicker rim. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to go E for extrude, going down again. And you'll notice that it brings in the bottom. Don't worry if it does, we can adjust that later. Just scale it outwards very slightly. Now, you're noticing that this bottom's poking through right here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go up to faces at the top, we're going to select this. And then we're going to go G and move this down just ever so slightly. So you've got that little rim on the bottom that's going up, but you've also got the plate coming down on the middle. So we're going to select again, just click to select. Just going to move myself out of the way there because I feel like I'm a bit in the way, you guys can't see. Okay, so then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards again. Now you just want to bring this down towards the bottom a little bit more. So we're going to just go G, downwards, and then scale inwards. And this should give us a basic plate shape. So now, I quite like this, but there's some editing that I could do to this. So the bottom part here definitely could be changed. So we're going to take that vertices there, just scale it outwards, or this face here even, just scale this outwards, and we're going to bring this down just ever so slightly. So you've also got that that porcelain kind of rim where it's not quite even. E for extrude, scale it inwards just a slight bit, E for extrude, and then we're going to scale it in all the way. So that is how you make a basic plate shape. So now you notice that this plate is very squared off. There's all these square bits. It's not very smooth. So what we're going to do is we're going to go edit, press A, and then we're going to right click, and we're going to click subdivide. So this adds more faces to it. This makes it a little bit more smoother. And then we're going to go back to object mode, right click again, and we're just going to shade smooth. And you'll notice that there are a few very unsmooth sides to this plate, but with it being a basic shape of a plate, if we go to the render function, that's okay for a basic plate. Now you could edit this, you can make a better plate later on, but that is your basic plate shape. So I'm going to end that tutorial today. Next tutorial we're going to be making a cup. So what I want you to do before you exit your Blender is save your file. So save, let's see, where am I going here? So you've got your 2020, I've got my 2024 onwards folder. So I'm going to go 2025, click object, and then we're going to put plate. And that's our first Blender project done. It's just a basic plate, it's something that we can work with, and if you'd like to remake your plate in some other way, then you can go ahead and do that. But for any beginners, that's your first project, and I will see you in the next one where we'll be making porcelain cups. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at making, oops, I've dropped my notes, a coffee cup. Which I do believe in the last tutorial that I did, I was talking about perhaps making that coffee cup into porcelain kind of look. It'd be great if I didn't nudge my camera, but alas, here we are. Alright, so in the last tutorial we were talking about file management, if you guys haven't already sorted out your files. So So we made a folder of 2025, because these videos are coming out in 2025, so that all of your projects are in one place, because I kept losing all of my projects when I was younger, and I can't find half of them nowadays. So if you guys have great file management when you're starting this out, it'll help you in the future, because you'll be able to go back and see where you came from project-wise, and where you are now. Okay, so let's start off with the settings to begin with. So we notice that the render engine that we were using is default Eevee. So we're going to be changing to cycles, because these whole tutorials are cycles. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to delete the default cube. Just one second, I don't have my key loggers on here, one sec. Okay, so I'm just going to get the screencast keys up for you guys so that you can see what I'm doing and you know what I'm supposed to be pressing. But, oh, there we are. They weren't coming up then. Alright, so to start off with a cup, a porcelain cup, I have one. We have a prop. Right. No, I was going to cover that up. So we have the cup. It's should we say that it's a novelty cup that I have. So this is a cup that we have that we're going to be modelling. As you guys can see, I'm trying to cover up any marks or franchising so that I don't get demonetized. Right. So I have my beautiful little cup sat right there. So first and foremost, this is going to be a handle deal and also a cup deal. So it's going to be two objects that we're going to be working with. Don't worry, I'll talk you through it. It's fine. Especially if you're new to all of this, you're gonna want some guidance. So we're going to go up to the top, which is mesh. We're going to go for circle. A lot of people will go for a cylinder with one of these projects. To be honest with you, I don't like doing that because I feel like you have less control over what you're doing. So when you click the circle, you will get something like this. So what you want to do, go over to object mode, edit mode, and then we are going to press S for scale, just to scale it out. Now you've noticed that this object has vertices, it has points that we can work with, but it doesn't have faces. So what we're going to do is we're going to click A to select everything, and then we're going to press F, and this will give us a face. It's F for fill. So I'm going to split this screen in half so you guys can see what I'm doing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one face wireframe so that you can see what's going on the inside. So press 1 on your number pad if that's something that you'd like to copy. And then I'm going to work on the second screen. So I'm going to go ahead and press E for extrude, and this will be the base of the cup. So we're just going to pull this out a little bit. Now try not to go against the grain of the axes, because if you go against the grain of the axes you'll make a very wobbly looking cup. And also rotate your camera regularly so that you make sure that the object is the right height for what you need it for. So for the bottom of the cup, as you guys can see, covering up logos and so forth, it's very smooth along the bottom, if you guys can see that. So we're going to make a smooth kind of upwards cup. So I'll work on that with you. So E for extrude again. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And the more of these vertices that we do and the more faces that we do, the smoother it will look in the end. So don't just go from A here to B here. You need to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. You know what I mean? Because otherwise your objects will start to have this very flat look to them and the light won't bounce very well. So we're going to go E for extrude again, and we're just going to go a little bit outwards, and every time that we go up we're going to go outwards. I'm just going to press G and just move this up a little bit because I think that I went a little bit too close to that vertices. E again, and just a little bit out. So once we've got to the top of the cup, we notice that it's very sharp on the edges. We don't want this, we don't want the sharpness. So what we're going to do is we're going to go E, up, and I'm just going to bring you to the corner here if you can see that. So you notice it's a very sharp kind of 90-degree angle that we're working out, like this kind of very mean 90-degree angle. So we're just going to scale the top vertices here inwards, and then we're going to press E for extrude, and we're just going to go slightly up, scale inwards again. So you've kind of got this very smooth kind of edge to the cup, and then we're going to go into the cup. Okay, so you'll notice that this is selected here at the top, which is a toggle X-ray. If you click the toggle X-ray, you'll be able to see what's going on in the inside of the object. If you don't have the toggle X-ray switched on, you won't be able to see anything. So I would highly suggest at this point that you turn on the toggle X-ray. So now we want to go E again, and this is going to be the top part of the cup. This will be the lip of the cup. So you want to just gently just go in, and it's just going to be a small little ridge on the edge, just as so. So now we're right on the edge. We're going to start going into the cup. So E for extrude again, and you just want to go down just slightly, and then we're going to scale inwards just slightly. Then we're going to go E for extrude, go down again, just one more section, and you can see in this part of the section that we've now gone inside of the cup. So this is the lip of the cup, just here, and then we've got this massive void, which is going to be the porcelain. So this is the thickness of the cup. Okay, so then we're going to go E for extrude, and you can see that we're coming inside of the cup here. So we're just going to go S and scale outwards just slightly so that we can complete that lip. E for extrude, and all we're going to do is we're just going to follow the outside of the cup all the way down until we get to the base of the cup, and then I'll tell you what we need to do then. There's many people that say to me that I should be doing, just come up to the edge of the cup and then do E for extrude and then edit everything. To be honest with you, I like more control over my work. I like to, I don't know, like, I think the quality assessor in me, I used to work as a quality assessor, I think the quality assessor in me is going, no, don't do it like that, because that's kind of cheating, and you don't get full control over your projects. So we're going to go E for extrude again. Just trace that down. So this yellow bit's on the inside and the black bit's on the outside, yeah? And then we're going to go E for extrude, just try and follow the vertices, so to speak. So as you're going down with the E for extrude, just go S for scale and just bring it in just a little bit. Because with porcelain cups, they are quite thick. So, you know what, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I'm just going to make that a little bit thicker on the inside there. E for extrude, bring that down. And then we're going to pull that in again. And then E for extrude, and then we'll pull this in. Now you notice that we're getting to the end here. So porcelain cups tend to be very thick at the bottom. The most thickest part of the porcelain cup, for sure, is the base of the cup. So what we're going to do, we're going to curve the bottom. Alright, just need to grab a quick drink. I've got a little bit of a cold going on. Right, so we were at the bottom, we were curving the bottom. So E for extrude. So, sorry, let me put that back. So we're going to go E for extrude, and then at the bottom here, we're just going to scale this all the way in. So you know what, I'm going to go back, I'm just going to press Control Z, go back up to this vertices, I'm going to go E, come back down again, and then we're just going to start scaling in from this point, I believe. Sorry if anyone's copied that, I just realised that I needed a little bit more room for the bottom there. So, this is why this has happened. So, adjustments, just make some slight adjustments there. to what you need this object to do. And then we're just going to scale it all the way in at the bottom. So once we've got that, which is our entire wireframe, I'll show you on this one what I've got. You'll be left with this, which is almost like a bowl kind of shape. And I mean, you could save this as a bowl if you wanted to, and then you could come back to it and then save it as a completely different project and make it a coffee cup if you wanted to. So you notice that this is very kind of bumpy. It's got a lot of faces to it. So what we're going to do, right click, shade smooth, and then this will be the basis for our coffee cup. Now it doesn't quite look the way that my coffee cup does, but it is just the basic shape. So when it comes to making the handle, there are many different ways that you can do this. I'm going to teach you a basic way of making one, and then later on, if we make more cups, I'll teach you a more advanced way. But since a lot of people who are watching these tutorials, you know, they're looking at basic stuff, I'm going to teach you the basic way. So start with a cube. Go to add and mesh and then cube. You'll notice that your cube arrives in the middle of the cross section of the vertices and axes. So we're going to go G, we're just going to move it up. And we're going to move it up to the side of the cup. Oops. Yep. So it should stay like this. And then we're going to go S for scale. And we're just going to go along the Y axis. Just as so. And then we're going to go X for scale again, go across the X axis, so you'll end up with a little object just like this. If we go G, just move it back a little bit from the main cup, let's scale that down. Okay, so this is the part where things get a little bit more complicated, but it's very easy to do. So we're going to select the faces. So we're going to select the top face. We're going to go E for extrude. Then we are going to rotate, R for rotate. And just rotate it in just slightly. Your best guess, wherever you'd like to rotate. E for extrude. Then we will press R for rotate. You need to rotate towards the cup. The more vertices that you have in there, the smoother it will look. E again, and we're just going to continue to move that till we've got a good solid kind of handle. Right, I'm going to try and make this so it's flush to that. So I'll zoom in a little bit so I can show you what I'm doing. So I'm going to put this against here. So we'll put G and put that one. So you're going to have to do the same to the other side as well. It's good practice to do everything like this. Later on I'll show you ways that you can do this a lot easier. But for now I'm going to show you the way that I was kind of taught on how to do it. So just move your vertices inwards, E for extrude. I think it's nice to work things out the older way that people were taught how to do it, because then you have an understanding of where certain things came from with CG. Then we're going to extrude, and then for this one I'm going to get it on roughly the same line, so I want to rotate that so it's straight. Up there slightly and go across. Right, so that's your basic kind of shape for your handle. Gonna smooth that out. So now what I'm gonna do, because this handle looks a little bit too pressed up against the glass, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scale this outwards like so. Then we're gonna go to G, place it up against the glass. Now trust the process on this bit, because it kind of looks a little bit off. So we notice that the glass curves inwards just slightly, so we want to just rotate just slightly to accommodate. Never push the glass into the inside. Push the handle into the inside of the cup. You want it just on the outside so that the vertices don't interact. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Control R to make vertices around the outside. Click that on, and then I'm going to go Scale. This will give it a little bit of a curve around the outside. And then these vertices on the middle, I'm just going to click the vertices in the middle. Press Shift and then Control, and this will, and then you're going to click on the inside, and this will basically put you for the inside vertices. And we're just going to press Scale just to make this go outwards a little bit more. And I'm just going to add a couple more vertices here. Press A, subdivide, just makes it a little bit smoother. Now you'll notice that the vertices have gone in the middle here. So what I'm going to do with those is just come on to this one right here. Select anything that's on the inside, pull that back, and then scale it down. Just drag that back on the inside. So now we have no vertices on the inside of the cup. Also with this side, I don't like how smooth it is, so I'm just going to go into the modifiers, let's go to smooth. I just smooth that out just a little bit. And there we go. That is the basic coffee cup kind of design that you guys can do. With that bit smaller, you guys could probably make this a lot neater, but this is the way that I was taught to do my basic coffee cups. So you've got nothing on the inside, but you have the handle on the outside. That will make a basic prop if you're putting that in your background. Something basically that people might not notice as much. You could stick that on a shelf or something. It's just a kind of room filler, if you will. So yeah, thank you for watching this tutorial, and we'll be working on the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are going to be building a chair. So this is going to be a basic tutorial on chair building. So yeah, let's get right into this. So we have the default cube here. We're going to be using the default cube today. What we want to do is go into edit mode, and of course if you guys are still on Eevee, go with cycles. So with a chair, you want to go G, bring this up. I'm going to split the screen here so you guys can see the wireframe. There we go, and then I'm going to put it on number 1 keypad. So with the chair, you kind of have to use your imagination a little bit with this one. We're going to press A, which will select everything. S to scale along the Z axis. So with this one we're going to do square feet, and then later on I'll teach you how to make some nicer chairs. Maybe we want to scale this just outwards a little bit. So this is going to be the back of the chair right here, the front of the chair right here. I'm going to go Control R just to split the object. I'm going to go Control R again just to split again. Let me see. You know what, I'm going to do a wooden chair for this one. Maybe a wooden style. So we're going to go Control R, scale outwards in the middle, so that it's kind of got that little ridge thing that the wooden chairs have. Then we're going to make a little pit in the middle, because wooden chairs usually get worn out. So just the Control R, scroll on your wheel, and then it'll make 2 vertices. And then we're going to go Control R again, copy this little bit in. Then we're going to go to faces, select these 2 middle faces, and just press G, and just bring them down a little bit so it looks like the chair's been worn. We're then going to go with the Control R again, just around the outside edges. So we've kind of got this little dip in the middle like it's been sat on. We're going to go Control R again and go for the middle of the chair even. So you can see that just there. If I just move that up. I'll just redo that for you guys again. Control R, come up to the top, scale outwards just a little bit to give it a little bit of a bevel on the edge. And then we're going to do the same to the bottom. Control R, S for scale, and then just bring it out a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. So then we're going to do the legs. So first and foremost, I'm going to go with right click and then shade smooth. And then we're going to go and add a mesh cylinder. So you notice that the cylinder is way too big for the seat, for the chair. So what we're going to do is scale it upwards. And then we're just going to plane scale it downwards. Now, for a wooden chair, you're going to want a little bit of angle out there. So we're just going to position it where we'd usually put the legs for the chair. You don't want to put it right to the edge, you just want it a little bit on the edge. So that's where it should be. And then make sure that it's inside the objects just slightly. For these ones, we're going to sculpt the actual leg of the chair, and then I'll put the angles on it and I'll tell you what the angles are for these. So just scale it down a little bit so that it's touching the floor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a mesh plane just there so you can see where the floor is. So you get a rough idea. So the floor on this side will be where the red line is, if you guys can see that. Okie dokie, right, so put that into side perspective. Excuse me, got a bit of a frog in my throat today. Right, so we're going to go into edit mode. Now we're going to use Control R. And we're just going to make some little adjustments to these legs, just make them a little bit beveled and stuff. So you want to go to Control R, move it down to wherever you need to, and we're just going to scale inwards. Just ever so slightly. Then we're going to go Control R again. And we're going to go scale inwards. Don't worry if this doesn't look right to you the first time, like, it's a learning curve. You guys are starting to learn this, so this is great. I'm going to go Control R for the middle again and just scale it outwards, so we've kind of got like a little fancy bulge in the middle of the leg. And then we're going to go scale outwards just at the middle of each of these vertices. Now, wooden chairs generally have a very narrow leg to them, at least the ones that I've sat on do. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the base of this, G to bring it upwards. You'll notice that it's quite large at the end. So then we're going to scale this down into a little point. Control R again. And just scale this a little bit outwards. So it kind of has a little bit of bulge at the bottom. So what I want to do, if you guys can see this right here, I want to select these vertices right here. And we're just going to scale those outwards a little bit more. So we've kind of got that little, that point coming upwards. Now you can design your leg chairs any way that you'd like. I personally just want to do them like this. I'm just going to shade this smooth. So now we want to do a rotate. So, if you type in 20, your chair leg's going to rotate like that. If you type in, excuse me, say 10, your leg's going to be rotating out this way. So maybe a 10 would be the best way to rotate these outwards. I'm a little bit lost. 1 second. So yeah, if you're going to want to rotate these legs outwards, just put them in the middle like this. Now what we're going to want to do at this point is we're going to go Shift D, which will duplicate. We'll bring them over to this side, but this leg is not correct, right? So what you want to do is you want to do R for rotate, get it up on the Z axis so that it rotates on the Z axis, and then we're going to go 180, and that will change the degrees. G across. So now we've got 2 legs. Now to support these 2 legs, because obviously if this was a real chair, if you had the legs just like that, they just kind of splay. So what you need is a little bit of a bridge in between. So what we're going to do, go into the mesh, get the cylinder, scale it upwards so that it looks like this. Then we're going to scale it down. And what you want to do is make this roughly the same size as the legs. So I'm just going to scale this down again. G to bring this up, and I'm going to rotate. So go against the X axis for rotating. So we're rotating like this, yeah? And you want to press 90. This is giving 90-degree angle. Go up with G. Now, because we've got our side view here, we can see what's going on. So we're going to go across with G. Make sure that they line up. Now you notice that we've got a gap here and we have a gap here. So what you want to do with that is press S, scale across, and that's the Y axis, until you reach both legs. I'm just going to smooth that over with right click. You should have something of akin. I'm just going to scale that down a little bit. Now you notice that this leg isn't as far out as it should be. So I'm just going to move that across a little bit. So G. This one, it's not quite touching, so we're going to go S for scale, just to get it across there. Now, this is the fun part. So we have 1, 2, 3 pieces. So now we want to translate these 3 pieces to the back of the chair, otherwise the chair would fall over if we ever did sit on it. So we're going to get 1 piece here, 2 piece here, and 3 piece here. Press Shift whilst you're selecting all 3, and then we're going to go Shift D. We're going to move it across to our second position. You notice that the legs aren't exactly splayed in the right position here. So G, just to move that back in. And then we're going to go R, rotate 180 on the Z axis. Now you notice that the legs are splayed this way, the legs aren't quite splayed this way. So with all 3 selected, we're going to go rotate again, and we're going to go onto the green axis, which is the Y, and then we're going to type in 10 on that one, and just move the legs over. So now we have a splay this way, and we also have a splay this way. So then we're going to do the same with this one. So this, in theory, if I do remember, is -10. So we want to rotate again, but we're going to go green this time with Y. And then we want to put 10. So you notice that it rotates the wrong way. So what you want to do is press minus, and then you put 10. And it will go to the correct angle. And then just move back to where you need it to be. Now, as regards to your seat, you can put your seat on any side of these, depending on how you want your stool, but that is a basic stool. Now if you wanted to make a chair from this, You could add another cube, or you could do a clever trick, and I will teach you. So we'll delete this cube. We'll take this, which would be the seat, Shift D. Then we can rotate 90. And then we press G just to move everything up. You could scale this. You could have this. Alright. So most chairs lean slightly backwards. Let's make some adjustments there. So that's your back to your chair. This could be one of those like kind of fancy church chairs that they have where you kind of sit, but they have those backs that don't quite give you the lumbar support that you need, but you know, you sit there regardless. So then you take the first legs that you made, all three of them, Shift D, duplicate, and we just place them at the back here. That's one way to do it, and you could scale that down so the design kind of matches what you would like to do, I guess. You could alter the rotation of these as well. Let me see. So yeah, as long as they fit into the chair, they have the same kind of style as well. And there we have it. One basic chair, just for you to come and sit on if you'd like. Yes. So save that as your chair project inside of your Blender folder, newly made. Saving it in the Blender folder is going to help with your organisation in the end. I please implore you to do that, because otherwise you're going to lose your projects. Right, so on to the next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome to the next tutorial in Blender. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a basic table. So, the last project that we had, it was a basic chair. So I was kind of tempted to take that chair and then make it into a table, but I guess I need to show you from scratch what's going on, because if I just take other objects, then you're going to have to build the other objects, and it's probably going to confuse a few of you. So not that I'm saying that it won't, but you know, it's just better for me to show you from the beginning rather than taking other objects and then making it into something else. So we're going to start with the default cube, and we're just going to press G on the default cube just to bring it up. We're going to squish it down, S to scale, and then S to come across, and then just squish it down again. So, once we've got the basic tabletop shape, we're going to go to edit mode, Control R, just scroll on your scroll wheel twice just to make the vertices 2. Then we're going to go S for scale, just to bring it out a little bit so it bevels the edge. I mean, you can do this in a regular bevel if you want to, but I'd like to do it like this. We're going to go right click, smooth, and then to add the legs, you can have any shaped legs. We're going to go with square legs on this one. Scale upwards, just to make it long, and then we're just going to scale in perspective. G to bring everything up. Go across, and then we're going to put this table leg on one of the following corners. So what you want to do with these legs, you want to make sure that they touch the table and also touch the floor. So this is a little bit too high for my liking, so I'm just going to put this down a little bit so the table is roughly in line with the floor. There we go. Then we're going to scale this leg upwards. Now, to get this on to the other sides as well, we're just going to go Shift D, G to go across, if you need that, and then we're going to press Shift and then click the other object, Shift D, and then just move it across the axes again. And that is your basic table. Just going to go cycles. There we go. That's your basic table. I will teach you textures at some point, but for now I'm just making basic objects with you, and then I will teach you how to do the textures upon those objects. Okay, see you guys in the next tutorial. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bowl. So it's not too dissimilar from the plate that we previously made. If you guys want to go to that tutorial, it's on my channel and possibly in the playlist that you're currently watching. So it's very similar to a cup. It's like we're going like cup bowl kind of melding kind of thing. I don't know. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. You want to make sure that you're in the cycles engine, because the tutorials, of course, are all in cycles. So we'll go to add, we'll go to mesh, and then we'll go to circle. You're going to want to zoom in or maybe make your circle a little bit bigger. So edit mode. So we have all of the points selected right now. Press S to scale so that we can work with a bigger object so that you can see what you're doing better. And what we want to do is we want to press F for fill. We're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring up the second face. S for scale to go outwards again. E for extrude. S for scale. And then we're just going to go E, S, E, S. And I will show you from the side view right here what we're doing. So you just want to you just want to go, you know what a bowl looks like, I guess. So you just want to go from very small at the bottom to quite large, and then we're going to come in and we'll do the inside. So select this face again. We go E for extrude, and then you're going S for scale, which I'm on S for scale. E for extrude, S for scale, and we're just going to work our way up. It's that simple. Make sure that you're scaling all the way around, you're not just on one vertices. E for extrude, S for scale, and as we get closer to the top we're just going to get steeper and steeper. That's all we need to do. And we get a little bit closer. The more vertices that you have and the more faces that you have, the smoother your object will be. But if you do subdivide, the more random access memory your project may take up. So it makes your computer a little bit slower, but we'll come to that bridge when we get to it. So we're just going to go up a little bit more and up one more, and I think that will do. For a basic bowl shape, it's a bit of a tall bowl. I'm just going to pull that down a little bit, and then we're going to go S for scale inwards, E for extrude, keep it on the same level, S inwards so that it's flat, E for extrude, and we're going to go downwards, scale just slightly inwards. Now I'm going to make this one an X-ray vision so you can see where I'm going with this. So if it's a porcelain bowl, it will be a little bit thicker. If it's a plastic bowl, it will be a little bit thinner. So depending on what you're going to make your bowl as is how big the inside of your bowl is going to be. So then we're going to go E, And we're just going to scale outwards just slightly, just to make a little bit of a lip. And then we're going to go E again. And you notice that we're coming down on the inside of the bowl right here. I'm just going to stop there, and then I'm going to go E again. And then at the bottom, we want to sculpt round. So we're going to go scale. Make sure that it's even on all sides. Just press S. And then E for extrude again. Click. And then we're going to go S to scale in. I think I've gone a bit too far there, so I'm just going to bring mine up. And then E. And you just want to, you want that little gap at the bottom. Scale in again. And that's going to smooth out the bottom of the bowl for you, so that when you come to the object mode, right click and click shade. And there we go. There we have it. This is a bowl. Just for you to use for your projects, to put into your projects. To add colour and stuff like that, and to add textures, I'm going to be doing that in a later tutorial. My tutorials basically focus on making the objects first, and then I'll teach you how to do all the textures on top of it. So you've got a file full of plain objects, and then later on I can teach you how to texture those objects and what you basically need to do. I'll also teach you like the old ways of texturing as well, because I used to go out with a camera and take photos of things, and you had to get them directly over the top, and then you kind of repeat the pattern across an entire object. Nowadays we use nodes. So nodes are a lot more reliable than a photograph, because if one side of your photograph is slightly out, or it's got a lot of exposure or very underexposure, it can mess with your projects like crazy, and it doesn't look detailed, and you can tell there's a pattern. It's like if you look at a field full of grass and you see a pattern kind of emerging in that field of grass and you see lines, that's generally when something has been UV mapped, compared to nodes where the computer will place random objects. So I will show you how to make those. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so welcome to the next tutorial of Blender. So today what we're going to be building is a glass coffee cup. You know those fancy ones that you see in the coffee shops with the baristas and stuff like that? So we're going to be building a basic one of those. So I implore you first, let's change the render engine to cycles, and then I'm going to split the screen again so that you guys can see the wireframe, and then I'm going to work on the opposite side as I usually do. So we did a coffee cup a while back. This will be the glass coffee cup. I'm also going to be teaching you how to do glass today as well. So this will be one of the first tutorials of textures. So yeah, I'm going to get right into this. So we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. We want to add a mesh, a circle. Always start off with a circle, beautiful circles. So this time we're going to make the inside of the glass, and then we're going to make the outside of the glass, and then we're going to go back in again. So what it is with the coffee cup glasses, so that they disperse heat better, they actually have a curved part on the inside. It's generally for decoration, but we're going to include it in this project. So we want a circle. Let's go to edit mode. Everything's selected, so press F for fill face. E for extrude, we'll just go up slightly, and S to scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and then S to scale inwards, and this will be the base of the coffee cup. So then we want to scale inwards again, just make sure that it's just nice and smooth, and then we are going to select the edge points. So you notice that if I just select the edge points, I don't select everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to press one select, shift, and then we're going to go control, and then we're just going to select randomly around the edge. And what it should do is it should select everything around the edge. If it doesn't, just continue pressing points until eventually it does. So, excuse me, we do E for extrude, but we're not going to move it. Scale it outwards so that you've got the bottom of your cup. E for extrude, scale outwards slightly so that you've got the bottom for your cup again. And then what we're going to do, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually we get to the stem of the cup. And then I'll show you what we need to do from there. So, scale inwards slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards slightly, E for extrude, and we're just going to go like that until we get the perfect kind of shape. So, in regards to coffee cups versus ice cream cups. So ice cream cups tend to have a very narrow base to them, whereas coffee cups are a little bit thicker. So we're going to go with a thick stem on this one. So I'm just going to press 1 on the side so you guys can see this. So we can see that we've got the inside on this point, and then we've got the outside on this point. So we're going to select this face again, E for extrude, scale inwards, and we're remembering that thick kind of neck that we've got. So E, scale inwards slightly, and then E again, and then at this point we want to start going outwards for the cup. So ice cream cone cups, they tend to be a lot thinner at the bottom so that you can get syrup in the bottom, but with the coffee cups that are made out of glass, they tend to have a more wider base after the stem. So, E for extrude again, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, you know the deal by now, and then E for extrude, scale outwards. Now at this point I need to instruct perhaps that you don't pass the bottom of the glass, because normally the top part of the glass wouldn't be taller or wider than the bottom part of the glass because it would become unstable. So make sure that you don't pass this bottom part here. Scale that downwards just a little bit. Here you go, E for extrude, just perhaps a little bit out, but don't pass that line. E for extrude again, just move that down for you. Excuse me. Then we're going to get E for extrude, and roughly that should be about the size of it. Now we're going to make the lip the top part so that this isn't just a right angle thing. So E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly, E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards again, and then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, but we're going to go down. So G, down. So now you can't really see the inside of the glass here. I don't think you can. Maybe that would work. Right. So now we're going to go down on the inside of the glass. Now, coffee cup glasses tend to be very thick. So I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller. E for extrude. That's probably quite a thickness on that one. E for extrude until we get to roughly the bottom. Now they tend to have quite thick bases to them, so we're going to emulate that on here. E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Quite a basic thing to do now. Just going to bring that up a little bit. E for extrude, scale, and there we have the basic kind of look to the glass. Just going to shade smooth this, right click. Then we've got to make the handle, but before we make the handle I want to make the glass for you to show you what to do. So I'm just going to add a plane so that you guys can see. I'm going to put it onto the rendered mode, click this object, we're going to go to material, add new, and we're going to go to surface. We're going to go with glass. Now you'll notice that the glass is very faded, it's very rough, so just going to pull the roughness down, and this is what you should be left with. So now we notice that it doesn't really look that glass-like, so we're going to mess around with the IOR until we can get it to the right thickness that we need. So generally I go with something like that. You can't really judge the background on this very well, so what I'm going to do, you don't need to do this, but I'm just going to add some random objects in the background and just add some colour to those as well. So got a green one. Let's make a few greens. It's just so that you guys can see the glass and you can see the reflections and stuff. Just ignore me for 2 seconds. New sign. There we go, it's pink. Let's go with pink. Why not? Right, so back to object mode. So now what you should see is that there's a little bit of pink on the inside there of the glass, if you can see that as I'm rotating it. Just little drops of pink, so that's actually the reflection of the pink. Just going to scale that a little bit. Now, if you notice with the glass, there's the reflection of the pink right there. So that is quite thick compared to, say, that, which you can't see the glass. So we want to get that sweet spot in the middle, where we've got a nice glass kind of shape, but we also can see reflections and we can also see through it. So the arrow trick is an amazing trick to get this to work. I don't currently have any arrows, I just have square things. So we're going to make the handle now. So the last time that I made a handle within Blender, I did it from a square, but this time I would like to maybe use a donut shape. That would be cool. So I'm going to go G, bring this up, and then what I'm going to do, a little bit of magic, bit of Blender magic. We're going to rotate this to 90 degrees, half a rotate. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on to edit mode. I'm going to work in this one. So I want to grab all of that, rotate, and then I'm going to go 90 again because that was the wrong way for me. And then I'm going to go B for box select. And I'm just going to get rid of half of these vertices. Just press delete. Get rid of the faces. And then I'm going to take this. We're facing that way. Just going to smooth that out. This is kind of cheating, making a handle, but it's like one of the most simplest ways of doing it. Because like the way that I did it last time with a cube, like that was just an abomination. Just really was. So I'm just going to pull it out. Make sure that when you put it in, it's within the inside and the outside. And for the texture on this, we want to go with the glass texture that we made prior. So the cup should look like this. I think that's a better angle actually. So it kind of has a thicker glass side, but I mean you could make, even if you wanted to, I'll just make another little thing right there. If you guys really wanted to, you could make it smaller, just to match the glass a little bit more. Just G and S for scale, and just use your scroll wheel to move everything over. But yeah, that's your basic coffee cup. Your coffee glass, should I say. Just duplicate that. Duplication. And yeah, that's how you make your coffee glasses. You can make the glass a little bit rougher if you want to, and you can add some more details, but we'll get into Veroni. I think it's Veroni. We'll get into that later on. Once we're making bigger things, and I'll teach you how to put imperfections into your scenes and stuff. But yeah, thanks guys if you've got this far. Have a great day. See you in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next blended tutorial. So today we're going to be doing the coffee tumbler. We're doing a lot of coffee cups at the minute because I kind of want to get you used to the basic shapes of things, and then we're going to move on to the bigger stuff. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that this is the last cup that I'm going to have to make, because I've made so many cups in Blender. It is unreal, and it gets to that point of not another coffee cup. Oh my gosh. So it's good to practice, but it does get to that point where, like, how many coffee cups do I have to make before I get to that coffee cup, which is the most perfect one? But practice makes perfect. So we're doing a coffee tumbler today. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete the default cube mesh, and then we're gonna go to circle. We're going to go into the edit mode, just zoom in, and of course I will go side on again so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Wireframe, and then I want 1. There we go, on the number pad. So press F for fill, and this is going to be a flat base coffee cup. So this is going to be a real easy tutorial for you guys to do. So we're going to press E, we're going to move up. Let's move this outwards for you guys. These coffee cups tend to be just straight up, so we're just going to make the lip of the coffee cup at the bottom. So extrude, scale outwards a little bit, move it up a little bit, and then we're going to go extrude again, and it's almost like a funnel. So you go all the way up to G. I would say that is roughly the height of one of them. Scale outwards. You're going to be like that, and then we're going to go E, scale inwards just slightly, make the lip of the glass like we did on the last ones that we did. E, scale it in slightly again, E, downwards, scale in slightly, E, and then we're going to see the inside of the coffee tumbler here, and then we're just going to go E all the way down. Because this is plastic, there's no real curves to it unless they put it in the plastic. Generally, they're not curved at all. Just G up a little bit, and then E just to scale that up. Let me scale it. There we go. Okay, so that's our basic coffee tumbler. You could always use this like as a little plastic glass or whatever like that for your projects as well. So we're going to shade that smooth, and then we're going to make the lid. So we just go ahead, get another circle from your mesh, bring it up, just make sure that it just sits just under the lip of the coffee cup, and then we're going to scale it outwards, go to edit mode. You can do an F for fill, but it's totally up to you. It's your design. I'm going to do an F for fill. And then I'm going to go E. And I'm just going to go straight out, like scale straight outwards. Usually I'd put the inside on the outside, but just to make it, you know what, I could do that. I think I might do that actually. So scale it. So instead of it just being on the inside, just scale it so it's just on the outside. So there's kind of 2 options that you could go with here. So you could either have it as a closed lid flat base, or you can make the inside of the lid. It's totally up to you. If you want to make the inside of the lid, you can do. I'm going to do the outside first, and then I'll make the inside, so I can show you what I can do. So E for extrude, S for scale, just to give it that little bit of a lip. E for extrude again. We can go straight up. E for extrude, S for scale. We're going to give it a little bit of a mid lip. E for extrude. E for extrude again. S for scale. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And just 1 second, I'm just looking at my reference image here. Let me think. Yeah, so E for extrude there. Make sure you got your face selected. And I'm going to do it like a little bit of a bevel lip. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. Just scale that one inwards again. Then we're going to do a little bit of a valley in the middle. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude to bring it back up again. E for extrude to just make that lip. E for extrude, scale that one in again, and then we've kind of got the centre bit. Then we're going to go E for extrude, G, scale downwards, scale that in, E for extrude, scale this in. So this is where the straw would sit. E for extrude, scale that one in again, and then just E for extrude straight down. Now, here's the tricky part, because if we take this entire lid, just press A, and we take it off, you'll notice that the flat bottom doesn't really work that well, so I'm just going to delete that one. Delete faces. So we got the basic of a plastic lid there. I'm just going to delete this face. So I think I want to select everything right now, and then just put E for extrude, and then scale somewhat inwards. Maybe that would work. You know what, I'm going to take that bit off. So this part right here, just going to select these vertices, these faces, all the way around, and then delete those. And then we're going to go A for selecting everything, E for extrude, and then scale this puppy inwards. But just drop it down just slightly, so that it's not interacting with anything else. I think we've got some interaction there. So 1 second. Yeah, we do. Okay. I'm just going to scale that together, S for scale. And that's our basic kind of lid. And then we're just going to scale in the middle as well, just to kind of give it that little bevel. Again. Scale. Yeah, I think that's about right. Shade smooth. And then just add that lid onto the top of your cup. And then you're going to need the straw. So the straw, just take a cylinder, and then what you're going to do with it, you're not going to just place it straight in. So what you're going to want to do is make it thin so that it's straw-like. And I don't want you to elongate it just yet. So edit, and what we're going to do is we're going to go for, let me just move this outwards so you guys can see what's going on. You're going to want to take the top face off, and you're going to want to take the bottom face off. And there's a reason for this, because you want it to look like a straw and not just something just sat aimlessly inside of your creation. So we're going to press E for extrude, S for scale, scale it up, and all it is, it's just a funnel. So now you're going to go back to your object mode, scale it upwards, oops, yep, like so, and then it should just like, if I got that right, and just straight into your glass or your cup. Maybe make that a bit bigger. No, I don't want it that big. Rotate it just slightly so, because nothing's perfect. Smooth that out. And there we go. Basic cup with a straw kind of deal. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe, like, get me out there a little bit. Because I'd absolutely love to make more of this stuff for you guys. So, yeah, have a good day. I should see you in the next one. Okay, welcome to Blender, guys. So we're going to be looking at making objects shiny today. So what I'm going to do is add in a plane, and I'm going to add a few objects, and we're going to basically make them shiny. And possibly give them a little bit of imperfection as well. So what you want to do is you want multiple objects within this scene, so that we can work on this. And then I can show you different ways of doing things. In the next tutorial, I'll look at emissions. So how you can make objects come from a basic box like you're seeing now into a very shiny kind of light object. So to make something shiny, first of all, we're going to go to the engine. Make sure that you are assigned with cycles. If you need CPU compute, please do so. It just helps your computer a little bit. You don't have to. I'm not going to in this tutorial. So to make things shiny in Blender, or to make things metallic, we'll go to the render point first and foremost. I'm just going to put these two blocks just ahead so that we get some reflection from them. So you want to start off with your objects that you'd like to make metallic. We are going to turn the roughness down, and then we're going to turn the metallic up. So you see that all of these objects, because they're assigned to the same material, have all now become mirrors. And you can see each object in the background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just look at the background, just lighten that up a little bit so that you can see the objects a little bit better. Okie dokie. So, hope we don't mind the green. We can now see that the objects are reflecting each other. You can also see that there's sort of an infinity mirror effect going on here as well, which is pretty neat. But in Blender can only do so much infinity mirror. So if we take this square here, we take this cube here, and we take this cube here, and we just move them towards each other, you can see immediately that there's this kind of mirroring effect. And if I move around, you can see that there's this kind of void. Now this is the point where Blender kind of runs out of data. Doesn't really know what to do other than that, because you can only go so far. You can elongate this if you really want to. But I'm not too sure how you manage to do that. But that's basically how you make objects shiny. And metallic and mirror-like. So if I put say, I don't know, an icosphere in the middle, I can also make the icosphere metallic too. And the best thing about this as well, you can actually put in different effects. Let me see. So you have shading, you've got caustics. So you can actually cast caustics and receive caustics, which basically means that it's a game changer within Blender. I don't really understand why it's not integrated yet. But if you choose caustics, it will make, the best way to describe it is, when light comes through water and you look at the bottom of a pool and you can see the kind of reflection of all the water, that's caustics. And when you've got reflective surfaces like this, you can actually see parts of the reflections on other objects as long as they're assigned with caustics. So let's assign this base with caustics. And we'll have this as a red shiny ruby. So we got the red there, but it's not quite shiny, so we want to lower the roughness, and we want to put up the metallic. And now you see like there's like this kind of red hue coming around the bottom of the object here. That's the caustics. So, where's my light? So if I just move this down a little bit, you can see that there's a little bit more red just on the floor here. Now if I made this floor, let me see, if I put a coat on this floor, for example, you can see the red, right? A little bit more weight on it. Hit the roughness down. You can kind of see the red bouncing off it, so that's caustics. The same way, let me see. So, for reflection and lighting wise, you can now see that you've got some caustics going on here as well. So I'm just going to add the caustics to the rest of the objects. Da da da. You can see that they kind of reflect a little bit more. There's more light bounce. So if I duplicate this one, it will allow me. Yeah, you're kind of getting like the green in there, you're kind of getting the red in there, of the reflections of each object as it's coming through. So it's not just solid black shadows. Blender originally, when I got onto Blender and I started making things, it was quite contrasted. Like the shadows were just amazingly like deep shadows, and the lighter parts were just this amazing, like just, it was chunky. It was very contrasted. Nowadays, because of caustics, you can now have like double shadows and you can do all that kind of stuff, but I was like very basic Blender when I first started out. It wasn't as popular as it is now. So yeah, that's basic reflections and caustics. I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. Hope to see you in the next one. Like and subscribe, it really helps my channel out. Thanks. Okay, welcome back to the tutorials if you've been following along recently. So last time I was talking about caustics, so this time I'm going to be talking about emissions. So last time we were talking about caustics, we were talking about reflections and making everything metallic and looking at the light refractions and stuff like that. So this time we're going to be doing emissions with an object. So an emission within an object is basically making an object, theoretically a light bulb. So if you need an object and you need that object to glow, we're going to be looking at that today. I'm going to be showing you how to do it. So we have two types of lighting mostly in Blender, which is the emissions, or you've got regular light. So there are a few other options that you can choose from. So I'm going to be showing you how to make a basic object light up a different color, and then I'm going to be looking at text and how to make text a different color. So we'll start off with the basic objects first. If you're following along, please switch to cycles. These tutorials are all cycles. So we will start with the materials section. We're going to go to emission. Change the subjects to an emission, and boom, it's an emission, but I don't like showing it you like that, so we're going to just undo that. So this is a basic square object. There's nothing special about it. I'm just going to remove the light right here from the scene, and we notice that it goes dark. Okay, so we click the object. We're going to go to emission, down in the surface drop down, and boom, we have a cube that lights up. The best thing about this is you can make this cube brighter, you can make this cube darker, so you can have the cube that's like this. My computer's just slowly filling in the information right now. So to change the color of this cube, we just go to the color wheel. We can have it a ruby red. Now let me mention something right here. So the stronger the strength of the emission, the whiter the object is, if that makes any sense. So the less stronger the emission, the more colour there will be on the the object in particular. So if I just lower the colour here, lower the emission even, now we have a nice kind of royal kind of red with a red emission. But if I turn it all the way up, it will turn white, and then you'll just get the red emission. So, talking about text and emission, if you're doing anything neon, let me see. I'm just going to delete my default cube right now, and I will go to normal view just for this. We're going to add text. So it should be in the drop down menu of add text. There we go. Very self-explanatory. Now, to edit this text and to make it 3D, we want to go to edit mode. Now I'm just going to remove this background a little bit here. And edit mode, there we go. So, I don't know, what can we type in here? Becky is the best. There we go. Becky is the best. Go to object mode. Come down to your text, which is your data. And we are going to go to font. I mean, you can choose any font really. I'm just going to quickly choose a font that I would like. So I think this one best fits neon. If you're going to put this in neon. Let me see now. I lost the actual drop down for this a while back. Here we go. Right, so we've got the offset, which you can make this bigger, this smaller. I mean, experiment with your blender. It works. So this actually extrudes it so that it's 3D. So what I'm going to do is rotate this by 90. Yeah. Put this G up. Scale it. So we've got that, and then I'm going to put a plane down so that you guys can see the kind of the lighting that's going to come off this, and then I'm going to put some random objects just in the background, just to kind of capture that light and just make it look a little bit better. So UV spheres. Yeah, I'm going to make that into a disco ball. That would be pretty cool. Just 1 second. Make that metallic, and then we want to make this. So we're going to the rendered view of this, and to make this metallic, we just do the same with the other one. So we just want to go to surface, we want to go to emission, and boom, we have an emission. Let's make this blue. So blue emission, and then we want to turn it up a little bit. And that's basically how you make your emissions in Blender. Make this object a little bit bigger in the background, maybe, so you can kind of see it. But yeah, that's basically how you make text glow in Blender and how you make your objects glow in Blender. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. I don't think my computer's registering this very well. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing some fruit. So I want to make an apple with you today. I think we will start with go to add mesh, and then we're going to go to circle. A little bit of a weird thing to start with, but we're going to be using some of the sculpting tools to make it a little bit irregular as well. So it kind of it fits the idea of an apple. So first and foremost, let's go to the edit mode. And also we want to change our render engine to cycles, if you've not already. So press A to select everything. We're going to start with a flat base to begin with, and then we'll come back to that. So F to fill, E to extrude. Just 1 second. My dog's trying to get into my room. Hang on, Kota. So we're going to go S to scale outwards, E to go upwards, S to scale outwards, and the idea is that you want kind of a circular kind of shape. E to go up, E's just gone downstairs, so that's fine. Scale, usually I like to keep the dog out of my room whilst I'm doing a recording, because he runs around like a mad hatter and knocks over all of my lights and stuff, so it's just nice to have a little bit of a break, and he gets a break too. So E, you just want to make this a circular object, basically. And then once we get to the top, we're just going to, apples are generally more flatter on the top, so you want to go a little bit more flat, and we want to extrude, scale, and then we want to just go down a little bit, extrude, scale, and this is where the stalk's going to sit. Just scale that inwards a little bit more. Oh, actually, you know what? I can extrude that again, and then we scale. Okay, so we have a basic shape, and then this bottom part here, obviously we can't leave it just flat like that. So we're going to go E for extrude, S for scale, just bring around the bottom of the apple, just scale and extrude as much as you need to, E for extrude, scale, and then we're going to do the same with the bottom that we did with the top. So extrude again, scale inwards, just bring that down, extrude, scale inwards, bring that down a little bit more so that it's got a kind of apple-y kind of look to it. So then we're going to go shade smooth, and we should be left with something like this. So now we're going to go into the sculpt mode. We will go to edit mode, we will go A, and then we're going to right click, subdivide. You can subdivide as much as you want. I'm going to subdivide twice so that I have this kind of shape. And then we're going to go into the sculpt mode. So what I'm going to do in the sculpt mode is I'm going to smooth it out a little bit. I'm going to, excuse me, add little bumps to it and stuff, little imperfections. What I would suggest is make your brush as big as you possibly can. And then you can just come in and just add those little imperfections all over the place so that your apple is not perfectly smooth, but you have some kind of offset to it. So this is actually the smooth tool that I'm using now, just to get rid of some of these vertices. I'm just going to smooth that all the way around. So nothing is perfect in nature. You're going to want to have those little bumps and those little pits and all sorts. So just going to smooth out those bits. And then this top part, I'm just going to push down some of the vertices. And then we will minus on top, just to make it a little bit more of a pit in the middle. I'm just going to make that a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so this is where the stalk's going to sit. Just kind of make those little imperfections everywhere, so it's not perfect. Yeah, this is your creation, so I mean you can do whatever you want with this one. If you want the apple to have a hole in it, then you can have the hole in the apple. So now, after that, I will go to the materials tab, and I'm going to make this a red apple. Now you can see that it's a little bit waxy. We don't want that, so we're going to put the roughness down just a little bit, so that it's got a little bit of tan on it. That looks a little bit more like a pepper kind of thing, but we'll bring that up a little bit. So now, we want to make the stalk. We'll go with this cylinder. Cylinder's a little bit too big, so just scale that down a little bit. Just plonk that in the middle. as so. Now it doesn't look like an apple at the moment, but we're going to go into the shader tab and I will show you how to put some shade on it and how to make it a little bit more grainy. So for the stock, we will select the top, just get it in the middle, scale downwards. You want to E for extract. It's there. You know what it is. E for extrude. Rotate that around. E for extrude. Rotate that again. E for extrude. And then you want to kind of do this kind of weird angle on the end of it, so that it kind of looks like it's been cut or ripped from the vine. And we will place that back at the side. You want to shade smooth if you haven't done already. So this one will be brown, kind of a dark kind of brown colour. Now it looks very it doesn't look very good at the moment because we don't have that background, we don't have that that emission status. It looks very cartoony to me, to be honest with you. So what we will do, we will go to the shading tab and I'll show you how to shade this. Okay, so here we are at the shading tab. We have the original colour of the red. So what we want to do is make it a little bit more bumpy. So we're going to add noise. Noise texture in the nodes. You want to put colour to base. And what we have, you see that the red's disappeared and we have all these little bumps here. So these bumps are going to be for the surface of the apple. And then what we want to add is a bump to make everything pop out. So with this bump node, what you want to do is change it from the normal to the height. So you're going from the noise texture colour to the height of the bump. So this is going to make a texture. So the light will reflect off whichever side. So now you notice that there's an issue. We've got purple to yellow, which shouldn't be happening. So we need a colour ramp. And this is where the magic happens. So you see that this apple is now grey and white. So now we have a middle grey, and if we change this to red, we now have a more apple-y kind of colour to it. So we can have this very kind of red apple, or we can have this very light apple. So we're going to go with the deep red apple. Now it is too shiny, so we're going to go with the roughness. And we're just going to turn that up. The IOR will make it look a little bit more silver. Maybe just go for that kind of roughness. Scale this up a little bit. Scale this up a lot, I think. So you've kind of got that red kind of thing. So, and now you can add a little bit more ruby in there. You can mess around with these colours as much as you want. I think that's okay. As for the stock, you can do the exact same. So we can go ahead and add noise, colour base, and you can see that the little lines come up again. I'll just zoom in there. You can do a little bit more with this base as well. I'll come back to that in just 1 second. So with this one, maybe a little less texture. Excuse me. And we add a bump. Height. So now we're gonna add the colour ramp. Colour ramp. It's got black and white again. So add one to the middle, which we're gonna make that brown, and that should be fine. As regards to that, now this apple, I don't quite like how I've done it. Yeah, so the more that you put things, the more that you put the colours closer together, the more depth it should have. So you can, I mean, you can add a lot of colours to this, and do what you'd like to it. But for me personally, I want to do a roughness. So we're going to do another noise texture. That's my dog again running around. I'm just going to put this into the roughness and see what happens. I like experimenting with Blender to see what I can do with it, because it's just nice to have that kind of feel to it. So now you can see that we've got blotches. We've got a lot of blotches right there. It's almost like the wax has kind of come off the apple, so to speak. So I want to make those a little bit more scaled. So you've got that texture in there. It's not just a texture and then you've got a random thing over the top. Sorry, as I was saying, so you've got the texture on the apple now. You've got the under texture and then you've got the over texture. So instead of having this kind of under texture and then kind of having like a clear coat over the top of it, and you've got the shade is now integrated into the texture underneath. So it makes it look a little bit better, but I think it's just too noisy at the minute, and maybe I could do some adjustments to this. So let me see. I don't know whether I'd want to add a colour ramp to this. Maybe I could. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna... Hold on, sweet spot, there we go. Just pull this up a little bit, and then maybe... Oh. Okay. So I think that'd be okay. Maybe that'd be okay. It just needs editing from that. Okay, so we're gonna go in with a little bit of metallic, just a tad, just to make that shine a little bit more, and then bring up the IOR. So it's kind of a shiny apple, but it's kind of got that waxy texture to it still. And I think we might do some more sculpting on this because it seems a little bit too cartoony for my liking. Let me see. I don't want it too metallic, I just kind of want that kind of coat. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna move the coat up a little bit. That looks a lot better. Right, so I'm gonna go into sculpt mode, minus off. Let me see. Yeah. Minus off some of this. Let's go object mode. I'm just going to give it a little bit of bruising, like kind of sculpt it inwards a little bit, just give it some, so it's not all in one place. It's kind of got these bumps, it's got imperfections. It's not a perfect apple. Go around there a little bit, get some depth. Pull these corners and crevices a little bit, like it's like it's an apple, but it's not perfect. make it just dipping in the middle there a little bit. I think, just make it a bit bigger, a little less around here. Excuse me. Just pull that in a little bit, make it more apple-like. I think that's too much pulling, but I try to smooth that out a little bit. Oh gosh. What happened? Right, let me see. Gently does it. I think. Very gently does it. I'd say that looks like more a bit like an apple. Just get rid of this bottom. Yeah, I like that. But I want to include some green in there, so I'm going to go ahead and put some, like, kind of a little bit green. I think I want it just like a little bit of imperfection. Maybe add some brown too. I think that green's a little bit too bright, so I'm just going to bring that down a little bit. Or maybe just make it kind of yellowy. That'd be cool. Like the apple's not quite red. I think that's too much. I think it's definitely too much. Maybe put the green somewhere else. Yeah, for a basic apple, it's not too bad. So let's see, base color, you got metallic, coat transmission. Oh my goodness. Right, so I kind of want another texture in here, but I'm not too sure what I want. Brony, wave texture, noise texture, point density. You know, I'm just gonna leave it the way that it is. But yeah, that's your basic apple, in a nutshell. Hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Hi guys, so today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a round bulb container, kind of like a witchy kind of bulb. So we're going to go ahead and delete the main cube, the default cube, add a circle. I'm going to turn on my keystrokes so you guys can see what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. Okie dokie, so So just get rid of that. Very quick tutorial, very easy to make. So click your circle that's in the middle. If you want to make it bigger, you can do so. Just press S and then move it outwards. Alright, so go on to the edit mode, press F. We're going to scale this down. I know it's contradictory to what I've just done, but you want it about that big. Press E, which we're going to do the base first. S to scale outwards slightly. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on a separate screen so you can kind of get a side view of this. I'll show you how to put the glass on as well. So, just go to 1. Yep, so that's the bottom of the vase that we're going to make our glass. So for E for extrude, and what we're going to do is we're going to go around in a circle. Always make sure that you're extruding upwards, not sideways, otherwise this won't work. So do it pretty wide to start off with. E for extrude, scale outwards, and you can kind of see the curve on this side. So E for extrude, scale outwards, and we're just going to continue doing this all the way up until we get to the midpoint. E for extrude, S for scale outwards. Don't pull it too far, you know, don't have the vertices too big, otherwise it'll look weird. So E for extrude, and we're kind of going to come back on ourselves now. So this probably will be roughly the midpoint, I would say. I'm just going to scale that bit out a little bit more. E for extrude. Okay, so in this part, we're going to start going back inwards. You can adjust this how you'd like it, but I would like mine to look like this. E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. Right, scale inwards. Okay, so when you get to this part, just bring it down a little bit. I mean, you could do it neater than me. I mean, I'm just doing like a quick tutorial on this. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and this will be the neck of the bottle. So we're just going to go up from here, and maybe you want to go in a little bit. I don't know, show design. Yeah, you know what, I'm going to go in a little bit. E for extrude. That's a bit too harsh, I think. And then the lip of the bottle, I should have it really here. We're just going to curve around and then in. So if I zoom in, E for extrude, scale it outwards a little bit, just give it a bit of curve, scale it in. And then once we get to this top part here, I'm pretty sure I've got X-ray turned on, I do. X-ray is just up here at the top. E for extrude, scale it in as it's flat. E for extrude, and then we're going to go G, and we're going to go inside. Now you can see on this diagram I've got the X-ray turned on, you can see what I'm doing. So E, and we're just going to go down the bottle of the neck, the neck of the bottle even, and we just want to follow the curve. So just scale it outwards. You can have your glass as thick as you'd like it. And we just bring that down. A lot of people, they'll do this kind of subdivide thing, and then they'll extrude it inwards. But the only problem, if you do the subdivide and then you extrude it inwards, it kind of messes up the faces a little bit. So doing it manual and taking your time with it is actually a lot easier to do. I can hear people in the comment section going, why are you not doing it like this? Well, you know, because this for me, you've got more control over it. So you're just pressing E extrude, or you're just going down with the motions of the vase or the vase, however you pronounce it, wherever you're from.
This is just how I do it. So we're just going to go down, don't touch the edges, leave a tiny gap just at the edge, that's where your glass is. E for extrude, E for extrude, just keep going. You don't have to follow the vertices directly, but for me I find it helps so much. You just keep going and going and going. I'm pretty quick at this, so if you guys are a little bit slower, it's okay. It's fine. We're all learning. And then once you get to the bottom, you want to make it a little bit thicker, so just bring it in. Just bring it straight in. That's it. Right, so we've got our little circular vase going on here. Or vase, whatever. So come to the object mode and then right click, shade smooth. If you don't like the smoothness of this, you can go to add modifier and go smooth. And then you can make it a little bit smoother if you want to. Totally up to you whether you want to do that. So as regards to the glass and being able to see it, come up here to the render properties and go to cycles. Because this tutorial is in cycles. So now you'll see that you've got your object, but it's not quite glass. Now you want to go for the principal BSDF even. I nearly said something else then. And go to glass. The roughness will be about halfway. Just reduce that all the way. The OIOR, you can mess around with that to make it look the way that you would like to make it look. I'm just going to add a plane in here and get some more lighting, so you guys can kind of see the vase a bit better. Wherever it's gone. Sorry, I just believe I just nudged my camera there. Right, let's copy that out. Come on. Okay, so that would be our round vase. Alright, thank you for joining me for a tutorial. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay guys, welcome to a new tutorial. Today we're going to be making a wine glass in Blender. If you guys can hear a lot of wind and a lot of banging behind me, we're currently in the middle of a storm, so just ignore it. I'm hoping that the microphone's not going to pick up on that, but yeah. They've been talking about power outages, and they've also been talking about heavy snow and please don't drive and all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, we live in England, like, you get about 5 centimetres of snow and everyone loses their mind, so, you know, it's not like my friend in Canada who's got snow plows and stuff like that, and he goes around getting rid of the snow for everyone. I mean, literally a couple of metres high where he lives. But yeah, this country kind of loses their minds when the weather's bad. So anyway, we're going to be making a wine glass today. So what we want to start with, we're looking at cycles to begin with. Just change your render engine to cycles. And then what we're going to do, come up to the top here, where it's add. You want to go to mesh, and I always start with a circle. So put your circle in, you see it's quite small. I'm just going to scale this out a little bit. Okay, so we're looking at making a wine glass today. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to split the atom and give you guys a side view. I hate doing this, it's like another one bites the dust. I've got like 3 mouses on my desk here. We just moved into a new place. Oh. Tried not to knock over the camera at the same time. And like, my mouses, they just break on me like crazy. I think the box that I had my mouse in was dropped. I've got another one here that's kind of I got a side gig. Yeah, because I need a new keyboard and I also need a new mouse because I write books. My keyboard is now wearing down. So hopefully we've got a mouse that works now. Yay!
Scroll wheel's still broken on this one, but it works. At least we're not ghosting the scroll wheel. Right, so we will start again because things happen, technical issues. So what we want to do to make the wine glass is we've got the basic circle now. We're going to go up here, we're going to go to edit mode. You see that we've got a lot of points here. And what we want to do is we want to make a face because this currently doesn't have a face. So just press F on your keyboard, press E to extrude, and you'll see that it's just come up in the corner here. So now what we want to do is we want to make the curve going outwards of the glass, and then I'll make the underside of the glass afterwards. I'll teach you how to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up here and I'm just going to, when I can get to it, here we go. Yeah. So we're just going to go toggle X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. We're going to need that. So, just going to bring this down a little bit, so G, and then press in the center of your scroll wheel. Also, what I need to do, I've neglected to do. My gosh, I wasn't prepared for today. Right, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Screen keys. Yes. We would like the screen keys. Great starts to today. Right. Here we go. Here we go. We got the screen keys going. Right. I think it's because I've unplugged my mouse. Maybe there's something went wrong. Right. Go to faces again. And just click this. Right. So we want to scale just slightly outwards. So S to scale. Just bring it slightly outwards. E to extrude. And we're just going to go slightly. E to extrude again. Then you just want to go inwards just slightly. So S for scale. E for extrude. S to scale. It should just pin it on one axis, by the way. E for extrude. S to scale. And what you're going to do is you're going to just slowly go upwards to the stem of the glass. As you can see that I'm doing here. Great way to start off a tutorial. Everything's gone wrong. This happens, technical issues and stuff. Yeah. Everything's an absolute mess. My bins, they fell over today as well. I usually keep them when it's really windy like this, I'll tie the bins together. I'll keep them huddled, but it doesn't exactly help when some of the bins have just been emptied and they literally have no weight to keep them upright. So S to scale. Storms in my area are a little bit tricky. We don't get flooding. Thankfully we don't get flooding. But well the farms flood. Where all the pathways are and stuff. They flood. And it tends to be singular roads, but around here there's too many hills. So you're going to want to bring up your wine glass to a point. Now my one's pretty steep. It's not as flat as you would find many wine glasses. Maybe I could go back and just fix that real quick. So, yeah, your wine glass your wine glass can be any size that you'd like it to be. I'm more used to being around unique styles of wine glasses. Just E for extrude, G to move it, and then click the center of your scroll wheel to get it to the correct axis. We want to go for hold on, let's go straight up. So E, straight up, scale in. E, straight up, scale in. E, straight up, scale in. I do like to tell little stories whilst I'm doing these tutorials, but then I realise like I need to be doing these tutorials. You guys don't want to hear what I gotta say, I guess. But well, maybe you do. I don't know. So right. So now we've got to the stem. So we're gonna have like a very wide stem at the base, and then it's gonna come in very thin. So E for extrude. I'm just gonna go in just slightly, so that it curves with the piece, but we're kind of making it a bit thicker. So E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for what did we do? I pressed the wrong button. E for extrude. Scale inwards again. E for extrude, and we're just going to go straight up. Now this can be as long as you'd like it to be, and depends on what type of glass you're making. To me, I'm just making a standard wine glass, but if you wanted to make a flute, you gently come back out and then come back in. If you were making a gin glass, you would come out more fuller at the bottom and then come in. But for us, we're just going to curve it inwards, just a standard wine glass. So E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, and just make sure that the scale is kind of smooth as well as you're coming back out. I think I'm going to make that just a tiny little bit longer, so just G, pull that up a little bit, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. You kind of get where I'm going with this. E for extrude, scale outwards. To make it nice and curved, coming outwards. So now you can see this is a little bit too straight for me, personally. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull out some of these vertices right here. It's okay, like if you guys did the same thing with me and kind of made a little bit of a hoo-ha at this point, a little bit of a mistake, but you know, I think it's part of the learning process, certainly. And I think it's great that you guys can see that I'm making mistakes, so you guys just don't go, oh, you know, I'm not very good at this, you know, I can't do this. And, you know, the thing is, like, I've been doing this for years and I'm still making little errors here and there. What I'm going to do, side view, just x-ray that, and then I'm going to select this, just scale it up a little bit so that it matches the base just slightly. As my art tutor used to tell me, happy mistakes. It's B for box select, by the way, so press B, then it will select what you need. And just highlight it. So, we've got this now. Just going to go back onto faces, get my main face. Just come back off the x-ray on this one. We're going to go E for extrude, E for extrude, and then as we're getting towards the top, we're just going to scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards. I'm going to pull this vertices out as well. E for extrude, just scale inwards slightly, so you've got that curve of a wine glass. Now, when you get to this part, just going to scale that one out a little bit. We're going to do a little bump around the top and then we're going to go inwards. This is why I've got the x-ray on this one right here, so that you guys can see what I'm doing. So, E for extrude, and we're just going to go outwards just slightly. E for extrude again. E for extrude, and then scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. So you're making the lip that's going round. E for extrude, scale inwards. Now we're going to start going downwards. So we're going to start going down inside the glass. So I'll just get into this side right here. And then we're going to go G, go down, E for extrude, and we're just going to go down, down, down. So E for extrude, just go down again, scale outwards slightly to make that lip. E for extrude. And to be honest with you, I might just go to the x-ray version just here, just to show you guys what I'm doing on the inside. So here we are. So we've got the outside here. This will be the inside, which is the darker grey. Scale outwards. And what you're going to do is you're just going to go E for extrude, go down, E for extrude, go down, go E for extrude, go down. Maybe leave a small gap between your outside and your inside of your glass. A lot of people have turned around to me and said, well, why don't you just do duplicate? Like make a duplicate on the inside and then just link everything up. And to be honest with you, I think that just takes a lot of time. Excuse me. The best way of doing this, take take your end here and place it up against your last vertices for the outside, and then just scale up. And then E-fret extrude, go down to your next one, scale it up, E-fret extrude, scale it up again. It depends how thick you want your glass as well, so if you'd like your glass quite thin, go quite towards the edges. If you'd like your glass quite thick, go towards the middle more. However, if you want your glass thicker at the bottom, which wine glasses tend to be thicker at the bottom, you might want to go from thinness, and then come out as thick at the bottom. So, E-fret extrude, go down, scale, E-fret extrude, and these tend to be quite flat. E-fret extrude, E-fret extrude, and then as we go to the bottom, we're just going to scale inwards. Show you can do it neater than I can. E-fret extrude, scale that puppy inwards, and then once we start getting to the bottom, maybe instead of having this up against your outer ones, maybe bring it in a little bit. E-fret extrude, scale that down again, so that you've got that little lip at the bottom. And then this is what your wine glass should look like. I'm just going to put that back again because we've got one more bit to do. So we want to do the underside of this. So if you've noticed that when you get a wine glass, go on man, scroll out. Why have I got two mouses with broken issues? So yeah, you want to go for this. So the base of a wine glass is not going to be flat. The base of a wine glass is going to curve inwards. So take this last face that you've got, E-fret extrude, but don't move it, scale inwards, E-fret extrude, don't move it, scale inwards, and then we're going to go G, press in the centre scroll wheel, and then upwards slightly, E, again, scale, and then just move that inwards, so G. So you can see now that you can see the inside of what's going on here, so you don't want to clip that. You don't want this coming all the way out here, you want this coming just underneath. E-fret extrude, scale inwards, G, and then go on to the blue, and just scale that inwards, and that's going to give you the bottom of the wine glass. Now, when it comes to making glass, I'm on 4.3 I think here. Excuse me. So, what you're going to want to do, that base is a little bit too large for a little wine glass such as that, but I'm just going to make some edits to this wine glass. So, this is the X-ray version. I'm just going to grab these two, just scale them outwards. Now, if you just go on red, it's going to scale it one way and it won't scale it the other way. So what you need to do is you need to scale it outwards and then you need to clip it down. So like I've just gone outwards there. So if I go scale and I just go along one axis, you can see what happens. The glass is deformed. You don't want that, right? So what you want to do instead is press S, scale outwards. You notice that the glass is still deformed. So outwards we go. Now, you want to scale this just downwards so that it kind of comes in a little bit neater. Now I'm going to take this vertices right here as well. So let's see, one on the number pad, and we want to go with your edge select, B for box select, and then scale outwards. And you can see that we've got a nice round glass. Now you can scale this upwards, you can scale it downwards. To me, I like to edit my stuff a little bit. So let's see. So I'm just going to scale this upwards a little bit. It gives it a bit more roundness for a wine glass because it's looking like a bit of a gin glass. and that will be my roundness. Now we come into edit mode again. Come on. Have we frozen? We've frozen. Give it 2 seconds. It doesn't actually show up on my recording for some reason, but I currently have a spinning circle and various other things going on right now. Here we go. Right, so I'm just going to move this outwards a little bit so you guys can see a little bit more of the program right there. There we go. Right, so we want to smooth this out, so we're going to go with the right click and we want to go shade smooth. Now notice that we got a little bit of bumping going on here, so I mean, like, you can go edit mode, press A, right click, subdivide, and you can also go to add modifier, and if you type in smooth you can actually smooth this out a little bit. And let's go to edit mode. So you notice that this is not very smooth and this is more smoother. Right, so we got our little wine glass going on right now. So what we want to do, you notice we've not got any lights in the scene as well, I got rid of those. So go to light, you got points, G to move, and then go along your axis. Go to light at the bottom here, you can edit that, just turn up the wattage. Let's go 100,000, it just works for me. Let's see. Excuse me. Just going to move this so you guys can see. Right, so we're going here, light, which is right here at the bottom. You want to just turn that up a little bit. I'm also going to put a plane in there so you guys can get some refraction from that. Scale it outwards. Right, so this one we want to make it glass. So we're going to click new. Principle BSDF. We're going to go to glass. Glass BSDF. Blimey, that's hard to say. And then we're just going to reduce the roughness here. And then you will see that we have a glass with some nice stuff in it. So I'm also going to just make this a little bit brighter so you guys can see. We've got the glass effect on the inside. I'm hoping that this is working correctly because I seem to be a little bit choppy on my my recordings here. So we've got that. If we add a cube, you'll notice, put the cube in the distance there, scale it up. I'm just going to change the colour of the cube to green. You'll notice that we can see directly through the glass as well. And if we move it around the glass, you can see how the light refracts the cube at the back as well. So yeah, sorry about the technical issues to begin with. I'm going to try and find a mouse that actually works. I've got 3 here. One of them scroll wheel's not working, the other one scroll wheel's not working, and Lord only knows. I do have a 3rd one, but I don't know whether that one's going to work, but I will see you guys in the next tutorial. And hopefully I will be better suited to what I need to do. Thank you for watching if you've got this far and you've been this patient with me. Yeah, have a great day. See you later. Hi everyone, welcome to another Blender tutorial. So last time we did a wine glass. Today we're going to try and do a beer glass. Now we had a few glitches with the last version of Blender and I'm not too sure what happened, but we're going to retry. I've reset everything and hopefully we're going to get somewhere with this one. So I'm going to teach you how to make a beer glass today. Even if you've got the fundamental basics, I guess you could experiment with your model better than I could, because yeah, I don't know what happened last time, but we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. I'm just going to go ahead and get the keystrokes on here for you so you guys can see what's going on. Alright, so we're going to do the typical thing with the circle. We're going to start with the circle. Just scale it outwards. And then, as routine, I will split the screen so you guys can see what's going on in side mode. If you'd like to have side mode yourself, press 1 on your number pad. And we can see just the bottom of the circle there. So what we're going to do, come over here, go to edit mode. And beer glasses, they're kind of flat at the bottom, but they do have a little bit of a curve. So what we're going to do, press F to fill, E for extrude. Now what you're going to do is just scale inwards. Just scale very slightly inwards, and that's what we're going to leave it as. Just leave it at that. We can edit this later on. Now we're going to select all of the sides, the edge selections around the outside. So press Shift, Control, and then just start clicking around the edge until you've selected absolutely everything. E for extrude. Now you want to go smooth around the edges as per usual. E up. I tend to find that beer glasses are quite smooth. Just scale it out a little bit. Then we're just going to go up, and then we kind of have smoothness, and then we'll come up into the main bit, and then we'll come out at the top. So you are going to want to go roughly here, scale them with slightly, just gives you the base of the beer glass. E for extrude, and then very slowly just curve that upwards. I'd say roughly about there. I'm just going to move this down for you so you can see. Right, now here's the tricky part. If you're not good with your shading and your shaping, so to speak, you want to get it so that it curves just slightly, and then it comes up and it comes out. So press E, and we're just going to go upwards just slightly. S, outwards to scale, should I say. So beer glasses, what you'll have is the base is quite small. The top of the beer glass exceeds the base space, if that makes sense. So it's slightly bigger at the top than it is at the bottom. And that's due to the bulge. So the bulge comes outwards, and then the top will match the base. So you've got kind of like, it's kind of like an S shape coming outwards. So we're just going to scale this. I'm going to go E. Scale this outwards. Pretty sure we can do that from there. Just get the side on. E. Scale outwards. You might need a few layers for this one. E. Scale outwards. E. Scale outwards. E. Scale outwards. You get where I'm going with this. And then we're just going to bring this back in a little bit. I'm just going to put another vertices right here. So that's Control R, just to loop cut that. Just scale it just slightly. And then I'm going to come back here, click on the top, E for extrude, and then this is going to be quite smoothly done. So we're going to go quite tall, scale inwards, E, scale inwards. That gives us a rough shape. Now, these tend to have a little bit of a lip to them. So we're just going to go E, move it up a little bit, scale outwards just slightly, E, we're going to go E again, scale inwards, E, but don't move it. We're going to go scale inwards so it goes straight across, E again, going to go G, down, just slightly, scale it inwards. I'm just going to go back on 1 there. I'm just going to go X-ray mode as well, so we can see on the inside. I would suggest that you do the same. So toggle X-ray. This will allow you to see on the inside. Excuse me. So what we're going to do now is E, and then we're going to go straight down into the glass. Now you want to make it thin at the top, thin-ish. And then at the bottom we're going to get a little bit thicker. So E again. Scale outwards. Make sure your inside doesn't exceed your outside, because otherwise your inside's going to be on your outside and it's not going to look good. E again. Try and follow the vertices that you've already put down. Scale inwards. E. Scale inwards. E. Scale inwards. You know where we're going with this. Scale that. And just keep going until you're at the bottom of the glass. Primarily. Oh, why are we not scaling? There we go. Right, now, when you get down to the bottom of the glass, it's quite thick at the bottom. It's got quite a thick stand to it. So, you want to parallel your glass alongside that. And they don't tend to be very curved at the bottom. They tend to be very, very sawn off, I guess is the way that I could describe that. Right, I'm just going to do mine like that. It just kind of stops abruptly. It doesn't curve like a wine glass. It just stops. So now we've got this part. So, object mode. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to press A to select everything. Right click, subdivide. You can subdivide this as many times as you want. And then I'm going to go right click and click smooth. So now when you subdivide, it's supposed to be pretty smooth, but my one hasn't. So what I'm going to do, unsubdivide some of that. I just want to show you how this works basically. And then we will shade smooth. So I want to do some editing on this because I don't think that I got the glass quite right. So I'm just going to press 1, X-ray mode. I'm looking at my reference photo here thinking that doesn't look anything like it. So I'm just going to elongate this a little bit. Smooth that down. Let's see. And then make this a little bit shorter. It's okay to edit if you need to afterwards, and then I'll just loop cut here. Just scale it outwards a little bit. Yeah, that looks much better from what I had it prior. So to do this select thing, click the left side, and then we're going to go like that and just drag it across. The left clicker, whatever you want to call it. Right, so let's go to render mode. We're going to change this to cycles. We're also going to put down a plane so you guys can see what's going on. I'm going to move the lighting so that it's above and that's the side. You guys don't need to do this, I'm just doing this to show you. Okay, so we're going to take the glass now. Go to the materials tab, click new, and then we're going to go to glass. So now you've got a roughness scale, turn your roughness scale down. If we go into the rendered mode, we can see what this looks like. Now, you notice that this glass has quite thick sides at the side. You want to go for the IOR and just make adjustments as you need them. You might need to type in some adjustments as well. But now you can generally see the outline of the glass. Now if we go to this tab here, which is the object tab, we go to shading, we've got cast shadow caustics and we've got receive shadow caustics. Now you can use these and basically it will make the glass look a little bit more detailed. And also you can go here and click on your background, cast shadow caustics. It just makes everything look a little bit more real. So I don't believe the lighting's very good for this. So let's see. What do we have in lighting way? We just have a spotlight, don't we? Just turn that up a little bit. Sorry, I'm like right next to the microphone there. RIP headphone users. I should type this in. You guys are just hearing. I'm so sorry. It's the only problem when your microphone's not really got a stand. But you can make sun and you can make a spotlight if you'd like. But that's basically how you make glass. I'm sure you guys with your backgrounds and stuff could rustle something up. It's a little bit more detailed than that one. Let's see. I just want to try something. Line out settings. Nope. Let's turn that roughness down a little bit. Yeah, I think roughly that'd be okay. That'd be okay. I could have done so much better with it, but yeah, that's the basic premises of making a beer glass. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. Today we are making a shot glass. So far we've made a wine glass, we've made a beer glass, and now we will make the shot glass. So pretty simple. We're just going to be starting off with a circle again. Let's add to mesh, circle, scale. It's going to be a pretty large demonstration of a shot glass, but there you go. Right, going to go number pad 1, just to show you what it looks like at the side. Go to edit mode, press F for fill, E to extrude, just scale it out just slightly, E to extrude. This is like a really easy build. Scale it out, E to extrude, and I think that will be our shot glass. You want to make the edges smooth, so just pull them in just slightly, E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale inwards, then take that down, G. I'll just turn on the X-ray for you so you can see what's going on. You want to press E for extrude, bring it down, E for extrude again, bring it down, and then scale so there's a little bit of a lip along the sides. And then you can do like a little extrude and just round it off if you'd like. This is your shot glass, your world. Okay, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to the materials tab, new, and then we will add glass. So hold on, before I do that, I'm just going to go into the render and change this to cycles. We'll do rendered view. You can see the shot glass right here. It's a little bit rough. If you want a rough shot glass, or you can have a rough shot glass, I'm just going to turn the roughness down. And there is your shot glass. There is the glass in all its glory. Just add a, sorry, not a cube, a plane, just on the bottom so you can see it a little better. I don't know where the light's gone, but it's gone somewhere. Is that it? Are you the light? Right. There we go. Let's see. So you can see the basic shape of the shot glass coming through there. If I put the sun or a spotlight, maybe. You can also change the colour of your shot glass if you'd like as well. So you got a kind of blue shot glass there. Now you notice that that's quite dark. It's because I've only got one light on it at the minute. Let's see. Come on. My computer's been a bit slow tonight. Right. Let's get some more lighting on this. Just going to alter the IOR just slightly so you got more light coming in. And there you have it. There's your shot glass. Hope to see you in the next one, guys. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell so you can get the next tutorial. So as per usual, I've got the keystrokes on here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So, you know, left click, right click, you know, center, whatever like that. Right, so what I want you to do when we start this off is go into your shading tab. And you're going to notice this. This is our nodes. So, hold on one little tiny second because I don't think the screen keys are on this one. Why aren't the screen keys on this one? I'm pretty sure they'll show up at some point. So, hold the sensory scroll wheel. This will enable you to move everything around. So at the moment these two are selected. So what you want to do is go to add, and then we're going to, I mean you can type this in or you can find it, but you want to just type brick. And there's no search, there's a little search bar that comes up, but at the beginning there's no search bar, so you don't need to press anything, just type brick. So you're going to go with the brick texture here. So what you want to do is put colour to base colour from the brick texture. You notice that you get this wonderful little brick texture right here. So the cube's actually on its side at the moment, so I'm going to rotate that one. So just select your cube, press R for rotate, and rotate against one of the axes. Now on your keypad, press 90. I think you can do this on a regular keyboard, like a non number pad keyboard, but someone's bike in the background. Just type in 90 and it'll change it to 90 degrees, going across right there. So when we've got this is a basic tutorial. There are other ways of correcting that, but at the moment I just want to teach you how to do brickwork. So I'm just going to go ahead and select all these so I can just move them down for you guys, just come out so that you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so we have a brick texture, our principled BSDF, and we have our media material output. So the next thing that we want to do is type in bump, and we're going to stick it right between the brick texture and principled BSDF. So what you want to do now, you'll notice that the colour of the brick texture is actually connected to the normal of the bump. So what we want to do instead is click height, and you should see something like this. So at the moment you notice that this one is purple, this one is yellow. This is the computer telling us that there's some sort of error going on, and yes, there is some sort of error going on because we've not put in the rest of the stuff at the moment. So what you should do, click your brick texture, press shift, hold it, and click the bump, and then what we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and just drag these to the side. What we want to do is add a colour ramp. So just type in colour. It's spelt the American way, COLOR. We spell it a different way, it's COLOUR. Yeah. So this is what we have now. You see that the bricks, they're kind of flat, but they're not. They're not truly flat. It's not like you've got wallpaper, brick wallpaper, and it's completely flat. You've kind of got these little bumps there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click invert. I mean, you can have invert if you want. Those are the bricks, but then you can bring the mortar forward as well. I just wanted to show you that, just in case you wanted like inner bricks. So if you want to add texture to these, I'm just going to go to the render tab right there and just change it from Eevee to Cycles. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'm just going to find the torch as well, the spotlight that we have in here. Just move this down. This is just so that you can see the bricks procedurally, I guess. So that's the render right there. So this is a simple way of doing it. Usually when I do bricks, like I'll do individual blocks, but if you do individual blocks, you can like your RAM can't really handle it as much. Like if you've got a low RAM, it'll just slow your computer down, because the more objects that you have in a scene, the more that the computer's got to figure out and calculate lighting wise and shape wise. So I mean, like if you've got something like this where you're using procedural nodes, it just lessens the amount of RAM used, and it's great for a background as well, especially if your background's not in focus and you've got characters in front or whatever. It's just great for a texture as well. So we have our bricks there, but they don't look bricky. I'm going to do another tutorial later on how to make a brick wall with multiple bricks and mortar and stuff like that, so that'll be up and coming. But for now, I'm just going to do this one with you guys. So click your default cube, what was your default cube, and what we're going to do is we're going to change these bricks with a little bit more texture. So we're going to add, and then we're going to go noise. So ISA, NOISE, noise texture. Just place it next to your brick texture. You're going to go colour, and now you can either go colour 1, colour 2, or you can go mortar. You can do all three if you'd like. We're going to go with colour 1. You'll notice that we get some staining on the bricks now. So this is our kind of texture thing that's going on right now. So what you want to do, go ahead and go to your scale just at the side. And we are going to just scale this up a little bit. Just checking my clock time right there. You'll notice that we've got some texture going on now. So bricks are obviously, they're not smooth. So you'll notice as well that we've got some bricks that are kind of different right here, up at the top and around. So this is if I can just find this, I'm just going to turn this one up a little bit. This is detail, I believe. No. Bias. I believe it's bias. Yes. So to do this is bias. Yeah, it's been a while. So I mean, you can play around with these settings as much as you want. You can add as much detail as you want. You can scale it up as much as you want. I'm just going to scale it outwards a little bit. It's a little bit too detailed for my liking. Let's see, detail. Let's just pull that back a little bit. I mean, this is your world. You can make it as much or a little as you'd like, really. Detail wise, I'm just going to scale that down a little bit. By the way, if you go into minuses, it'll just do what it's doing now, just in a minus. So the higher that you go on this, you've got a lot of detail on your bricks. If you go into a minus, if I can force it into a minus just to show you, so you got quite big stuff, that's minus 16, and then it just goes little again. I don't understand why they have a minus and they have a plus, because yeah, it just does the same thing. But I mean, like, whichever way you want to go with your scaling, you can do. Let's see, distortion. I'm just going to turn the distortion down a little bit. I'd say totally mess with everything on this. You know, that's generally how you learn in the best way. Let's see. Okay, so now we've got our kind of brick wall thing going on. What I'm going to do is just zoom out of this, and I'm just going to duplicate this. So to duplicate, we want to press Shift D, and then I'm just going to place it underneath. Now I'm just going to move these up a little bit because there's not a lot of room right there and you guys can't see, so just press G or click it with your cursor and just move it. Either one is good. Just get this sorted. Right, so you see on the first one that we've got colour 1, which is the brick itself. Colour 2 is obviously your background and stuff. Mortar, I mean, you can put detail on your mortar, but mortar tends to be a little bit more smoother. So if you're going to put detail on your mortar, I would say just do the noise and have it a little less, so less detailed. Let's see if I can do this. So yeah, this is what happens when you make your mortar like that. It just does it. It's not different. It just blends in. It's not good. So what I'm going to do, just, you can either scale this up or you can scale it down. I'm going to scale it down. You notice it stands out a lot more. It's like camouflage, if not. But you can have little lines across your bricks to make them look a little bit more detailed, as if they've been stained. Yeah, I'll do mine like that. So we've kind of got this little stain going on at the side. I'm just going to adjust my bias just slightly. Just ever so slightly. Yeah. Okay. So now you notice that everything's black and white. So we want to make this a little bit more bricky. So we want the reds in there. We want kind of a gingery look, but then we kind of want this paleness as well. So we're going to go ahead, I'm going to add a red, I'm going to go extreme, just add a red, just see what it does. And you know, as I said before, it's all about experimenting with your stuff and just seeing what works for you. Let's see, I'm going to go for a little bit of a yellow there. Let's get the red. Red's going into mortar. But if we bring it on this side, it's more yellow. So maybe we want a brown as well, just to diffuse that a little bit. Just bring that down. Yeah, you just slide these across. Just kind of make them good. You know, I'm going to add an orange in here. I think that I'd set it off a little bit more. It's like a real in-your-face orange. Now usually mortar's white, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale this mortar up a little bit. Scale it down even, excuse me. I think that would be about right. Also, if you want, if it's a scene that you're making that's kind of rainy, you want a wet wall, but in this case I kind of want a dry wall. So what I'm going to do, there's also something else I'm going to do, is I've just noticed, but first we're going to increase the roughness a little bit. Let's see, frequency, roughness, yeah. It's going to make the mortar a little bit more rough. Make the brick a little bit more rough, so it brings some of that character out. So as well, what you can do is you can actually adjust the mortar size. So you can see at the moment that I've got it, well, did have 0.022. Just changed, and you notice that if you move your cursor or you click these side notes right here, the mortar changes. But what I want is 0.01. I'm going to try that one. 0.01, and we kind of get a very thin mortar. You can make your mortar thicker if you want thick mortar. You can have thick mortar. To be honest with you, this looks okay. To me, at least, it looks okay. For a basic model for you guys, that'd generally be brick. You know what I mean? That's generally how that works. I'm gonna just shift this bias. I don't like it. I don't like the bias. So yeah, this is just a basic tutorial on how to do walls.
So, you know. Alright, let's duplicate that. I just want to make a point here on the lighting. Let's see. Yeah, we're on that side. Right. So we're going to take this one. Lighting. Am I in the way? No, I'm not. Right. It's going to change the colour of this lighting. Maybe we want a blue. Colour of this lighting to a red. So, this is how it'll look when it's rendered. I'm just going to turn the background all the way down. And there you go. That's the basic wall using nodes. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you've got this far, I would really appreciate it if you liked and subscribed. Yeah, that totally made my day, because I'm currently working on this with YouTube and Facebook. Facebook kind of came in a little bit later, but primarily I made these for YouTube. So yeah, if you're on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Yeah, have a great day, guys. Hi guys, welcome back to another Blender tutorial. So today we're doing cloth, and I think that I'm going to be showing you vertices basically and how many faces cloth should have to make it look a little bit more realistic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the default cube, keep the lighting and stuff like that. I think I need to actually make another one here. File new, we'll go for general, there we go. Okay, so cloth, it is what it says on the tin. We're just going to go to mesh and then plane. Going to go G, bring this up, and then just scale it outwards. Right, so I'm going to show you a couple of simulations of what basically cloth does. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for the default cube that's underneath. I might be in the way here, hold on. Gonna move myself out of the way. I think I'll be best up here. Okay, so we have the default cube. What you're going to want to do is go to the physics tab, which is at the side right here. Go to collision, and your cube's going to be collision, and then this one is going to be your material. So just click your plane. We're going to go cloth, and then if we press the space bar, it should fall, and it should just hit the front of the cube. Now that's one plane, that's just one face, and you notice that it doesn't go very far. It just goes dink, and then that's it, right? So let's give this two faces. Let's see what this does with the two faces. So we want to, sorry, four even. So just right click right there, and then just click subdivide. And then we go back to the original object. Make sure that your timeline is at 1, right at the bottom down here. And then we're going to press spacebar again. And you notice that we can see the little crease. And it's got a little bit give to it, but it's not a lot, right? So go back to 1 again. And we'll go to edit mode, just edit this out, right click, subdivide, right? So now when we go to object mode, we're going to press spacebar again. If I got a little bit too fast, sorry. And we notice there's a little bit more give to it. It's bowing a little bit, it's good. Okay, so you notice that the more faces that we have, the more that your cloth likes to move. So what I'm going to do, we'll go back to part 1 again. And then I'm going to subdivide. That'll be the 3rd time, I think. 4th time subdivide. And then we'll run this simulation again. So down it goes. And you notice that it curves. It caresses that cube so nicely. So you'll notice that there's a lot of it's very pixelized. It's pixelizing a little bit. So what you want to do is right click and then shade smooth, and then this is how it'll look. Now if you notice that there's bumps here, so what that is because you've not got enough subdivisions
The computer's just rendering it essentially in cubes. So what I'm going to do is go back to 0 again. So I don't know how many times I've subdivided now. I think this will be the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. So the more that you subdivide, the more RAM it's going to take up and the more that it's going to put pressure on your graphics card and processor. So depending on what your computer can handle, is dependent on how many subdivides that you can do with your materials. If you can only do a few, I mean, it's good. Like, I started on a laptop where I could only do a few subdivisions, and that was my materials. Nowadays, I have a gaming PC, so I can do a lot more with it. So, I don't know how many times that's subdivided. I think we were on 7, I think, if I am not mistaken. But if we press spacebar again to complete the animation, you notice that it slows down. That's because there's quite a lot of data coming through at once. And, I just want to show you the basics. Obviously, it's gone straight through. So, we'll notice that the material, as it's coming down, and I can just play this for you guys, it's interacting with itself. So these little bits here is that the material, instead of being like this, so you've got your outer material and you've got your inner material. I'm going to make myself bigger here, hold on. So as I was saying, you've got your outer material, you've got your inner material, and what this is in the corner is the material going like this. So what you need is a self-collision. Let me show you. For some reason, this new update, everything just falls through an object. I think it's too much weight. I've not quite figured it out with this program, but if you go down to collisions, which is at the bottom here, you want to click self collision, and then you've got your friction. If you put it upwards or downwards, it will alter the way that the material goes. So we'll press spacebar again just to simulate this. But it's like, you notice now it's a little bit smoother on the edges. It's not perfect, but it's smoother. So we also have this, which is this kind of cross-hatching effects that's going on now. This is to do with how many subdivisions we have, but we can edit this. So if you go to modifiers, add modifier, and type in smooth, you can actually edit that a little bit. Now, I wouldn't go all out with this because it can mess up your stuff like it does there. I wouldn't recommend it, but if that's something that you want to use, I mean, that's a minus 10,000, right? But if we put it back to 0, if I can get it there, that's roughly 0. It's a lot smoother. But obviously, if you go out on the sides, I guess, it's a little worse. So that's an option for you if you want to use that, but maybe don't. But it's out there if you want it. Yeah, so that's just basic materials for you guys. I hope you enjoyed. Like and please leave me a subscribe. Like, hit that subscribe button. The one that should be flashing right now if Google's working properly. Apparently Google can't understand my accent very well, but please do hit the subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one, and if you're on Facebook, please give me a follow. Bye! Okay guys, welcome. We're going to be making the coffee table, I guess, today. So, what we want to do, we want to start off with, let's see, we'll start off with a circle to begin with. And then we're going to scale outwards, S to scale. Obviously everything's at the bottom of the screen, hopefully you guys can see that. So, this is going to be a little bit of a complicated one, but it's fine, I'll guide you through it. So, the first thing that we want to do, we notice that all of the edges are selected right here. So we're going to E for extrude, don't move it, click, and then we're going to go scale inwards slightly so we've kind of got this ring going on. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go onto select mode. You want to select your faces up at the top. You know, I'm going to move my little logo thing out of the way because that is super distracting. I didn't even realise, like, it was covering stuff. You know what? I'm going to move it to the bottom. Okay, so, select two faces on this side. Make sure that they're on the sides and not diagonally or something. And then we're going to select two more faces on the outside. So you should have 4 in total. And then we're going to click delete. Delete the faces. If you don't have that, if you don't have like a number pad and stuff like that, and it's just a short keyboard, you can right click, I do believe it is. Let me see. Yeah, I think you can backspace it. I'm pretty sure you can backspace it. No. Delete and then faces. Unfortunately, I've got a longer keyboard. I don't really know what the shortcut for that one is. Google's great for that, but if you've got a delete button on your keyboard, then that's different. I've got the number pad ones. So, delete should be at the top if you're on a laptop. Right, so we've got the basic ring that we're going to do at the bottom. I'm just looking at my notes here. Okay, so to make this ring, you want to go E for extrude. Just scale out just slightly. E for extrude. We're just going to make it round and then have like a little curve on the inside. So E for extrude. And then E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it back in again. So scale inwards. Hey, you can mess around with this afterwards if you'd like to. So that's going to be our basic ring, basic shape at the bottom. I'm just going to go to object mode right here. We're going to right click, shade smooth. Now what you want to do, you want to do the texture first before you start duplicating things. So we're going to go with texture, which will be material. Click new. When she loads, there we go. Right, so this material, you can name it if you want to. I don't sometimes, because I kind of just like working fast, but we're just going to name this as gold, gold surface, gold pattern, gold. I'll just put gold CO for the moment. So you've got all these options down here as well that you can do. If you'd like it translucent, you can do. If you want it as an emission, I don't know why you'd want the bottom of a coffee table as an emission, but you can do. For me, on this project, I'm going to be doing a gold. So I'm just going to go with the orange, turn the metal all the way up, roughness down. If you haven't already, these tutorials are in cycles, so if you just go to the render tab, you just click off cycles right there. When you render, you can see that we've kind of got this gold effect going on. Now, the lighting isn't great in here, so I'm just going to change the lighting to a sun. Just turn that up a little bit. Okay, so this isn't quite gold. We want this a little bit brighter. I'd say roughly about that much. So we're just making a basic table. I mean, like, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. So we're going to duplicate this. So Shift D. Oh, my computer's running a little bit slow today. And just bring it up for roughly coffee table size. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add another circle. Now this is going to be our glass. So what you want to do, if you've got a number pad, you can press to get different views and stuff like that. So for me, I've just pressed 7, that's straight on top. So what you want to do is scale the circle all the way out until it just matches up with your table. Now I would go right towards the edge with this. Oops. Just press shift to move around. Just go as close to the edge as you possibly can. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. You've got all of your sides selected. Press E for extrude. Scale inwards slightly. Oops. I don't think my E worked.
E for extrude. Click it down. Oh, come on. For some reason my extrude isn't working. What did I do wrong? Okay, now I'm going to take it off that because I think it's taking up way too much RAM. Also, you're going to want to bring this up into the middle. Just slightly. And I say just slightly because we're going to fill that in later on. So just go to your edit mode again. I think because I was on the rendered mode, my computer's not playing ball currently. It doesn't want to play ball. Why are you not playing ball? Right, here we go. So press A to select everything. E for extrude. But don't move it. And then scale inwards. There we go. This is what she should be doing. She wasn't doing before. I think I ran out of RAM. Okay, so we now have this kind of ring going around. So this is where the stuff gets a little bit complicated, but I'll talk you through it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this outer ring, just G, and move it downwards just slightly so that we can see what we're doing. So what we're going to do with this is go back to edit mode, A to select everything, E for extrude, and you just want a little lip on this. So that's where your little lip is. What I'm going to do is just bring it up just a little bit further. And then what you want to do is Control R. And you'll notice that these little features come up here. So scroll your scroll wheel once. And then you should have a band all the way around once you click. Just scale that just slightly. So it's outwards. Come on. So that you got a little bit of a bevel going on around the edge. My computer's been a bit slow today. Here we go. Right, so this is what it should look like. So you've kind of got that little bit of a curve going around the edge. And you've got like a little bit in the middle. Now, here's how you make your glass, and this is going to be on the inside. So let's go again. Control R. Go to the middle. Now you can make a secondary scroll if you want. You can have just like one line going around. It's up to you. I'm going to make a secondary one. So Control R. I'm going to do it like that. Right. So now you can press F to fill. We're just going to mess up some of your vertices if you do decide to go with two lines, or press Control R again, or not. Right, and then we press F for fill, and it's all smooth. So it depends what you want to do with it. I'm going to just go with the one, I think, at the moment. So now, this whole shape, as a whole, just has one material on it. It's just one texture. We want to divide that into two separate ones. So, here's what we do. We're going to go back to the object mode, just for the moment. I'm just going to right click and just click smooth. Now you can subdivide this if you want to before you click smooth. So, this is what it looks like just before I subdivided. If I was going to subdivide, I'd press A to select all. Subdivide, makes it a little bit smoother. You can do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can also go to the add modifier and you can go with smooth. And this will just make it... It does kind of make it smooth, but it doesn't at the same time. So, I mean, like, if you want to use that modifier, you can do. I mean, that's what it looks like when you do use the modifier. Right, so you want to make this two separate things. So what I'm going to do is just bring the string back up. That was me, my foot. If you heard a weird noise, it was my foot. It's not going to make it now, is it? No, it's not going to make it. It sounded a little bit off. Trust me, it was my foot on the chair.
Right, so anyway, gonna go G, bring this up to the top just there. Now you notice that you clip in a few vertices here. So what you want to do, press S to scale, just scale it in just slightly. So it's flush, but it's just sitting there. So I mean, you could, in theory, if you wanted to, you could make this a little bit taller if you wanted to, make it a bit shorter. It's totally up to you. It's your design. And just stick that there. Right, so now we've got the basic premise of a table. Now we want to make the legs. I'll teach you how to do the glass in a moment. I want to make the legs. So I'm going to be using cubes. Scale this upwards. You can use whatever you like. I mean, you could do some fancy design if you wanted to. With circles. That actually sounds really nice. A little bit of fancy design with circles. What you're going to want to do is just get it right up to here. Scale inwards. S to scale with stuff. So 1 second. Yeah. So just try and make it as central as you possibly can. G for up, so that it just sits inside there. Now, this side you notice poking out the top, so if you go to edit mode and you select faces, you can actually click the face right there and just press G and just bring it down. That's all you need to do. So now we have this kind of sideways table a little bit. So now what we want to do, I mean, you could do a twist on this. I mean, it'd look nice with a twist. I've not used twist in a while, so let me see. I think it's called twist. Screw. Yeah, screw. Okay, so this is it's a little modifier that you can use. You can actually put kind of a screw effect on things. That's if you want to use that. Sometimes, obviously, you need to take it back up again. Let me see. If I just put this back at 0, can I do that? I'm just kind of going through some stuff that you guys could use right now. Let's put that back at 16. Angle. Yeah. So you can get like a little screw effect going on with that. That's totally up to you if you want to use that. Let's see. Just delete that. You've got a lot of different modifiers here. You've got deform ones, you've got curve, cast, smooth, wrap, you've got wave, you've got shrink wrap. A lot of different things. I mean, I'd encourage you absolutely to try different techniques out, because you know, you never know what you might stumble upon that might assist you later on in your endeavours with your projects. But today I'll leave it as a square. You guys can experiment and stuff like that, but I'll just show you the basic premise. So you've got your oblongy kind of thing going on. Right, so materials. Go down to your materials tab, click new. So you're going to get a new material right here. If you want the gold, the original material that's made for the base here, you just go to this drop down and you'll be able to find it pretty much straight away. So this is what we currently have. And what we want to do, it looks a bit tacky to me. To be honest with you, I could add some surface modifications to that, add some scratches and stuff. So take this, Shift D to duplicate, and just bring it over the other side and make it as flush as you possibly can to those two sides. I mean, you could use a grid reference if you really wanted to. So you notice that this first one is just before this line. So then this first one should just be before this line. If you've kept everything flush to its original spawn point, you should be able to see everything in the mirror kind of effect. Right, so click this one, and then we're going to press Shift, and we're going to click our first one. Shift D to duplicate, leave it where it is. So now you've got 2 table legs that are over 2 table legs. What we want to do now is we want to rotate them. So if you press R for rotate, go straight up on the Z-axis. Now if you press 90 on your keypad, so 90, it'll go like this. Now you'll notice one of the table legs is outside of the boundaries of where we'd like it to be. So we're going to delete that one. So just click to accept. Take this leg, press delete on your keyboard, and notice now that we have 3 legs. Now if you want to have more legs you can do, but I'm going to do like a little fancy design just on one of them. So Shift D, just bring that out slightly, and then you know what, I could just like pull some stuff in here. This is just a little design that I've just decided to do. Regards to that, so I'm just going to go Shift D. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but if you do want to do this, you're just duplicating things and really experimenting. So it's S to scale, just to bring it out a little bit, and just duplicate another one, scale that one inwards. I'm just kind of making a little fancy pattern on the side. You know, and I don't like the way that this reflects. I don't like it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a plane at the bottom so that you guys can see some of the reflection that it has. So you see that it's very reflective. It's almost like mirror-like, but it's not quite sharp. I'd like it to be sharp. So you notice now that we've got a little bit of roughness going on, so that's why it's not as sharp. So if I turn the roughness down, it's going to go straight into a mirror. Let me see. I do want to put something on there. I'd like actually to put some scratches on there, or some Veroni texture. So Veroni texture would look real nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back off the render tab right there. Let me see. I think I just made 3 vertices on there. Okay, so I'm just going to move this across so it's on that side. Now you'll notice that it's the wrong way around. So I'm just going to get it flush as I can. We're going to go R for rotate. Hit 180 on your number pad, and it should just turn straight around, and it should be just on the table. We do have a few gaps there. I'm just going to move those. I'm just going to mosey those on in. See what we got. It might be an issue for the other side as well. So you kind of got that fancy table look. Hold on, do we have? Yes, we do. So you notice that we've got gaps just in between there. Just gonna mosey that on in. Mosey it in. Right. So that would be our basic premise. Now, as far as the ring goes at the top, now this is totally up to you. I mean, you can have whatever colours that you'd like to. Just make sure that it doesn't clip the outside. So now we're going to make the little glass kind of window thing going on. So what you want to do, because this is going to be 2 different materials, go to your materials tab, and we're going to assign new, and we're going to call this one outer black. So this will be the kind of rubber seal that goes around the outside. So hold on. I thought that was my dog getting out. It's my partner coming home. So anyway, the rubber seal that's coming around the outside, we want to just change that to a black tone. Now you notice that the glass turns black as well, so we've not assigned it anything. So what we're going to do, we're going to go new material again, and this will say outer black 1. Now that's not what we want, so this new material, we're going to go glass. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do because I've started recording again. Select your glass piece, and then we're gonna go edit mode, and you just want to select the centerpiece right here. Make sure that you deselect anything that's around the outside, so you're just literally centerpiece only. Now at this point you want to press the plus in the corner, and we want to assign new material, and where it says principled BSDF, we want to go with glass. You're going to click assign, go to come back to the object mode, just click off that. Something very squeaky outside. And then we have glass effects. Now you notice that the glass itself is very foggy. So what we want to do is just turn down the roughness. And this is what we should have. You notice that there's a little bit of a warp there. That's just the side of the glass. Just accumulating right there. So I kind of want to add some patterns to this, and I kind of want to add some like texture and stuff. So what I'm going to go and do is go into the shading tab. I am going to change the colour of this plane underneath because it is pretty, it's very light. It's almost blinding me. Right, so also I'm going to move the sun out of the way as well. Okay, so when you go into the shading tab, it's just up here, if you can see that. Right here, my mouse over shows up. There we go. Right, shading tab's right there. Now at this moment, I don't have the key controls that I can show you, because for some reason it doesn't pop up on shading. So what we're gonna do, click the center kind of wheel, if you will, the tabletop. What we're going to do, go into your materials, because you've got two materials here. It's only going to show one material at a time. So what you want is the glass, we've written glass inside of there, but that will be the glass hold. Excuse me. I'll just put the holder. Alrighty then. So, apparently that's black. It's showing up as white, but okay. Let's see what we can do with this. So this is going to be the metal side of it, so I'm just going to turn up the metallic a little bit. Not too much, we don't want it mirrored, but we want just enough. So on the gold bit here, when we click this one, we want to do a Veroni texture. This is going to give us a couple of scratches. So I mean, it's up to you if you want to do the Veroni texture. Excuse me. So we go colour to base, and you notice that you've kind of got this weird patterning going on, and it's no longer gold. So we have to remake the gold in theory. So this is a Veroni texture, which makes little hexagons all over the place in random points. So we're going to pull this so that it's scaled upwards. So we've kind of got like that kind of rough cut metallic look, I guess. The next thing we're going to do is put in a colour ramp. Just stick that right in the middle there. We're going to add some reds, and then we will add some yellows. Just make that a bit brighter. We're going to put some more yellows over this side as well, but we're going to go with a bit of orange. So you've kind of got that that shading going on. Now, depending on what you want, you can put these in different positions just to see what works for you. That kind of works for me. So, we need a bump texture. I believe bump would go there, yep. Okay, so now you can see we kind of got this kind of crackly, cracked effect. Now, you can scale this up, you can scale this down, you can do whatever you want with it. Make it rougher, make it less, whatever you want to do. It just gives the table a little bit of character, as if it's been knocked at some point. You know, totally play around with the settings, invert things, make things look a little weird. Okay, so the glass in the middle of the table looks a little bit normal. It just kind of looks too perfect, and I love trashing things in Blender. It's like one of the best things that you can do for Blender, because if you've got something that's so perfect, then people are just going to go, that looks fake. But if you've got something that's full of scratches, it's got bumps on it, it's irregular kind of thing, people are going to look at that and go, you know what, actually that's a bit more detailed. So we're going to go for material 2, which is the glass. Whatever material you have set up, click the one in accordance. So we're going to do some noise texture. Now you've got white noise and you've got regular noise. Either's good. It just depends what works for you and your project. So you see here I'm getting some noise on there. I could technically make this frosted glass and have that noise as a procedural, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to go bump. Let's put that in the middle. Height. You see we've got all that bumpy goodness. Okay, so now we need colour ramp. So add. Remember, spell colour the American way, because it is spelled the American way. You notice now that we have this going on. So we can reduce this a little bit by playing around with the I or R. It gives us kind of this very crusty look. You can scale this outwards and just have a little bit of a look to it. So make it frosted as well. So that's going to adjust how your glass responds to its environment. I'm just going to turn that up just once. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it the way that it is. You can also turn your bump node down, make it less bumpy, or you can make it more bumpy. Turn your roughness down or your roughness up. Your scale as well. You can change all of that. To be honest with you, I like the bumpy effects. That's quite nice. Where were we? Wasn't that? I think that was it. So yeah, that's kind of like a basic kind of coffee table, I guess. It's whatever you want to make it, really. But yeah, if you got this far in the tutorial, please consider subscribing and liking. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. I'd really appreciate it. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next one then, I guess. Hi guys, what's going on? So today we're going to be doing another coffee table. I had a few ideas in mind actually for when I was showing you last time. So we're going to go again with kind of like a circle theme with the coffee tables. So we're going to start off with mesh and circle. Just pull that circle out a little bit so it's nice and big so we can see it. And then we are going to go to edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to go outwards and we're going to curve it. So scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude, and then just scale inwards again. Right, so this is going to be the tabletop. This is going to be our basic premise that we're going to be working with. So I'm just going to lift that up a little bit. The next thing that we want to do is just shade that smooth. We're going to just have that as one media today. Let me see. So we're going to go with circle again. But what you want to do this time is rotate it. Press 9-0 on your number pad. I just realised. Hold on. Oh, where have we gone? I've not got the screen keys. So S to scale, G to move everything. Just get rid of that. Right, so we've got this now. Just gonna scale this upwards a little bit. Edit mode. We're gonna go once everything's selected. Go extrude. Scale upwards. Scale outwards even. Just slightly. So we get this. E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. Just make sure that you're working on the same plane. And then scale it back inwards again. Gonna go for A. E for extrude. Then scale that puppy inwards a little bit. Okay, so this inner ring right here that we've got going, we're just going to select the vertices in that. You know what, I'm going to go back on that a minute. I think that I kind of went off on a tangent, so E for extrude, just keep it on the same vertices as I said. E for extrude, scale inwards. It's been a long day today, like my brain is just fried. Oh my goodness, right, scale it outwards a little bit. Okie dokie. Right, so we're gonna go A, select everything, and then E for extrude, scale inwards. Then we're just gonna select the run in the middle. Just go around the outside there. And then just scale that down just a little bit as well. So we've kind of got this donut going on. I'm just going to subdivide this. Go back to object mode, right click, shade smooth. I might do a smoothness on here just to level that out a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so these are going to be the underrings in the piece. So with your coffee table, just place them where your legs would usually go. It's going to be quite a small coffee table. So I'm just going to add some texture to it, which I'm going to use a little bit of gold when my computer loads it. This is taking a while. I'm just getting the buffering thing on here. Okay, so we get it back. Right, I'm going to type in gold on here, just for the name of the material that we're using. Go for a kind of an orangey yellow. Put the metallic up, roughness down. Right, put it on cycles. Okay, so where's my lamp at? Let's make this a sun so you guys can see what's going on. There we go, one sun. Okay, so traffic's bad outside today. So now we've kind of got this gold theme going on. And I just want to move this towards the edge a little bit because this is a coffee table. You're not really going to put your feet under there, not unless you've got your shoes on or whatever. But we're going to go Control D for duplicate. Oh man. G, move that across. There we go, Shift D. Sorry, I said Control D, didn't I? I meant Shift D. Rotate it and press 90 on your number pad. And then we're going to do the same again for the underside. Shift D. And then we're going to rotate. And I think 90 is going to put it in the same place. So maybe we'll go 25 on this one. Wait, hold on. We could do 45 in theory? Hold on.
In your home, I know that.
Let me see. Yeah, we're gonna do 45. My brain is just not braining today at all. Right, I'm gonna select them all again. I am just tired. I think I've just had a long day and it's just been like, my brain's just like, yeah, screw this. So, now we want 22.5. So, we're gonna go Shift D. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, like, yeah, that moment where you just like, your brain's just not right. Okay, I got it. Right, Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate 22.5, enter. Okay, got this pattern going now. It's quite nice actually. Yeah, I'm gonna add, I think, a little bit of marble to the top. Okay, so when you get to the top here, just click on your object, press new down here. What we are going to do, let's see, textures. I could check out some textures. Wave texture, noise texture. Let's see what happens if I put this on. That's an okay texture. We got phase. Oh, okay. That looks nice. Oh, you got this kind of marble effect going on. I quite like this one. There's probably going to be a lot of people going, that's horrendous, but it is quite nice actually. Okay, we're going to add a bump. Far right, height, and then we're going to want a colour ramp. And just pull that back a little bit. I'm just going to like put these on the opposite sides. It just looks way better. Make it a little bit more metallic. Okay, I like that. Let's see now, instead of having a traditional light, let's get some backlighting in here. Just gonna scale this out. I'm gonna add a plane as well, just to kind of give it some space. Maybe add a Veroni texture to that plane. I seem to favour those. Let's see, add a bump. Then we'll add colour ramp. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I think we're going to have the camera just here. And viewport to camera. And then we're going to make this an emission. It's down here. See what this looks like once it's being rendered. I kind of want some more shine on this table as well, so I'm just going to go ahead into the materials property and just turn down the roughness. Maybe just turn up the metallic just slightly. Oh no, actually, we can keep the metallic the way that it is. And then I'm going to make another one of these. Just come over to the side. And I'm going to change the colour of this, so edit mode, I'm going to go plus, new, then you want to press A to select everything, oops. So just select your sides, your faces and stuff, assign it to the new one, go with the mission, then maybe make this a blue, and just turn it up a bit. And there we have it. There's the table. Just going to bring this up a little bit. I bring this up a lot. It needs to be floating. And there we have it. Very unique looking coffee table. Okay, hi guys, so welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing cabling or lining or wiring, whatever you want to call it. So I'm currently on Blender 4.3.2. So apparently it's different on this version of Blender compared to older versions of Blender, but basically what you need to type in is extra curve objects into your preferences. Your preferences can be found in your edit section under preferences. So just go ahead and install this. Should take a couple of seconds. I do believe that we have it there. Okay, so from here it's pretty easy. So right now I've got some walls and I've got some boxes and I want to get some lines running towards each. So I'm just going to choose a random box and then I'm going to choose a secondary random box. Don't forget to hit shift so that you've got them both. And then what we're going to do, we're going to hit shift again, but we're going to press A at the same time. So here we go. We're going into curve, we're going to go into knots, and then the cantenary, I can't even pronounce that, but yeah, that one. And you'll notice that we've got a line here. Now if you go into the bottom here, you'll see a lot of different options. The only problem is my my screen keys are in the way, so I'm just going to turn these off at the moment. Okay, so you can make this as long as short as you want. You can give it a couple of weird things. I mean, like, I would just say experiment with it a little bit. But now you see that we've got a line just there going between these two boxes. Let me see. So random seed 1, you've got all this kind of stuff that you can just mess around with it. Just see what works for you. You can make it thicker or thinner. Yeah, if I just turn on the render here, you can also see the wire coming across. I'm just going to rotate my sun a little bit so you guys can see that. So we've got the wire there. To change the colour, you just go to the materials section and you can just go ahead and change that. You've got roughness and stuff, so I mean you can do whatever you want to with this. So let's see, let's get another box in here. Let's see, I would like these two to run together, so shift A, go into curve, knots, bottom option, here's another knot. Yeah, pretty kind of easy, so like shift A, curve, knots, got another one. So yeah,
that's basically how it is. Your options are at the bottom to change these. I would change them when you do install them, because I don't think you can get the box back. I think it just disappears and it's forever kind of thing. Yeah, it just kind of disappears. It's the same with the trees. When you make trees, the options at the bottom also go. But yeah, you can have fun. Just, you know, shift A, curve, knots, and just make as many of these lines as you possibly want. I hope that was helpful for you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome back. So today we're looking at making door handles. Just specifically, just like the door handle and the surround that's on the door handle, I guess. That's what my brief's telling me. So we are going to start off with the default cube. I get it, some people delete it, but today's the default cube's lucky day. So I'm just going to bring this up a little bit so it's away from the grid. Scale, and then we're just going to scale it to the side as well. Oh sugar, I forgot to put my my key things on. I had to take them off for my last projects because they were just in the way. Okay, so you should see them at the bottom of your screen there. So what we want to do, I'm just going to go S for scale. Where is there no shadow? There should be a shadow. Background, yes. Okay, so this is going to be the basic shape that we're going to be working with. I'm just going to get rid of the camera and I'm just going to get rid of the lighting just for the time being because we don't need it right now. Okay, so I'm just going to scale that down a little bit. So this is going to be the back bracket for the door handle. So what we're going to do is going to go into edit mode. We're going to select the front face. It's a bit contradictory to what I've just done, but I'm just going to bring it back a little bit. And then I'm going to press E for extrude, scale it inwards a little bit just to give it a bit of a curve. E for extrude, scale inwards a little bit again just to give that some sort of basis right there. And I think maybe we should go for a circular mount for the handle. So we're going to go for the circle. What you want to do is press G, just bring it up into the middle right there. And then we're going to go R for rotate, get it on one of the axes so that you can rotate it freely. Press 9-0 on your number pad. I'm going to go for the X-ray so you guys can see what I'm doing right there. So X-ray is at the top, by the way, if you need it. So we're going to make this a little bit bigger. So scale it round. And then we're going to go edit mode. So you've got all your vertices selected right there, but there's no face on it. So we're going to press F for making the face, for fill. E for extrude. I'm just going to take off the X-ray just for the moment so I can see what I'm doing. And we want it so it looks like it's kind of two pieces together. So, just going to bring this down a little bit. E for extrude, but don't move it. And then we're going to go E for extrude again, don't move it again. And then we're going to scale outwards just slightly. And then E for extrude just to complete the piece. E for extrude again, scale down. E for extrude, and then scale down. So that we've kind of got this flat piece going on. Now I'm going to kind of bevel it a little bit. So E for extrude, scale it down again. You just want it nice and smooth just on the edge there. E for extrude, and now I'm going to go inwards just a little bit. Scale it down. E for extrude. So we kind of got this look that's going on. You want to right click, hit smooth, just to shade it a little bit. And then we're going to do the screws. So, just give me 2 seconds. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So, what was I doing? Screws. Screws, that's what I was doing. Screws. Let's add cylinders. Just going to rotate that by 90 degrees. G, bring it up. Scale it down. And we're just going to go on all 4 points with the screws here. Let's see. Okay. See now how far out this is. Think. Just trying to find the right angle here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna need a little cut in the screw as well. I'm just gonna go into edit mode. And hopefully, if it'll let me do it. Let's see. Just trying to think. I could do 2 half circles, I guess. Okay. Yes, this works. Right, so, it's not perfect, but it'll do just for now, whilst we get this screw looking like a screw. Okay, so just going to bring this around, scale it outwards. So we kind of got a screw looking little piece here. I'm just going to add some a material to it as well. Just make it a grey. I think we're still in cycles. Pretty sure we're still in cycles. Okay, so I think it was 3. Yes, 3. So I'm going to take the screw and I'm just going to place it on all the angles, on all the corners right here. And maybe we could do another screw base just here. It's kind of like one of those weird door handles. Okay, so the next bit that I want to do is actually make the door handle itself. So, we're going to start off with, if you go into your add and then mesh, let's go with cylinder. Rotate it by 90 again on your number pad. We'll go ahead and put this in the center, 3, just to make that the front view. Okay, cool. So, I'm going to make this a little bit thinner. And then, go into edit mode. You go for the face, E for extrude, scale it inwards a little bit. Just bring it out, just slightly with G. There we go. E for extrude. Just bring it out with G, and then we're going to go E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. Just make it a little bit thinner every so often. E for extrude, and then this one I'm just going to make just at the end, like that. And that's going to be the premise for the door handle. So, it's looking a bit strange. It is getting there. Right, so the next bit of the door handle that we want to do, you know what, do I want to go for a cube here? A cube might be a good option. For sure, maybe. You know what, I'm going to go for a cube. I'm going to go for that. So, I'm going to go up again, just push 3 so that I'm in the middle. Scale that down. I'm going to go G alongside. Right, so this is going to be the complicated bit. So, what I want to do is make it smooth on one side, so we're actually going to go that way with the door handle. So E for extrude, scale it down a little bit, E for extrude,
scale it down a little bit. This is just going to be the kind of posh edging, if you will. And then this side is going to be the door handle. So E for extrude, scale it down just slightly. E for extrude, scale it down. E for extrude. There's a lot of extruding here. And we're just going to go straight across. Scale that down a little bit. Just your basic door handle. Let's see, E for extrude, and then maybe we'll just make it thinner towards the end as it comes away. Okay, so I'm just going to subdivide this. So A, and then subdivide. Just gonna go ahead and just bring it out a little bit. I'm gonna sculpt it as well, I think. Let's go to sculpt mode. Mask. They've changed everything. Sculpting. This is crazy. Let's see what this does. Oh wow. Okay, so in your sculpt mode, if you just come across this, this will just bring the door handle out a little bit, make it more round. Very good tool for making things more round. I think they just changed logos and stuff on it. Yeah. Make it a little bit bigger in some places, a little bit smaller in others. Okay, so just smooth that out. And that would be our door handle. Kind of looks very basic, I'll admit. Let me see. But then again, you know, these tutorials start off pretty easy and then they get harder as I go along with the tutorials. So, yeah. At least having something basic to work from is better for you guys. Because, you know, you gotta start somewhere, right? Let me see. I can do smooth. I can make this a lot better, but it'd take like a lot more time to do it. And I want some basic tutorials to start off with, you know, and then we can work our way up. So yeah, I'm just going to change this to a silver, so I'm going to make a new material. We'll do silver. So we want kind of a grey, and then we're going to make it metallic. Take down the roughness. Just like that. I think that's good. And then we're just going to make the rest of it the same colour. So just go to the drop down here, silver. And then you've got silver as well. So that will be your basic door handle. You could use that as a prop in the background. Yeah, door handles are pretty basic, I would say for sure. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Alright, I'll see you later. Hi, so next tutorial, huh? So, we are looking at putting the lighting into different colours on Blender. So, I'm gonna go, actually no, I'm gonna keep the default cube, but I'm just gonna make a little bit of a scene here. So I'm just going to put some planes down. Let me bring this up a little bit, duplicate it, just scale. Okay, so then we also need a bit of a wall in the background. So smooth that, rotate that to 90 so you guys can see what's going on. Duplicate, rotate 90. Okay, so when you're looking at doing different colours and lighting, like, it's pretty easy to set up. So, let me see. So let's put this on a rendered view. You can see that we already have a light within our scene on Blender, and it's a white light. So how do you change this? So what you're going to do is you're going to go over to the data section, which has got a little light bulb in green over here, and you're basically just going to go to the colours. Colour wheel right here, and you can change it. So that's all well and good, right? But what happens if you want multiple? You want multiple, right? So I'm just going to go G. I'm just going to move this to the side right here. If you want to add another light, you just go to light right here from the add section. And then you're going to go, I mean, you could do anything right now. You've got point, you've got sun, you've got spot, you've got area. We're going to be working with points today. So your point should appear in the middle there, so just press G. And you'll be able to bring it up. Now, as per lighting, you'll notice with this light you can't really see what's going on. So it's dull. It's extremely dull, right? So if you want to make this light brighter, just go to the power, and you've got 10 watts at the moment. And when you turn this up, so does your light. Pretty easy to work with. So if I leave that one there and I change it to blue, you see now I've got a blue hue. If you want to duplicate the lights, you can do. So you just press like Shift D and just use the axis to move it up and down, and then you can move this light across. So with this light also, you can change it to a different colour, like whatever you want, you know. Yeah, that's basically it for the lighting. And the lights do interact with one another, so if you've got a really dark area and you've got the red here coming in, it'll just light it up red, but if you come into the orange area here, you're making like a soft glow. The same way that if you come into the blue area, you're kind of making purples. So yeah, it's just like primary colours and all that kind of stuff, secondary colours. Yeah, that's just that's the basics of lighting. I hope you enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe, and give us a follow if you're following already, I guess. If you're not following already, I should say. But, you know, yeah, have a great day. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. We're going to be looking at spotlighting today. I'm going to begin by just deleting my default cube so that I can show you how spotlights work. I'm just going to put a plane in there. Just move this out slightly, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of a backdrop. So let me see, rotate by 90. Okay, so don't have the casting keys at the moment. One little itty bitty second. There we go. Right. So for your spotlighting, and especially doing different colours on there as well, pretty easy to do. So all you want to do is just go up to your add, and then we're going to go to light, and then we're going to go to spot. It's kind of very easy install with those. So this is our first spotlight. I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine to cycles, because that's what the tutorials are in currently. And we notice that we've got this light right here, but we can't see any light that's coming in at the present time. So I'm just going to darken the background as well so you guys can see this. This is on render view, if you're wondering. So we're just going to go to the data, which is the little light bulb at the bottom. We're just going to increase the wattage just up at the side. Which is this little bit here. So now you can see that we've got a spotlight right there. You've got shadow caustics. Shadow caustics gives you a little bit more realistic shadows, but please remember to add them onto your object, because your object needs to receive those caustics as well. So you want to come over to here to object, which is the little yellow box at the side. We are going to go down to shading, and then receive and cast caustics, and then we'll do the same to this object as well. Again, shading, receive, cast caustics, and then I'll give you a little bit of a glow on there. So as regards to changing the colours on here,
I think my webcam's kind of lagging a little bit here. Let's go Shift D just to duplicate this, and then I'm going to go back into the data section and we will change this to blue. And that's basically how you change the colours to everything. Shift D, we'll do like maybe a red or a pink over here, and that's it. That's spotlighting in a nutshell. If you want to rotate your spotlight, just click this little yellow button here, or this little yellow button here, and you can just drag it. Or alternatively, you can rotate your little spotlight as well. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, what's going on, guys? So we're on to our next tutorial now, which is a screwdriver. We're going to be building a basic screwdriver today. So we're going to keep the default cube, I think. I'm just going to press S to just pull this out a little bit. And then I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R. Just cut that one in half. And then Control R up on the side as well, just cut that one in half. So, you're gonna want some sides on here as well. So select all of your sides, sculpt outwards, and then sculpt upwards as well. So this is gonna be the handle for your screwdriver. Then we're going to go E and just pull it in a little bit. E, shape it in a little bit more, and we're just going to make it round at the end. So it's kind of basic screwdriver shape. Then we're going to start making the handle. So the handle, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit, press G just to move it. So I think that's long enough. E. And then I'm going to scale it outwards. So you've literally just extruded it over the top and then just expanded it out. So we're going to go G, move it forward a little bit. E again. E again. Scale it inwards, just slightly. E again. And this is just going to be the front part. And scale outwards. E, scale outwards again, scale it. This is just going to be the front part of the screwdriver. And I'm just going to scale that one in. So now we want to do the handle. And if we go back to object mode, we'll add a cylinder. Rotate that by 90 degrees. Scale outwards. You want to scale across, sorry. S to scale. Then we're going to place it where the handle should go. Now this is a little bit longer than we want it to be, so we're just going to scale that down a little bit. Just put it back in there. I think. Maybe just move it down a little bit more. Shrink it down just a little bit. Okay, so the end part here, we want to kind of squish it down a little bit. So, we go into edit mode, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale it down on one side. This is just a basic screwdriver. So I mean, like, you could edit this however you'd like to. So it's smooth. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to scale this out first. And I was thinking about putting, like, maybe the end just there with this object, but to be honest with you, they're more squared off, so I'm going to put a cube and then move it across, and then we're just going to scale this down until it fits the end of our handle right there. And then I'm going to sculpt it out from there. Okay, so I think that should be roughly right. E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly along the same axis, and then we're just going to go straight ahead, straight forward, and maybe just round it off just a little bit at the ends. So that would be just a basic screwdriver. I could have made it a little bit better, but I think that would do for a basic screwdriver. You could just add the metal as well. So I mean, like, shade smooth, make this smooth as well. If you really wanted to, I don't think it'd be practical making that smooth. But let's see, let's add some red on there. Where are we at? Just change the Cycles engine. We want a metallic on this one. It's like a dark grey. Maybe turn the roughness down a little bit. Maybe just a bit lighter. And then this one, we're just going to go with the same colour. So yeah, that's your basic screwdriver. See. Actually, that's 500. Oh, no, actually, no, 200. 200, yeah, 200 was a good choice. I'm just going to put a plane on there so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to adjust that lighting as well. That's really harsh. See, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, what's going on, guys? So we're going to be making a vase or a vase today, however you pronounce it. Because I've heard like so many people pronounce it in different ways. So right, what we're going to do, we're going to start by deleting the default cube. All of the commands, by the way, if you're new to this, they're all in the corner here, so you can see what I'm doing. So if I left click, it'll show up. If I right click, it'll show up. If I press spacebar, it'll show up. You know the whole gist of it. Right, so to start off making our vase, we're going to go into Add, Mesh, and Circle. We're then going to press S to scale it outwards. It's going to make it pretty big so you guys can see. I'm also going to split the screen so you guys can see the inside of it as well. So what I want to do is go to Edit Mode. I want to press F for Fill. This will give it a face. E to Extrude. Scale outwards slightly. E to Extrude. Scale outwards again slightly. E to Extrude. And what you should end up with is something like this on the base of your object. We're going to go E to Extrude again, so that we've got the rim. E to Extrude. It's a lot of E for extrudings and moving things to make stuff like this. So we are going to go E for extrude again, scale it inwards slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see it from side view. So this one, I believe it's one, yeah. So I'm going to put it just there so you guys can see. So select your top face again. I'm going to go E for extrude. I'm just going to go in slightly. What we're going to do, we're going to make the vase so it's thicker at the bottom, it goes in a little bit and then it comes back out again. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale it in slightly, E for extrude. Now at this point we're going to start going outwards again, so E for extrude, you're just going to go straight up. Don't go to the side because then you'll make a warped kind of object and it doesn't look pretty in the end. Scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. It's just how we're going to do it now. So once we've got this basic shape going, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit because this is going to be a little bit taller just to accommodate. So we want to put flowers in here or roses or something, so they're going to have long stems, so we want to make the vase or the vase pretty long. So E for extrude, and maybe I'll just make it come in just a little bit, just there. E for extrude, just go along the same axis. E for extrude, just slowly bring it in, and then as we get to the top here, we're just going to splay it out a little bit so that you get that lovely bunch of flowers just coming outwards. Scale it out, E for extrude, E for extrude, try and make it as smooth as you can. Just pull it in just slightly. Now, when we get to the top here, this is the part that I'm going to use the X-ray so that you guys can see on the inside of what I'm doing. So, when we get to the top here, we want a little bit of a lip. Just a slight tad one. Now the lip can be on the inside, it can be on the outside. E for extrude, and you're just going to do it very tiny, just very tiny at the edges here. Scale inwards just slightly. Oops. Yeah. Press S to scale. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude, but don't move it. Then we're just going to scale inwards so it's flat. We go E for extrude again. Don't move it. Scale inwards, and now we're going to go G. I can get this, G, and then we're going to go down slightly. So now you can see that we've gone onto the inside of our object. E for extrude again, and you can see the walls coming in just there. Now you can follow the same patterns as all of the lines here if you'd like, or you can put your own patterns in. Totally up to you. I'm just going to scale this one outwards just slightly. Now what you want to do at this point, so this dark grey part here is inside of our vase, and this more lighter part here is the outer side of the vase. So what you want to do is you want to just leave a tiny gap. So if we go for E for extrude again, you'll notice that we've got a little bit of a gap. And E for extrude, because if you go on the outside of this, then the vertices come out. So, for example, that doesn't look very good if it's like that. So you want this just on the inside, so that you've got that little space, you've got that little gap. E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude. And then we're just going to continue all the way down to the bottom. I might just cheat a little bit and just mosey this on in. But you don't need as many vertices on the inside, I don't think, at least. Compared to your outside. Because no one's really going to see it. So, I mean, unless you've got a virtual camera going straight into your vase, then that's different. But, generally, if this is just a prop just sat there, no one's going to see the inside of it. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be untidy with it, it's just that no one's going to see it, so there's not much of a point.
in making it super detailed. I'm just going to round this off at the bottom. Okay, so now we've got a little vase, little vase that we can put stuff in. So we'll notice that there's a lot of lines on here. So what you're going to do is just right click and shade smooth, and that's it. That is literally it. That's how you make a vase. If you guys have enjoyed this tutorial, please leave a like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, consider giving me a follow. It'd be great. Thank you. See you later. Okay, welcome guys. I believe we're at tutorial 24 now. So we are going to be making a TV today, and it's easy. It's super easy. So I've got my key kind of logging going on right here. We're going to use the default cube just to make this. So what we want to do is press S, just move it outwards. We're going to press S to move it inwards. We're going to press S to make it taller. And that's roughly the size of our TV, so now we just have to add some details. So we're going to go in for the first face. We've got E for extrude, don't move it. Scale inwards. We're just going to scale it across the sides. And then, from this point, this is going to be the part of our screen. So we're going to go E, and we're just going to take it in just slightly, and just... It's quite a sharp edge on the edge of TVs. So, now we have this. So what we want to do is we want to make two materials. So we've got material 1, which will be, we're going to name this, I don't know, TV back. And then we're going to get a material 2, which is going to be this one. So what you want to do is press the plus in the corner. This will be your second material, click new, and then we want to go screen. Now this is going to help you later on, because if you want to put any images on there and stuff like that, I mean you can use nodes to do that. At the moment I'm just doing the basic shape of a TV, so let's assign that. So that will be your screen. So now your screen on modern TVs is quite dark, so you just want to assign it, and we should have something like that. No. So, right, you want your TV back as being a kind of dark plastic. They always are, they're always black kind of plastic. Now, notice that the edges are a bit sharp on this. So what I'm going to do is edit mode again. So I'm going to take it back here. It's going to bring it in. We're just going to scale it out just slightly, so that it's not as hard on the corner there. Just bring it forward, and you just want a little gap, so it's got a curve, and then E to extrude. Make sure that it's on one platform here, one axis, because if you go on another axis it'll warp. So we want to go E again. Now the backs of these TVs are not completely flat. Contrary to popular opinion, they're not flat. So you want a little bit of an edge there coming outwards, if you can see that. And then we want to go out again and just in again. And this will be the back of your TV. This will be where all your wires are. So we just want to go G, just move it down. We go E for extrude, and we're just going to go inwards. And that'll be back of your TV. Now I don't like it in one block, so I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and just undo that. So what I'm going to do, I can either subdivide this or I can add more objects to it, but I'm just going to go E again, scale it down. I'm just going to go E, and we're going to extrude inwards again. That looks a lot better for me. And then I'm just going to pull this out, so just go G and just pull this forward a little bit, so you've got that little bit of a curve going on. So at this point we want a stand at the bottom. If you want a stand at the bottom, you don't have to make that bit. I'll make that bit last, so that if you just want this as a wall mounted TV, then you can just go ahead and just make that into a wall mount. You can essentially put it up against the wall. It's wall mounted. There you go. Magical CGI. You don't need screws. Right. So the next thing that I would do is I would put cables on here, and I would also put let's see. Let's go with a cube. We're gonna put some HDMI's in the back of this thing. So just scale it out. I might be going too fast at the minute. I'm used to like just like go, just getting everything out in one kind of hit. When I'm doing tutorials, I have to tell myself to slow down a little bit because I was like I just go. So yeah, you want this block right at the back here. Now you notice that this block isn't flush, so make it flush. And then what we're going to do, you also notice that the block is the wrong colour. So what we're going to do, go into the materials tab, which is at the side here. You're going to go to the click down, you're just going to go TV back, and it'll make it the exact same shade. We're going to go into edit mode, we're going to go to Control R, and we're just going to split this into a series of parts. We're going to go Control R, accept, and then Control R, accept, and basically you're just 4/4ing it. So now we have a series of squares. I'm going to go ahead and click one of these squares. We're going to hold shift down, and then we're going to go and click the diagonal opposite, and what will happen then, it will select those two rows. So here we go. Oh, it didn't work. Why did it work? I'm not pressing control, shift, control, diagonal. There we go, boom, we got it. Right, so E, gonna extrude inwards. Maybe scale it down a little bit just to kind of give it some sides. And then, this is the magic part, what we can do, take this object, and if we duplicate it so it's Shift E, and then we're going to scale it down so it sits inside of this object, and then we're just going to scale it going across so that it's this tiny, you probably can't see that, so it's like this tiny little outlet, and this will be USB stuff. Now what you want to do at this point is go to edit mode, these two faces selected as they are, press plus, new, and the material that we will name this is backboard for all your electrics and stuff, and we're just going to put this as a grey, just very light grey, and a sign. Now when you go back into your pre-rendered mode, you should see that you've got a grey part, you've got a black part, and what we're going to do, just move this across, Shift D, duplicate it, Shift D, duplicate it. This channel's gonna have, this TV's gonna have 4 channels to it, where you can put HDMI's in. So there you go, Shift D, duplicate, and that's kind of like your HDMI kind of thing. I think they're a bit too big, but if we select all of these, we can just shrink that down just slightly, and boom. We've got some little controllers there. You can add wires here. Now, as regards to the stand, if you guys want to continue this this tutorial, you can do, but if you don't want to stand on the back of it, that's your basic TV. But for a stand, what I would do is I would take a circle, just bring it up to your TV there, rotate, so R for rotate, get it up against the y-axis, and then we're going to press 90 on our keypad, and then we're going to just scale it outwards, just slightly. Now this doesn't look like much, but I'm going to measure it up to the back of your TV. Let's put it there. So scale that down a little bit. I think it's a little bit too big. Usually they just have a bracket on the back of them. For a TV that I've seen, it was on the bottom. So we're going to have edit mode. You press F for fill, E for extrude. Just going to extrude into the back of the TV just a little bit so it's flush. I don't like how that's clipping, so I'm just going to select the entire thing and just either move it down or just squish it down a little bit. There we go. I'm going to press right click for smooth. That's going to be the bracket, the beginning of the bracket for the TV. And then we will go with the cube. We go upwards, scale it down. Make sure that it's flush to the back of the TV once more, but is also flush to the stand. So I just want to scale that down a little bit. That should be dead center. And then, to scale it outwards, I'm just going to curve it inwards so that it sits flush to that. Then we're going to go up to the bottom here. We're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude. You get where I'm going with this again. Let's see, I'm also going to pull the back out a little bit, just so it's got a curve. Let's see, I want to be on this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. E for extrude, scale outwards. We're just going to let it freescale now. Take this sort of vertices here and just bring it forward. The G, bring that forward a little bit, so slightly, and then E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. And we're just going to keep doing that until we've at least got some sort of base to this. So now we have this. I want to be able to add something to the bottom so that it stabilizes, and we have a perfect object up here at the top. So what I'm going to do, right click, smooth that out. This object right here, let's take this, duplicate it, Shift D, rotate it 90 degrees, and then we're just going to scale it out. Now you notice it looks very clunky, so we're just going to scale it down. G, go upwards, go forwards. That would be our basic TV stand. Let's see, just go into X-ray mode a minute. On that one, and no, not that one. That one? Yeah. There we go. Just going to move that one out a little bit more. It doesn't look very neat, but I would say that's a basic TV stand. I'm just going to scale this one up a little bit. And then we're going to go to the colours, the materials, and I'm probably going to go TV black, just so that it's all matching. And yeah, that's your basic TV and stand. I'll just move that one. Yeah, there you go. Basic TV and stand. If you were wanting to, or you were inclined to, put scratches on there, Veroni textures, really good for that. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to a new Blender tutorial. So today we're doing mirrors, lighting and textures. So we're going to keep the default cube actually, but I'm going to go ahead and maybe add another, let's see, we're going to add a cube. Just going to scale it out. I'm going to make it like a corridor, so I'm going to show you guys some stuff. So I'll put it roughly about there. I'm just going to get the camera angle, and I'm let me not get my words out today, get the camera angle in on this so I can show you a little better. So let's see, you want to go view, align camera to view, just back that up. Oh, actually I can't back that up, but okay. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit longer as well. Okay, so the camera can only see so far, so I'm just going to extend that reach a little bit. Alright, so mirrors, textures and lighting. So at the moment, whilst we've got the render the way that it is, just zoom that in for you a little bit. Notice that we've got a very dark corridor, but we've only got one light. So what we want to do, especially with the mirrors and your reflections and stuff like that, I'm just going to scale this default cube up. We're going to get rid of that light so it's completely dark in there. Also, I'm going to do one thing with the background here, so it's gonna work out better for you guys. Okay, so we're going to go with emissions first with the default cube. And all you want to do with emissions is make sure that you've got the cube selected. And you want to go to Principled BSDF, and we're going to go with emission. And this will make everything glow in here. Now, you're going to want to turn this up a little bit so that the rest of the scenery glows alongside it. I mean, you could go to 100,000 if you wanted, or a little bit higher. So this box needs texture as well, so we're going to go with metallic, maybe just a little metallic all the way. Okay, so we take it off Eevee, put it in cycles, and boom, you've kind of got all this stuff going on here. This is because I've just changed it into a mirror. So if I just get rid of this, it's just a white room now with a block in the middle of it. And hopefully it should show me. There we go. So if I put this down to 100, we notice that the block illuminates the room. Let's see. So yeah, we have the block illuminating the room right there. So if I add another object to here, let's go with cylinder. Scale it up a little bit. We'll make the cylinder a green colour. And then, yeah, we're going to make the outside a mirror. So just make it metallic. Turn the roughness down. You notice that it puts a mirror at the top, the sides and the bottom. And that will continue all the way through. Until the end. So you can kind of get this like really funky pattern when it actually loads in. Because we're currently on the render page, but it's taken a while. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and just make it a little bit smaller. We see that it has a reflection on the floor there, just like that, coming for you a little bit. Because if we can make another one of these, you see that it reflects up against that wall right there. We can also make one there. We can make a reflection just coming in there, just behind that cube. So yeah, this tutorial is a little bit of a strange one today, but this is basically mirrors, and you've got emissions in there as well. Different lighting techniques and stuff like that. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, a follow, subscribe, whatever you can do really. See you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. We're going to scale it down so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean you could do this in any way that you wanted really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape. But you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top, we're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards. And then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean you can include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want two different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back. And then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new, and this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone, the rest of it will be the phone back, but if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a third colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second, but for the screen we're just going to click assign, and then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey and a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You could have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder, and we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black. And then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click, shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again, select the face on top, press E for extrude but don't move it, scale inwards ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, but don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well. So of course we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We go for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down. So when we render, we'll see like this. Now, obviously press assign. So you want to go, this is camera lens. Sorry, my mistake. Camera lens. Then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're going to want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We're gonna go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're going to want to do is put it back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. Go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses, but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now, here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I'm going to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. Let me get, oh, wait a minute. There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, now I don't want that in the center. So we go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side, so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses, so just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a sixth one on there? Actually, does look like it deserves a sixth one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this X-ray off actually. Face. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like a kind of green colour. So we're going to add another colour to this. Click assign. And then we're going to go with kind of like a greeny kind of colour maybe. I'm just going to put this onto object mode so we can see that a little better. That's too green, I think. That's pretty cute. So you kind of have this this nice smartphone going on. So, I mean, you can add a logo at the bottom there, you can add some details at the bottom there, a little bit of text, like they have like the terms and conditions on the bottom of phones as well, I've seen. So yeah, that's basically the phone shape. So now, depending on how your phone will function and depending on the brand of your phone, you're probably going to want some USBs, you're probably going to want some little places to charge things. So I mean, we're going to go E for extrude, and this will be the charge port, scale it down a bit, E for extrude, and then you could you can have it that way. Then you could go E for extrude, scale it inwards. So if you guys can see what I'm doing here. And then you kind of have a point. Now, let me think. So, yeah, here you go inwards. You just go into the phone right there, and that's charge port. So yeah, that's the basic premise of a smartphone. You guys can add to that, but yeah, that's just basic generic kind of looking smartphone with curved corners. Please don't sue me. You know what company I'm talking about. But yeah, if you guys are interested in any more tutorials, there's plenty on my page. I'm trying to get a tutorial done every single day for this month. So yeah, if you guys liked, please subscribe, please follow if you're on Facebook. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial, guys. So we're doing hidden lighting today. Just to let you know, like, this is going to be behind objects. So you've got your general lighting, which will look something like this. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in the cycles engine. Excuse me. So your general lighting should look like this. You move it across the room. But what happens if you want some hidden lighting, you want some lighting under shelves and stuff like that. So the lighting that we're going to be doing today, we're just going to add a cube. And just going to elongate it. I mean, this is so simple to do. So we're going to put it up against this wall here. Just move it inwards just there. So this is going to act as our temporary shelf. And instead of having our lighting right up against the wall like this, and you know, you can't see the bulb or whatever like that, if like you don't want to make any lighting like that. So basically what you want to do is take your default cube that you've just put there, go into edit mode, make sure it's flush up against the wall. What we're going to do is just go Control R, and then we're going to bring this one down. So press E and just bring it down. And then, here's the clever bit, we put our lighting underneath. So it's hidden within the scene. So now what we have is something like this. Hold on. Oh, it's behind. Hang on. My mistake. Alright, so it should be there. Right on the inside. Okay, so now we should have lighting like this, where it's covered by a shelf, it's hidden. So we can actually put more lighting in here as well, so I can go Shift D, move that across. So let me just show you an example here. So this is your general lighting that doesn't have a bulb in there. There's nothing special about it. We delete that. This would now be your posh hidden lighting that'll look great on bookshelves and stuff. Obviously you've got all the fuzziness because it's rendering in and it's not a full-on render, but yeah, so this is your hidden lighting. Thanks for watching this tutorial, guys. That's it for today. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bar stool. I'm just going to make the generic one, I think. Let me see. So we're going to start off with a cylinder and we're just going to work with the cylinder from there. So let's start this off. So we're going to go G, just bring that up a little bit because we're going to have to put the legs underneath. You want to go into edit mode. Control R. Just to kind of bring the middle out a little bit. What we're going to do is just select everything and just squish it down. So S for scale. Go along the Z axis. You know what, I'm just going to do a little bit of editing here. So S to scale down. I was going to put the vertices around the edge and then like pull them out, but to be honest with you, like you're going to get some weird calculations going on there as regards to how big things are. So I'm just going to do it like this. So squish your cylinder down a little bit. You're going to go E for extrude, S for scale, just to go in, E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale. We just get that right in there. For the bottom, we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to split out just a little bit. Then we're going to go E for extrude again. And that will be our cushion for the stool. So you're going to go back to object mode, add another cylinder. We're going to do the cylinders separately because it just makes sense to do it that way. So this is going to be the wooden part for your stool. Also, it gives us more opportunities to do different things with the materials rather than having to click a load of vertices. So I'm just going to do it as a little bit of a lip over the top. Just put that right there. So I'm going to right click and we're just going to shade this smooth. And then we're going to take this one and also shade this smooth. So when we get to the underside of the seat, go to edit mode, click the bottom. We're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and that's going to be the basis for the wooden part. Now I'm just going to make the cushion a little bit taller, so we're going to go scale, and just scale it across the y-axis a little bit. And then, once we've got that, we're just going to add a little bit of texture to this one. I mean, you can add any texture that you want, but we're just going to go for a basic texture during this tutorial. So I'm going to make it maybe just like an orangey red. Pull the roughness up a little bit. And then the wood underneath, we'll go with brown for that one. And then we're going to do the legs, which is the easy part really. So cylinder again, just stretch it out, and then what we're going to do is scale it in. And then stretch it out again so it's roughly the same size as a chair leg. Now, when you're doing stools, you can have them straight down, but generally they splay out a little bit. So we're just going to pull this in, and it's dead center at the moment. So you know what, I can split this screen so I can show you guys. Press 1 on your number pad, I think it is. So right, what you want to do is get this to the side as much as you can. So we're just going to go there. We're going to make the first leg first, and then we'll do the rest of them. So I believe, hold on, yes, so press 7 on your number pad to look straight down. I'm just going to do the x-ray right here. Just change this to cycles so I can see a bit better. Right, so you're going to want to press G. Just bring this down a little bit. So you want to spray it out. Splay it out. So press 1 on your number pad. Rotate
just slightly. Just a slight rotation. So now it's going that way. So now we need to go the opposite side and just do a slight rotation on to that side as much as we can. And then we're going to try and put this back in its original position by coming to this one. So now we've got a leg that splays outwards. So now we want to do this on all sides. So we're going to do Shift-D, which is going to duplicate. You want to right click, mirror. Now this might take a while because it's just kind of, you can do X, I do Y, that's the opposite. I generally get mixed up with this because every time I press something it's like, oh I got that in the wrong position. So it's not Y. Let me see. I just want to like mirror it. Sorry, I got the wrong one now. It's a little fiddly. I think that's correct. Is it? I feel that's correct. Like something in the back of my mind is going like, that's not correct, but it looks correct. So I'm just going to put it again on the quarter here. So now, after all that's over and done with, we can actually go ahead, click both of them, hold down Shift. Shift-D for duplicate, and then we're just going to mirror them again. Using the Z-axis, I think. Yes. Yes, that's right. And then just put them back. That's where they need to be. Although I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Right, we'll do it in another way. We'll do Shift-D. Then we'll do a rotate and just put 180. And then just bring that to the edge there as much as you can. So now we've kind of got this this bar stool kind of stuff. I always get confused with the mirror modifiers, like, you know, it's like I go by Z and then it goes weird. So yeah, forgive me for that one. Right, so the colour on these ones, we're going to go to material. And we want a brown kind of colour, but to be honest with you, instead of doing that and trying to match the colours, we can just go to this material, we can just go bar, stool, lower, wood, yeah, so we can do that, and then we can do this to every single one. So all we need to look for now is bar, stool, lower. Yeah, add that to all of them. So now we've kind of got the basic bar stool shape. I'm just going to move these two out a little bit because they're not quite in the right position that I want them in. Right, so now, oh, that's outside of it. Right, I think that's roughly right. Got some clipping going on. I'm just going to sort this out. Yeah, so now we can get with the cylinder. Add cylinder. We're going to rotate this one 90. So 90 on your number pad. Scale it down. Elongate it. And this is going to be the footrest for the bar stool. So I mean, you can make this as big or as short as you want. Just move that up there. Yeah, but that should be right. My dog is messing around in the hallway, I don't know what he's doing, but sounds very ominous. Just make some adjustments to where you need that to be. And then we add the colour to this. We'll look at bar stool lower, and then Shift-D to duplicate, and just bring it over to the other legs. And this part will really tell you if the other legs are in the right place as well. Just going to shift that back. So yeah, that's your basic bar stool. I mean, you can take these two and you could shift D and then rotate on your Z-axis 90 on your number pad. Scale those in a little bit. And there you have it, there's your basic bar stool. Actually kind of reminds me of one of those school pencils that we had in school, you know, the ones with the red rubbers at the end. Red erasers, whatever you want to call them, depending on where you come from, because that means something else in the States. But yeah, thank you for coming to this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, have a good day. Okay, welcome guys to another Blender tutorial. Today we are going to be making a computer screen. So we did a TV screen a while back, but I guess like it's slightly different, but it's kind of the same. So they're just going to be smaller with bigger stands, I guess. So we're going to take the default cube G to just bring it up a little bit so it's away from the grid. I just find my work is a little bit better when I can just see what I'm doing on the other side as well without having the lines there. I get you can turn them off. But we're going to go S to scale, and we're just going to flatten this out to begin with. And it's probably roughly the size that I need. So we're going to go object mode. We are going to select the front face here, E for extrude, S to scale. Now computer screens tend to have a very big kind of lip, a seam around them. So we're just going to go ahead and make one of those. E for extrude. They tend to have a little bit of a lip going in. And then E for extrude again, and then that should be your screen kind of thing. So when we get to the back of these, we're just going to select this, and they tend to be curved around the back, so we're just going to go E, scale inwards, E, and then scale inwards again, E, and then scale inwards. Many computer screens are pretty flat on the back, so we just go scale inwards, and then once we get to this part, we've obviously got the part where there's all of the stuff that goes into it, all the wires. So from this point we can go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in slightly, E for extrude, let it go back, but don't clip the screen. And then I think, you know what, I'm gonna maybe... no, I don't want to do the split. Okay, so we're going to use another cube. I'm just going to shade smooth, right click shade smooth, and I'm just going to do some editing on the colour here. So we're going to have two materials. The first material is, we're going to name this the back of PC screen. And then we're going to plus another material in here, new. And then we want to click the front one here that's going to be the screen. Press assign and say PC screen. And then this is going to be black with slight reflection. So when we go to the render here, hopefully we're in cycles. Oh, yeah. Put that back into cycles right there. PC screens tend to be quite dull, so I'm just going to bring the roughness up just slightly. And that's the front of our screen right there. Okay, so the back is in regards to the back. We're just going to put some stuff on the back here. So we want... Let me think. I think, yeah, I might just split this one, do it differently than I did to the TV screen. So, just do that. E for extrude. And then this is where all the wires would go. So I'm just going to go E for extrude on this one. Just bring it across just slightly. And then we're going to do all the technical stuff on this kind of thing. I think the TV method was a lot better, but I just want to try this with the computer screen just to see what we can do. Whole lot of Blender stuff is just about experimenting, really. We could put the wires in that in the back there. So we have a little screen there, and now we need the stands. So the stands, we're just going to use a cube. Just put this down a little bit. Put it in the back. Scale that down. Scale it across a little bit just to give it a little bit of a stand. E for extrude. Go E again. And then just scale it out a little bit. E again. Scale it out a little bit. Just going to bring that in. I'm just going to scale it out as much as we can at the bottom. And then E for extrude again. And that's kind of the basic, really, of a computer screen and stand. I don't like it. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like it. I am a little bit pushed for time right now, but it's okay, I guess. I could have done better on that for sure. But yeah, that's your typical 90s computer screen from what I can at least remember that they look like. So well, 90s noughties, especially the flat ones, which were those weird ones. Yeah, so thanks for watching, I guess. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, welcome back, guys. So today we're going to be making a small flask. So we're going to start off with a circle first. That's probably the best way to do this. So circle, scale outwards, and then we're going to go to edit mode. F for fill. E for extrude, scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude again. We'll scale outwards. E for extrude. We got E for extrude again. And I mean, like, it's just going to be a basic small water bottle. So when we get to this point, we're going to start curving it. So we're just going to go S, E for extrude, S, E for extrude, S. And just build it up until you've got the bottleneck. Which should roughly be there. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to have, it's just going to be a small kind of thing. What I'm going to do is just put it on side view, mirror. I just want to make that a little bit taller. I think it's too flat. So I'm just going to go S and just move this up just slightly. G, and then I'm just going to take this row here and just pull them out just slightly so it's a little bit smoother. So now we're going with the top row right now. It's on X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. Right, so E for extrude, scale outwards slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards, and we're just going to make the lip of the bottle just right now. Scale inwards. And then once we've got to this part, we go inside of the bottle. So we have, let me see. So we have like the kind of curve going around there. If you guys can see that. Let me see. So E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale it inwards. We got E for extrude, and we're just going to go down. Now I'm going to put this on side view again so you guys can see what's going on. So E for extrude, just at the bottle neck. Come down this way, E for extrude. And then we're just going to go E fret extrude all the way down until we get to the bottom, and then just curve it off just slightly. So now we have our bottle. Let me get rid of X-ray. Yeah. So then we're going to shade it smooth. And we've got like our little flask going on. Now we need to make the lid. So the lid... I'm trying to think. So maybe I'll go with a plane to begin with. And then we can build it from there. So just bring your plane up, scale it up, and then we will do rotate 90 degrees. So rotate 90. And we're just going to sit it so that it sits in the mouth of the bottle just there. Scale it downwards just a little bit. And because we've got a curve on this, and a little hole at the top, I want to try and recreate that hole. So it's going to go down, E for extrude, and I think it just sits just above. So G, go down, E for extrude, just bring it out just slightly. Scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to kind of come round and curve it. And this is where the hole is at the top of the bottle, so I just want to E for extrude that. Let's take this, just pull that out a little bit. Set this one, do the same. Okay, so now we want to make the hole in the top of the bottle, so we're going to go with Control R. Just move it to the side there, and then we're going to go Control R again. Again, move it to the side. Then we're going to go Control R again because I want all the vertices up at the top right there. And I'm just going to take these 2 points and just pull them in. They're kind of flush. So now we're just going to get rid of this section, this section, this section, and I think this section. So that we've got the hole in the top. So delete faces. Now we're going to select everything. And it's right over the edge of the bottle, and we want this circular, so E for extrude. And we're going to have that side. So what I want to do is I'm going to use the number pad for this actually. So E for extrude, and press 1, it's going to go backwards. If we press -1, it's going to go forwards. So we're going to do that. Select all these vertices again. E for extrude, and we're just going to press. For some reason it's doing that. I'm gone. Just going to select all these. E for extrude, and then 1. Or should we go -1? There we go. Right, so now we're going to want to select this side as well. So we've got 2 sides selected. We're just going to scale them inwards so they follow a curve. E for extrude, but don't move them at the moment. And then we're just going to scale outwards. Then we're going to scale inwards. And maybe down as well. Just slightly. So we still have the hole going through the middle. Then E for extrude, and scale outwards again. And just going to scale them in. So yeah, you've got a little flask with a little lid with a hole through it, I guess. I'm just gonna make that bigger actually. It just look a little flush. Go upwards. Okay, so that's our flask in a nutshell. Yeah, I guess you guys could add details to it if you wanted to. We don't have a sun. Where's our sun? Excuse me. Just make that a bit brighter. Yeah, so that's just a basic flask. Make it a little bit metallic, I guess. Give it a little bit of shine. You could add some stuff on there, some logos, or if you wanted to add some little dents and stuff like that, you could go ahead and do that one. So yeah, that's our flask. Thank you for joining the tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a battery. So we're going to start off by deleting this default cube. I'm just going to go ahead, always forget this. Right, here we go. So we want to start off with a circle. Just scale it outwards just a little bit so you can work with it. Let's go to edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude. And I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see what's going on this side. So if I just press 1, pretty simple build. Just select this face on top just here, press J, just bring it up. About here, I'm going to go E for extrude, it goes to there. E for extrude, just move it just slightly, and then we're going to just scale it in just slightly. E for extrude again, just scale in slightly, and then we're just going to go E for extrude, and this will be the middle part of the battery, so the silver part of the battery. So I'm just going to go, I'm just going to extrude that in just a little bit more, just scale it in even, a little bit more. E for extrude, bring it up, and you just want to make a tiny little lip at this part, so E for extrude. Make it as small as you can, just scale it in, just for a little bit of a bevel. And then we go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in. And then at this point we are going to make the centre part, so to speak. Just about here, E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale it in just slightly, so E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. It's going to be the top of the battery. So when we come to the bottom of the battery, I'm just going to click the base here, E for extrude, scale it in just slightly to give it that little bit of bevel. And then we will do E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, so you get about midpoint just here, and then E for extrude, because they do have this kind of little bit of a bump at the bottom, and then E for extrude again. And then we'll scale inwards. So that's your basic battery shape. We can then auto shade smooth. So if you want to add materials to this, we can go to new. Click for the new material. We'll go silver on this one. Go back to your edit mode. And what you want to do is select everything right here that's silver. So if you go into 1, on your number pad, and then we go into X-ray, we can actually do this very simply. So you want to get this part right here, and then this part right here, if you can see that. Just click, holding your left mouse button, and just drag it across, and then it will select everything on top. So this will be your silver. We want to just press plus for a moment, and then just assign new. This will be body. So we're going to change this in a moment, but the silver one, we want to assign this as silver, and then we want to go to the bottom here, and then do the exact same thing. So press 1, zoom in, and then just select this base right here. Assign this to silver. I think that's all assigned to silver right there. We're going to do silver in the middle as well. So just go ahead, select these faces right here. Assign this to silver. Now when we do the silver, just bring this down just a little bit. Bring your metallic up, and then bring your roughness down. Just click assign just to make sure that you've got all that. We'll go back to object mode. Now if your render engine is on Eevee, change it to cycles. And then if we switch to here, we can see that everything's silver, which we don't want everything to be silver. So if we go back to edit mode, you notice that in the materials tab, I made silver first and I made body. So body will be this one in the middle. So if we press 1 on the number pad, and we get this one assigned to body. We can also assign, if you turn off your X-ray and just click around here, this one's also going to be assigned for body. So body assign. And then we will make some different ones on top here as well. So let's get this in as well. Kind of did it a bit backwards, but yes, that's okay. So select these ones as well, assign these to body. And then we're going to do a body 2. So body 2, if we go to new, type body 2, and this will be like the labeling and stuff like that. So you can put anything on here. We'll go with orange. Press 1. Select these faces with X-ray turned on. Click assign. We can actually scale this upwards if you wanted to. Just bring it down when you do. So now we should have this kind of battery. Now, on my battery, we actually have this bit as orange as well, and we have kind of these little advertisements going on. So with this battery, we could go edit mode. Let's take off the X-ray just for a moment. Select all the way around here. And then all these faces right here. So we'll assign this to body 2. And then we've got the white here. So you can put any labeling on this if you want to, if you know how to do the labelings. But yeah, that's just your basic battery kind of thing. So yeah, you can change like the patterns and stuff like that. I don't know what labels you have on your batteries, but this is just a basic tutorial on how to make a little battery prop. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a ghost holding a lantern. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and delete this default cube real quick. And I'm going to go ahead and add, we'll go ahead with we'll go with a circle to begin with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the lantern first, and then we will make everything else after. So on the side right here, I'm going to go ahead and just press 1 for side view so you guys can see what's going on at the side. And then I'm going to go ahead and build on this side. So with this lantern, we're going to go ahead and press F for fill. S for scale. Just scale it up a little bit. And then I'm going to go ahead and press E for extrude. Just going to go ahead and scale that down a little bit just on that screen so you can see. Let's go S for scale, just to pull it outwards a little bit. E for extrude, bring it up. We go E for extrude again. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this inwards just ever so slightly, and just press G just to bring it up just a little bit more. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale it inwards. And then we're going to go E for extrude again. We want to go another scale inwards. just to bring in that nice little curve. And then E for extrude, bring it all the way up, just to about here. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and we just want to make a little dome kind of bit. Scale this in. So, once we get to the middle right here, what we're going to do is we're going to go E for extrude again. Just slightly. E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Just give it that nice little round edge. And just bring it up. So E for extrude again. And then we're just going to go ahead and scale inwards. And this is going to be the base of the burner. And I'm just going to go E for extrude, little lip, E for extrude, little lip again. Scale it outwards. And this is where the dish is going to sit. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. And then scale it inwards at that point. So, once we've got the base of this lantern, we're just going to go ahead, shade smooth. We've got something similar to that. We're going to go add. Let's get that circle in again. We press G, bring it up. So this is where we're going to make the little dome for the flame. So we're going to go edit mode, scale inwards, because this is going to be domed at the bottom. Press F for fill, E for extrude, just bring that up. I'm just going to go ahead and just move my computer a little bit out because it's super hot. Okay, so my computer's just pulled out from the desk just slightly because it is heating up quite considerably. So what I'm going to do, let's go S for scale, bring this out. We're going to want to do E for extrude, scale this outwards. So you've got that nice base. You want it to be able to fit just the bottom of this base right here. So what I'm going to do, just pull it out onto the sides. We're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude again, scale outwards, S for scale. Oops. Looking at two screens here and trying to figure everything out. So, E for extrude again, we're just going to be making a bulb kind of shape. So E for extrude, let's go E for extrude again, and we'll get to about this point and then we'll start coming back in again. So, easy does it. And we'll just come back in just for that nice little lantern touch. There's your side view again, E for extrude. Just going to go ahead and just bring this up. So I'm just going to press G just to bring this up just ever so slightly so you've got that nice little angle going on. E for extrude, scale it inwards. E for extrude again. We'll go ahead, scale that inwards, and then E for extrude, just make that little lip at the side. E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And what we're going to do, I'm going to put the X-ray on this side so you guys can see what's going on. And we're just going to go onto the inside of the lantern right here. So, we want to go E for extrude, and you want to follow this around the edge. So, I have that little lip going on. You see right there that we've got that kind of little lip just coming round on the inside right there. And all you're going to do, E for extrude, just follow the edges of the glass. Just as such, and then scale out as needed. You can have this as thick or as thin as you want, but I would recommend that the bottom is a little bit thicker, because that's how glass naturally sets apparently. So, go E for extrude again. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this in. Also, it makes glass a little bit stronger at the bottom too. So, let's go ahead and just scale it in. So now you'll notice that it doesn't touch the edge of the other piece that we've made as well. That's fine. All we need to do is just move it down a little bit. So let's go on to object mode. I'm going to go ahead, shade that smooth. And what I'm going to do is just press G and just bring this down. So it's set just on top. So, once we've reached this part right here, what we can do, I'm going to go ahead, go to the render tab, and we will switch out the Eevee to cycles. You're going to go into the materials tab here, click new, make sure that you've got the glass right here, and we're just going to name this glass. What I'm going to do, let's change this principal BSDF to glass BSDF. Take down that roughness, and when we render this, we now have this nice little glass bit sat on here. Now, usually with lanterns and stuff, you have like little imperfections all over the place. We'll get to that later on. As far as the bottom of the lamp is concerned, it's generally black, maybe like a shiny black, so maybe we can just take that up as well. So, once we've got to this part right here, and we've got the base of the lantern, what I'm going to do is, let's go to add. And I'm going to go circle again. I'm just going to take it off the render so it's not overheating. Let's press G, bring this up. So, this is the top now. Just going to press G, bring this down just a little bit. Scale it. We're going to go with edit mode, F for fill, and we're just going to go E for extrude, and this is going to be the edge of our piece. So I'm going to press A, scale this outwards, I'm just going to press G, bring it down, so we're just roughly about there. Don't worry about it intersecting at the moment because we're going to change that later on. So if we go E for extrude again, E for extrude again, scale this in, and then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it up, E for extrude, little bit of a lip, scale that outwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it outwards to the side, then E for extrude, bring it up again, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and you want to just get it a little bit deeper than the edge of the pan right there, so it looks like this. I think that would be good. I'm just going to scale it inwards just ever so slightly, so let's go E for extrude. Make it quite big, and E for extrude, and just round it off at the top here, so you've kind of got that kind of shape going on. So we're going to go E for extrude again, scale it up, scale it inwards. We'll go E for extrude, up, E for extrude again, scale that inwards, E for extrude, and then scale this inwards. And we're just going to do the top part right here, so it's a little shaft, and then kind of go like this. So you want this one that comes out to be the same length as this one, so just scale it out till you reach the edge. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale it in, and then that should be the top of your lantern. So should look like something like this, yeah? So we go to object mode, shade it smooth, right click shade smooth, and when we look at it we see that it's like this. So we need the same material, so I'm just going to put this as black plastic or black metal. Oops, let's go, come on, black metal. So this one, let's go down to the drop down menu and just go black metal, like that, so it's a uniform colour. So the next bit that you're going to need is the little bridge that goes across the outside. So what I'm going to do is, we'll do a mirror modifier for this one. So, let's go ahead and add a cube. Let's press G, bring it up. You have to do a little bit of modding on this one. So we'll go to edit mode. And what you're going to want to do is Control R. Make that little loop cut right there. Take all of these faces, press shift. You just want to get rid of them. So it's like half a square, yeah? So we're going to go back to object mode. We'll go to modifiers and add modifier, and you want mirror. You want to go ahead and add it on the Y axis so that you've got this on both sides. So when we go to the edit mode, hopefully, if this has worked properly, we can then mirror modify certain things, yeah? So it'll basically mirror anything that we do. So what I'm going to do, let's take this, just press A to select everything, press G, bring it down. You're going to want to put this just at the base. So if we go on to the X-ray mode right here, we can see that we've got this at the base. Just scale it down. Before you do, okay, so you've got this half and half, you want to press clipping. So let's scale this down. I'm trying to get this into the right position. So let's go ahead and start with this face at the side right here. We're going to press G, bring it across. Scale it down, so slightly. And what we're going to do, E for extrude. Go outwards, G, bring it up. If I've just got this on the side, on that side, so you guys can see what's going on. I'm just going to take it off X-ray mode just for 1 second. Okay, so we've got this side and we've got this side. I'll put this to here so you guys can see everything. Let's go ahead and rotate this round. This is just basically going to be a handle. Let's scale this in. E for extrude. And you just want to gently just bring this round. E for extrude. G, move it. Rotate. Like this. E for extrude. And then you just want to go ahead, just rotate these round. G, bring it back. And then E for extrude. And you want to bring this all the way to the top. And just press G. Just bring it outwards just a little bit. And what you're aiming for is this part right here at the top. So let's go G, bring that outwards just a little bit. E for extrude. And let's see, so we need to bring that in. So let's press G. Just bring that in just slightly. I'm going to rotate this. And then we're just going to go, as long as that's straight, E for extrude. We'll rotate this round. It's quite a tight angle with this one. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it forward. And just press G to bring it down. Press G, move it inwards. And the reason why I'm putting it like this is because I'm going to take all of this and just move it down just slightly. So if I just take this, let's press G. There we go. So now we've got this nice little handle going on. I'm going to go ahead and just add, let's go Control R. Just to make a loop cut right there. And I'm going to go ahead and just scale it outwards. So you've got a little bit of side to it. And then a Control R again. And then I'm just going to go ahead and just scale it out just ever so slightly. So once you've got that, take this off X-ray mode. And then right click shade smooth. You should have a nice little lantern. So what I'm going to do, let's do the material on here as black matte. Or black matte as it is. We should have something like this. So it's a little bit, at the moment it's unscratched, it looks a little bit new, so I'm going to scratch it up a little bit just to give it that kind of essence. So what you're going to need is a little light on the inside, so we'll go with Icosphere is generally best for this. So if we take Icosphere, just press G, bring it up. Place it in the middle here. It's your little flame. Don't worry about the lighting. Unless you really want to do a flame in the middle of it, it's fine. Just for this piece, it's fine. So we're going to go new. Switch out the BSDF, the principal BSDF for emission. We're going to go ahead with an orange. It's a nice little orange. Let's go to add, and I'll put a plane at the bottom here so you can see where the light's coming from. Oh my goodness. Have we just... What happened? Something's just happened. Oh, that was really weird. Yeah, program's just started closing down. Right, I'm going to do one thing before I continue, because I think my computer's overloaded. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go open a window, because I think my computer's getting overloaded. It is super warm in here. It's like a sauna. Yeah. Goodness me. This is the type of thing that I contend with in summer. It's like you're making some really nice projects and then suddenly it's your computer just goes. Right, I'm just going to go ahead and just save this, because I don't want to lose my work, and I certainly don't want to lose the recordings that I've just done for you guys. So I'm just going to go ahead and expand that. I'm going to go ahead actually and get rid of this light from in here as well, so we can adjust the light in a meaningful way for this lantern. If there's a little bit of background noise, I do apologise, because the window is now open and stuff, so the room should cool down. I've got to get myself one of those temperature things, you know. Yeah, that you can get temperature things for your computer so that it kind of sits on the edge and it can tell you how warm the computer is in respect to what you're doing. So I think the computer's having a little bit of a hissy fit, but we'll see how much we can kind of push. So we got the lantern right here. What I'm going to do, let's go to world settings, and I'm going to go ahead and just make everything dark so we can see how much this is actually illuminating. So you want to be able to see the floor roughly, because this is going to be the only light source within this picture. So let's improve the strength a little bit. So now we can see that we have this nice little lantern going on, nice strength to it. So the next bit that we want to do is the ghost. And the ghost is pretty easy, because if you followed one of my other tutorials that I did, I show you how to make these. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just save this as lantern, and then I'm going to go ahead, file, let's go save as, and I'll just put this as lantern with ghost. So when we do the lantern with ghost, it'll be a separate kind of file for me. Obviously I'll have to put in all the details, but I'll have a plain lamp to work with later on. So with this particular one as well, we needed a little bit of a handle going on just up at the side here. That's fine. We can go add. You can like torus or whatever it is, so we can rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it up. Press G, bring it to the side, scale it in. G, just to put this bit right here. Okay, so right click shade smooth, and we'll do black metal, and then we're going to go ahead, go across, and we'll do one for the opposite side as well. So both of these should be black metal, all that kind of stuff, yeah. So just looking at some photos right here, let's see. I think we could do the handles again from the top using a mirror modifier just to be able to pull this off. So if we go add cube, we're going to do the exact same thing as last time. Let's go ahead, edit, and we can go Control R just in the middle right there. Take this, take this, take this, and take this, and then we will delete faces. You can also do this as a circle actually. A circle actually might be better, let's see. Let's delete that. Let's go ahead and add a circle. Press G to bring it up. We will rotate this 90 degrees. So we've got it like this. So you guys can see that. And what we'll do, we'll go to edit, mirror modifier. So add modifier should be a mirror. Where's it gone? Mirror modifier. We can go E for extrude. Oops. We can go F for fill. E for extrude. Make sure it's on the Y and not the X. Oh, something's gone wrong. Hold on. So, let's get rid of that. Add modifier. Mirror on the Y, not the X. E for extrude. That's strange. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Delete that face. Should work, but I don't understand why it's not. How bizarre. Right, okay, maybe if we get rid of this. Let's go with add, and we'll go with cylinder. Press G, bring it up. Okay, I think this is glitching a little bit. Cylinder, there we go. G. Rotate this by 90. Then we'll go with edit. Control R for the middle. And then we want to get rid of all the faces right here, so we'll go for X-ray. Do that. Delete faces. And then we can go for a modifier, mirror on the Y. Okay, apparently it's doing Z. Okay. Well, you know what? We can work with that. Let's press A. Scale this down. Make sure you clip it as well. Let's go for S. Scale this down. So, basically what we want to make is a little handle. So, let's go with G. Bring this up. Maybe just have it about there. And we'll go with this face just at the side. And you know what, I'm gonna go for E for extrude. Let's rotate this round. G, bring it down a little bit. E for extrude. Bring it round. E for extrude again. Rotate this. Just coming down. E for extrude. And then we'll go E for extrude again. Just rotate this again. Going down. And then E for extrude. And I mean, your handle could be anything really, whatever shape you want, really, as long as it links up. So E for extrude again. We'll rotate this just inwards. Rotate in. E for extrude. E for extrude again. Rotate at the bottom, E for extrude, and then we can just bring it back outwards again. So rotate this bit, E for extrude. G, bring this down. Just level this off just ever so slightly. Then E for extrude, and we can just bring it into where we need it to be on the handles. So what you can actually do with this, because obviously this is now gone through the handle, what you can do is just go E-fret extrude, bring this forward, make your little loop, and then pull the whole thing forward as well. E-fret extrude, rotate, G, bring it down, bring it across just slightly, E-fret extrude again, press G, bring it up, bring it across, rotate this just ever so slightly, then we can go E-fret extrude again, rotate this, E-fret extrude, rotate, oops, half a rotate, and then we go E-fret extrude, bring this up, let's rotate this here, and then E-fret extrude again, E-fret extrude, I just press G, just bring it back a little bit like it's been cut off just here. So what we can do now, object mode, right click shade smooth, press G, and just bring this back so that it sits on the hook. I have a feeling I've gone sideways. Yes, I have. Okay, so in that case, we just scale this outwards. So you have this nice little hook going on. Probably not the best hook that I've ever made, but if it sits, it fits. Yeah, so you could go ahead and just amend this as well. You could, let's see, you want the edit mode for this. You could go ahead and amend this little hook right here. Maybe scale it down just a little bit. Bring it in. Let's see. You could rotate this. So it's like that. And then we can take this little bit. Let's go there. Rotate. And just have that kind of clamped down on that little bit. Hopefully that music doesn't come through because that would be a pain in the backside. Although it is. 1 second. Yeah, that's the only problem with doing CG. It's like your computer overheats, so you open a window, but then your neighbours have got this thing about playing music really loud in cars. It's, you know, I'm all for fun and stuff like that, but if I can hear it in my house, it's too loud. Sorry for the swearing. But yeah, let's see. So, right, so we've got this one. Let's go for new. We're going to go with the Principled BSDF, but we'll change this to metal. So I'm just going to turn the roughness down. So now we have this nice little lantern, and you can't really see the handle that well, but that's fine. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a can, like a soda can kind of thing. We're going to go ahead and delete the default cube and add a circle. Just scale this outwards. And then we will go to edit mode. Press F for fill. We're going to go E-fret extrude. Keep it where it is. Scale outwards just slightly. E-fret extrude. And then just scale outwards just slightly again. E-fret extrude. Scale outwards. And this is going to be the base of the can. And then we want to go for E-fret extrude. Bring it all the way up. G, just to bring it up a little bit more. E-fret extrude, scale inwards, G, just bring it down a little bit, scale outwards, scale inwards again. Just slightly. G, just to bring it down. I'm just going to go ahead and just undo that one just for 1 second, just scale outwards just slightly. E. Just trying to get this curve on the can that I've got. And then we'll curve this just outwards. Oops, don't know what I did there. G, just bring this down. And then E, I'm just going to do the curve outwards now. Just for the rim. E for extrude. And then E again. And then we will start curling this in. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude, don't move it. And then scale inwards again. And this is quite a thin edge that we should be making. So E for extrude, just bring it down. And just curve it just slightly. And then we'll go straight into the can. So we generally have this kind of double drop off that happens inside of the can. So we'll go for E for extrude. Keep it where it is. Scale inwards just slightly. Then E for extrude so it goes downwards. And then we're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And then we'll go E for extrude to bring it up. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude to bring it up. Scale inwards again. And for the tricky part, what I'm going to do, because we've got the hole in the middle and then we've got the kind of weird kind of pattern around the outside. So I'm going to go E for extrude. And then I'm just going to scale it inwards. And then scale across one axis. Scale it inwards. Scale across one axis again. And then I'm going to take these little points right here. So just get the ones opposite. Just click around. And then I'm just going to scale these outwards, sideways, a little bit. G, bring it down just slightly. And then we can go to this part right here, E for extrude. Scale it downwards and scale it inwards. Just ever so slightly. Not too much. And then E for extrude again. And we'll just scale this all the way into the middle. And then we're going to bring this just at the side, just here. Now, this isn't very straight on this side. So I'm just going to move this outwards. Oops. Just S to scale, bring this outwards a little bit, just shape it up. Just a little bit more. And then this part right here, we're going to take the points, go to the points just up here. And we're just going to scale this outwards. Oops. Yeah, scale outwards. Select the face itself, and then squish it down. And then we're going to place this just here. So you should have something like this. So now we need to make this a little bit more circular. So I'm just going to make it a little bit wider. And then we'll get the sides just a little bit more circular on this side. So this one and this one. Scale outwards a little bit. And then this one and this one. Oops, yeah. Scale inwards just a little bit. So we take this top right here, just scale this. Oops, yeah. Okay. And then we're going to go with, I'm just going to scale this outwards and then G, move it up just slightly. Just move it across slightly and then E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again and then just scale it outwards. And then E for extrude all the way down. So we've kind of got this hole going on. Okay, so object mode, we want to shade that smooth. should look something like this. I'm just going to undo that because I think maybe we could do a little bit better on the shading just as it is. So for the tab, we want to maybe go with a cube. I'm going to go with a plane actually. Press G, bring it up. Scale outwards. And then what we want to do, we're going to go edit mode. Subdivide a couple of times. And what you want to do is make 2 holes in this. So you want a bigger hole on this side and maybe that kind of hole. Delete the faces. Go into modifier. And I believe in modifier we could bevel this. Just round a little bit. Ah, come on. Let's go for edit mode. Press A. E for extrude. And then we'll take these just across here. Come on. And then just scale them in. Maybe press G, bring it back. E for extrude. Just scale that in a little bit more. Just press G, bring it back a little bit. And then we can take these little sides right here. Just pull them up, press G. So it's kind of a little bit more circular. Just pull these back. I'm going to do the same to this side, just to make it a little bit more round. And we can also do it to this side as well. Just bring these round just here. And then we'll do it to the outer parts as well. Oops, I messed up. Okay, so we've kind of got this this basic kind of tab going on. Just going to pull some of these vertices and angles just a little bit. Edges might be best. So then we'll place this on top of the can. And because it's open, we'll just give it a bit of an angle. So now we can shade this one smooth if you'd like. Make sure that your render engine is from Eevee to Cycles. So once we've got this, we can then change this into a sun, or you can add some advertising to this as well. Shift D, just to duplicate some lights. So on the outside of this, what we can actually do is go edit mode, and we can take from maybe here, the faces, let's press Shift, Control, just to select all of that, and we could go to the Materials tab, press plus, new material, will be the can itself, so we could do silver, make it slightly reflective, and then we could press plus, new, assign, and then we could go to, we can make this black if you wanted to. So that would be where your label goes. For all of this, we've just kind of got this nice dull silver. We could change that to more of a shiny silver. A little bit more mirrored. So yeah, this is a basic can, really. For the underside of this can, we can take this, go to edit mode, take this face right here, E-fret extrude, and then just scale it inwards. So E-fret extrude, scale inwards, and then we've got that nice little bevel at the bottom of the can as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the tutorial, really. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome back to Blender. So today we're going to be making a stapler. So this is like a mini stapler that I have. We're gonna make this. If you guys can see that in Blender. We'll start with a cube to begin with. Oh look, we have one. Default cube's brilliant. So we'll take this down, we'll scale it down. Then we're going to go to edit mode. For this part we're just going to scale it outwards just slightly. We'll take this part right here, this face. And we'll just go E-fret extrude. We're going to scale it inwards just slightly. And then we'll go E-fret extrude just at the back, scale it inwards just slightly. Again, not so that it's a funnel, but it's just like this. And then we'll take this one and we'll press G, just bring it back, just ever so slightly. So what you want to do is you want to make the same thing underneath. So what we're going to do is go to object mode. We'll press G, just bring it down. Sorry, bring it up. Shift D. You want to place this just over the top, and you want this bottom one just slightly bigger, so press S. And then on this one, we're just going to press G, bring it up. So you've got the same shape, edit mode. Press this face at the front. E-fret extrude just slightly, and we're just going to bevel that off. Press G, bring it forward. So the next bit we can do, so that's going to be the green part for the stapler, so I'm just going to go ahead and make it green. If you've not changed your render at the moment, change from Eevee to cycles, and then we'll just go on to this one. So this top piece right here, we'll notice that it's green. If you press A to select everything, go to the materials tab, press plus, assign, and then we'll just do new, which will be silver. Just make that slightly metallic as well. Just take down the roughness. So we've kind of got this little mirror shine. So this will be the plates where the staple comes down. So what I want to do is Shift D. Control R even. I'm just going to undo that Shift D command. Let's go edit, redo. Yes. Okay. So. Control R, just at the front of here, we're just going to go just here, just there, and then we will go for the middle. Let's put this on regular mode. I'm just going to get rid of that line right there. Control R, scroll your wheel. We go maybe just here. Take these two right here, scale them outwards, and then E-fret extrude, and just downwards, and then scale them inwards. slightly. So that we got that little hole punch kind of thing. Then we're going to go to the object mode, shade smooth, and we'll still have those little lines in there, as you can see. So the next bit we want to do is take these side parts right here and just elongate them. So if we go to edit mode, oops. We want to Control R, move these to the side, or you could do half and half if you wanted to. So the idea is that this has got like a little carriage on the inside of it, so there's parts that go up. So you want to take this face right here, this face right here, go E fret extrude. And we're just going to bring those up. For this back part right here, we've got kind of this little pick bit where you can get the staples back out of the paper. So we're going to go E fret extrude, and we're just going to go scale this in, and then E fret extrude, and then just scale it right in on the side. Just press G, bring it back. Okay, so the next part we want to do is part of the stapler where it's being held, basically. So this is going to be 2 parts, I think. I think we could do this in 2 parts. Or we could do this in 1 part kind of thing, but yeah, we'll start with a plane. Let's start with a plane. Let's go to object mode. Plane. G, bring it up. You want it to sit so that it's just above this. Scale it in just slightly. Press 7. You can see everything. G, bring it across. You want it to fit right at the back. Just sits on top. G, bring it down just slightly. Now you're going to put this at an angle. It's going to be a backwards angle, but we'll make it on regular angle first, and then we'll adjust it as such. So if we go to edit mode, and we'll just select this face right here on the side, this face right here on the side, E for extrude, so extrude them straight up. And then we're going to go for this face and this face, E for extrude, keep it where it is, and then scale inwards. So you've got this nice little fold coming in, just there. And maybe just bring them up just slightly so there's like a little slight gap. And then we'll take this off X-ray mode actually. I'm just going to scale this together just a little bit more and upwards, just for adjustments. Just make sure that you've got kind of a hole that's coming through in the bottom right here. So this part right here, if we go into edit mode, just Control R, loop cut it, and just bring it right here. And then we're going to loop cut the middle and just loop cut the sides a little bit. So you want to just make that hole sat right there. G, bring it back. And that's where the staples are going to sit. So you want to just align that with this right here. Where are we at? G, go across. I'd say that's roughly right. And then we want to angle it just backwards, just slightly. Oops. Come on. There we go. Okay, so once we've got that angle in the back, we can now put a little bar at the back here. So we're going to go add. And we'll go cylinder. Rotate it by 90. Scale it down. Rotate across. Press G, bring it up. And then we'll put the little bar right here. I'm just going to scale that down again. Just right here. We'll shade this smooth, and then we'll place this as a silver. And then this one is a silver. So what you should have is something like this. Roughly. So now we're just going to make the top to this, which is pretty simple. It's just a square, basically going over the top. So what we can do add, we can do square, G, bring this up, scale it across. We've got a little bit of a dip in the middle, so we could go to edit mode, just Control R that one, and then Control R again, but bring it to the front. Take this part right here, and then we will go G rather than E. Just bring that down. Bring that across. Let's take a little bit of modelling. So what we're going to do, press A. Bring it down. Bit too big for what we need it for right now. So we're just going to go X-ray. So we can see what's going on the inside. Scale this down. And we're just going to fit this to sit it kind of thing. So just match the angle. So have it a little bit more forward. Let's see. I'm just going to pull this outwards just slightly. Take this face, pull it up, and then maybe pull it forward just a little bit. And its back face, I'm just going to pull back. And then we'll work with vertices just to kind of give it a weird kind of paper stapler shape. I'm just going to bring it down actually. And then we're going to bevel this as well. Okay, so we should have kind of shape like this. This right here should be the green that we have, just to match the theme. I don't like the shine on this. I think it's a little bit too dark, so I'm just going to pull that back a little bit. Maybe lighten it. I think it's because of the dark background that the reason why it's looking so dark. Oh, that was a really weird feeling. One of my fans stopped spinning and all I was feeling was like this juttering with my desk. That's really weird. Right, I'm going to check that out actually. Let's scale this outwards. Just stick that right there. This is just a base so we can see what's going on. So yeah, that's pretty much basic paperclip. Basic paperclip. I'm going to take this top one right here and I'm just going to go to modify it and we'll go bevel. I'm just going to bevel this inwards just a little bit. Right click, shade smooth. And that's your little paperclip. I'm going to take the background right here and just lighten it a bit so you guys can see. Yeah. Just basic paperclip right there. Just your little tiny little version of, am I pointing the right way there? Of that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. We're going to be looking at spotlighting today. I'm going to begin by just deleting my default cube so that I can show you how spotlights work. I'm just going to put a plane in there. Just move this out slightly, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of a backdrop. So let me see. Rotate by 90. Okay, so don't have the casting keys at the moment. One little itty bitty second. There we go. Right. So for your spotlighting, and especially doing different colours on there as well, pretty easy to do. So all you want to do is just go up to your ad,
and then we're going to go to light, and then we're going to go to spot. It's kind of very easy install with those. So this is our first spotlight. I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine to cycles, because that's what the tutorials are in currently. And we notice that we've got this light right here, but we can't see any light that's coming in at the present time. So I'm just going to darken the background as well so you guys can see this. This is on render view, if you're wondering. So we're just going to go to the data, which is the little light bulb at the bottom. And we're just going to increase the wattage just up at the side. Which is this little bit here. So now you can see that we've got a spotlight right there. You've got shadow caustics. Shadow caustics gives you a little bit more realistic shadows, but please remember to add them onto your object, because your object needs to receive those caustics as well. So you want to come over to here to object, which is the little yellow box at the side. We are going to go down to shading, and then receive and cast caustics, and then we'll do the same to this object as well. Again, shading, receive, cast caustics, and then I'll give you a little bit of a glow on there. So as regards to changing the colours on here, I think my webcam's kind of lagging a little bit here. Let's go Shift D just to duplicate this, and then I'm going to go back into the data section, and we will change this to blue. And that's basically how you change the colours to everything. Shift D, we'll do like maybe a red or a pink over here, and that's it. That's spotlighting in a nutshell. If you want to rotate your spotlight, just click this little yellow button here, or this little yellow button here, and you can just drag it. Or alternatively, you can rotate your little spotlight as well. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing kind of a posh bathroom. Now I've practiced on some of the stuff that I wanted to show you, and to be honest with you, when I did the floor, it was kind of like this flat floor, and then I did a brick texture, and then I did nodes over the top of it so that it was kind of popping out and a little bump kind of stuff going on. But I don't think it looks very good. So I want to do the tiles at the end, but I'm going to do the floor as just a plane to begin with. And then I'll show you how to do the tiles, because I know some of you, your computers might not be able to handle the amount of data that's going to be going into this project. So we'll start off with the flat floor to begin with. We'll do the floor last. Start off with a plane. Just bring it out. You know, delete your default cube. Scale outwards. And what I did was I started with this wall, and then I started with this wall on some arches. But to be honest with you, I think that I'll just do the arches kind of, I think I'll clone them and then bring the wall into it, because that just seems like a more logical option for me. So we're going to go ahead and do a plane. Press G, bring it up. R to rotate 90. Scale it down. This is going to be one of our archways, and then we'll just duplicate this into place. Okay, so we'll start with this one. I think that's going to be the best option.
Because when I tried to make this to begin with, just to kind of practice, like some of the stuff that I was doing, I was kind of like, it works, but it doesn't. So we'll cut this one in half, and then we'll go in half again, and just half those. And then we're just going to want midway, half, half, and then half, and then half. So the way that I did it originally was I extruded downwards for the archways, but to be honest with you, this I'm just going to go like this. And then just click diagonally. So shift and control, go to the middle. Oops, no, sorry, don't do that. Just click kind of to the middle. Just like this. We're going to go delete and then faces. So now we've kind of got this rough, kind of rugged kind of look. So if you come over to here, to where we can pick at the points, select these 2 points right here, scale inwards, then press G, just bring it down. And you just want to get these just in between. Make sure that you're staying on a flat axis when you're doing this. So G just to bring it down, and then scale to bring them together or apart, depending on your angle. Then select the next 2 upwards. You just want to be following the external dots. So G, bring it down. S to scale inwards. Just bring it round. And then we can do some adjustments afterwards just to make sure that everything's where it needs to be. G, go down, scale, sorry, S to scale inwards. So with this, we can actually go G, bring it up just a little bit, so we can get that archway kind of curved. These 2 points right here, we can bring these just up just slightly, scale them outwards. And the idea of this is just to build the archway itself now, so scale outwards. Come on, scale outwards. Just kind of get some sort of archway from this. So it should be nice and smooth when you've finished. It might take you a little bit of fiddling around with it, but eventually you should get to where you need to be. Bring this one down, scale it outwards. I think doing it this way you've got a lot more control as well. If we loop cut, we can also do the same to the outside, but to be honest with you, if you go to the edit mode on this and just select all the faces on the outside, so go from this face to this face, whoops. Press for the actual faces. Just click off that 1 second. You want to go for the edges, just right here. Try and get them all in without selecting anything else. And then we can go E for extrude, scale it inwards. And then just press G, bring it down just slightly. And now you've kind of got this inner archway that you can use for, say, a little bit of a window as well. So that should be completely flat. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this forward actually, where the archway actually is. So if we go A, and then we go E, you can bring that forward just a little bit. Take these faces at the front right here where it comes around the archway. Oops. Just on this side. Then we can go E for extrude. Bring these outwards just slightly. Just press G if we need to bring it back. So now we've got a little bit of a lip around where the window is going to go in. Now we can take this side select all the vertices on this side, press G, just bring it in just slightly. Or, alternatively, you can also select this side. You scale them both in. Let's try right click shade smooth. Then once we've done this, we can go Shift D and just join them together in the middle. Bring them together just there. We're going to be putting some little details and artwork just in between them here, so that little crease that we've got won't exist. So this one right here, we want to go edit again. Select all these sides on this side. G, move it outwards. And then we'll go to making the next wall. So we'll go with a cube. Just thin it out. Scale it across. And scale it up. You just want to make it the same height as these two walls. Just press G, just bring it in. So now you should have a room that roughly looks like this. So now this room has got a little bit of a dint inside of it. So we'll go Shift D, just move this across, scale down, just scale this part outwards. Press G, just bring it across. I'm just going to edit this one as well, just on this side, just to join these two walls together. So just select sides, press G, bring it in. And for this one in particular, just going to go edit mode, scale in between, take this one and then E for extrude outwards for the other side of the bathroom. And then just fix your floor so that it just fits nice and comfortably there. Maybe scale it in just slightly. So that's your basic kind of bathroom look that we're going for. So if you've not changed your render, change it to cycles. So with this one, we're going to place the camera just about here, I think. So let's go select, and I don't think we have a camera just in the scene at the moment. I think I deleted it. So put camera, then we will go to view, align view, and then align camera to view. Just rotate this in. Press G, just bring it back. And we should set it just about there. Just frame it just in much, just there. And then I'll split this and then we can make the rest of it. So, coming from this point, we also want the ceiling, but we're going to do the ceiling last. It just makes more sense. So if we go to the mirror first, we'll go with, start with a circle, rotate it by 90. The mirror is going to go on the side just here. So I'm just going to make it an oval just slightly, make it bigger, go to edit mode, and then we're going to go F for fill, E for extrude. Not too far out, but just there. E for extrude again, just slightly. Scale it in. E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then scale it in. And then we're going to go E for extrude inwards, scale it in just slightly, and then E for extrude and just pull it all the way back. Now this part is going to be the mirror. So we're going to go new. This is the gold backing. Change this to kind of a gold metallic. Take the roughness down. Press plus. You're going to be assigning this one, so click assign, new. This one's going to be the mirror. So metallic all the way up, roughness down. Click assign again just to make sure that you did that. And then we'll shade smooth. And we should have a mirror like this. So you can see that it kind of points inwards a little bit. So the IOR can fix that. You can move that back and forth. Alternatively, take off the shade smooth. You should have a perfect mirror just at the back. Now if you want to get this smooth just around the outside, we could go gold, go to edit mode, click select, and then we can shade that bit smooth. Subdivide it a couple of times. And hopefully that should work. If not, we can get another oval in the middle right there. So let's go to circle, go to edit mode, rotate this by 90, press F to fill, G, bring it over. Place this just in front on the frame, scale it outwards to fit the frame. And then this one, you can actually put as the mirror. So I'll just put mirror on this one. And then once we go back to that, you can now see that we've got a perfectly formed mirror, and we also have a smooth outside as well. So if you move that object, you are going to have to move the two objects together, but you now have essentially a functioning mirror that will reflect correctly. Alright, so the next bit, I just needed to take a quick break. I just needed to deal with something. So, yeah, the next part of this, the mirror's a little bit too big, but we'll tone it down, it's fine. At least we've got it made. So we've got the cabinet that we're going to make, which we're going to start with a cube. Just kind of pull that out a little bit. I'm going to take it off the render mode so that this works better. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down, because we're going to be doing some detail on this, so it's going to be quite a big sink, because we're going to have two taps on there. Two little bowl kind of things. So we'll start off with the edit mode. We'll take this top face right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it all the way down. And then I'm just going to scale it out just slightly. And then I'm going to go E to bring it up. E again. And we're going to do one of those posh ones like you'd see the older kind of cabinets where they come in. Just a little bit. So it's a little bit fiddly, but we're going to go E for extrude again. So you should have that little like kind of bump right there on the edge. Scale it inwards. Then we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're going to start to scale it outwards. E for extrude again, scale outwards. E for extrude, and then E for extrude, and then we'll scale it in just slightly. E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude again, and then we'll start scaling it outwards. Just halfway, roughly. From that, and then this part will be the actual cabinet itself. So we can go extrude, and then I'm just going to scale it in just slightly. Now we're going to place another cube on top of this, so this will be the top and the bottom. I'll show you what I mean once we get the new cube on there. So if we go for a new cube, mesh and cube. We go G, bring it up, press 7 so that you can see into the heaven. That's how I'm doing this now. Like 7 is from the heaven, so you can see directly down. Just make this roughly the same size on top, and it's going to be like the little cupboard bits of the cabinet. So press G, bring it up. So then we're going to take this part, we're going to go Shift D, just bring it up right there, and then we will do rotate by 180, and this will be the top of the cabinet, but we're going to make this just slightly smaller in size. Press G, bring that up. Then from here we're going to put on top a marble kind of top. So with this side right here, usually I make doors that you can open and stuff. I mean, you can make the doors if you want to. We could actually do that. I think. Oops, what did I do? Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go to edit mode. Control R. And then we'll just do this. Bring this in. Make some little portions right here. So you can make doors if you're doing animations and stuff. Great way to do them. They're not quite even, but they're even enough. Press Control R. Oops. Come on. Control R. Okay, it's not working for me on that side. I'm just going to switch up the sides right here. Control R. Come on. There we go. Alright, so Control R at the top. And then Control R at the bottom too. Okay, so select these individual faces. And then we can go E for extrude. And these can be kind of like the cupboards, the cabinets on the inside. So we're going to need some covers for these as well. So I also want to put on some feet on the bottom of these too. So if you go to add, we go to cylinder. Press G, just bring it up so you can see what you're doing with it. It's kind of getting cramped in here already. Let's go edit, E for extrude, scale it down a little bit, E for extrude, scale it down, E for extrude, scale it down until it's kind of got to this point, and then we can kind of bring it up a little bit. Just make kind of a circle. E for extrude as to scale. Let's see, E for extrude again, and then I'm just going to come back in. And we can just leave it flat like that. So with this one, go to object mode, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to go new, and we'll put this as wood. Now you don't need to add any of the shaders just yet. We can go into that afterwards. I believe it's going to be easier for us. Let's scale this down. Go 7 to heaven again. And you want to go X-ray mode so you can see what you're doing. Now you want this leg right here to be duplicated on all 4 corners. So we're going to go G, just bring it over. Shift D. And then you want to click your leg right here. Now, if you notice that everything else is getting clicked as well. The legs are on the inside. It's not what I wanted. Let's double click that off. G, bring them down. Make sure that they're sitting in the right place. You could kind of tuck them in just a little bit underneath as well if you wanted to. And then we'll go 7. Go Shift D. Bring these over. Just so that they sit just right there. So now you should have, if we take off the X-ray mode, a nice little cabinet. Now we just need to add the doors to it. So we could go add plane. Rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it up. Just align it to where you need it to be. Now roughly all of this should be the same kind of height and size. So we shouldn't have any problems with that. G, just bring it in. So go to edit mode, E for extrude, scale it inwards, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and then we can go E for extrude again to bring it in just slightly, and then scale it inwards. You can do E for extrude again, and then kind of scale inwards so you've got that kind of posh look to them. Just shade it. Oh, no, we don't want that. Just leave it the way that it is. We could do a bump on that or something. Or a bevel. In fact, if you scale it outwards, it kind of pulls some of the detail and then shade it smooth. We'll bevel that, actually. You go to the modifier, just bevel it slightly. Yeah. Okay, we can leave it like that. You can go Shift D, just bring it over. Shift D again. Bring this over, just make sure that that's covered. Shift D. And then Shift D. So you just need to position these exactly where you need them. This one here. This one's over a larger kind of area, so you could go S and scale it. Bit of a bigger cupboard for the middle ones. Press G in the middle, scale it outwards just a little bit. And then we can scale this one out just a slight bit, and then this one just to match. So they all roughly look the same height and shape. Okay, so we want to put this entire thing onto the side of the wall. So if we go to this angle, we can box select this. So just get it so that it's out of the way. Select everything. You want to go G, bring it down. Oops, did I get the camera too? Let's deselect the camera, double click the camera if you got that. Press G, bring it down. I'm just going to scale it down as well, because it's going to be quite a small cabinet for the room. Just make sure you're not clipping anything, but at the same time you just want it flush. And then take your mirror, and we'll put maybe 2 mirrors, just scale that down just a little bit. G, bring it up. You want to place it up against the wall. G, just move that over, and then we can do D, Shift D, and just bring those two together. So when we render it, it should look something like this. Now obviously we've not got any light in the scene, so we can change that pretty soon. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some shelving units in here and maybe some decoration. So we could put a cube, scale this down, scale this across, G, go up, and then just go in. Just here. So this would be the shelf for all your bathroom needs, I guess. G, just bring it over. We're going to materials, and we should have gold. So that should just match straight up. Maybe we'll make a gold too, actually. So we could duplicate this. And just put gold too. So this one could be less shiny. Just a little bit duller. bring up that roughness just a little bit. So it keeps in the theme with the gold, but it's not as shiny as the rest of the fixtures. So from this point we could change this as well. We could go wood for some of these. So this white one here is supposed to be the wood, so we just need like a little brown to go on there. I will be changing this afterwards anyway. Wood texture, wood, and then already the legs of the cabinets are already wood, because we changed that to wood before. So this just keeps your palette kind of organised in one place. And then we need the top to this as well. So if we go to cube, let's go G, bring it over. Scale this down. And then we're just going to scale it across for a little bit of a marble top. Okay, so that's our first bit done. The second bit we're going to be making a bathtub, and then we can make some of the plants in the windows and stuff and anything that's going on the sides. And then we need to make the roof as well. Okay, so something's kind of bothering me about the size of this cabinet. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just thin it out just a little bit. So, just going to grab everything and just kind of pull it back. Don't forget the doors if you're doing this. I'm just going to pull it back a little bit because I think it's too long in a way. So, just select these 2 feet so that they're not clipping the wall. And just pull those back as well. Just press G. Pull those back, and then I can take this cabinet with its little fixtures on the front and just press G, scale it inwards just slightly, and then press G and bring it back. I just felt that this cabinet was a little bit too thin. Of course you want it just flush up against the wall as well. Let's see. Scale that one out just slightly. G, bring it in. Okay, so maybe we'll work on the bathtub. So if we go to add, and then we're going to do a semicircle. I think we're going to do circle. We'll do the bath the correct size first, this way, and then we'll put it diagonally. So just press G. Scale it outwards just slightly. We're going to go add. We're going to go edit mode. Press F. E to extrude. Scale outwards. E to extrude. Scale outwards. Just watch the bottom there that you're not scaling too far outwards. We want it to be just round at the bottom. So I'm just going to pull this, press G. Let's get that right down there. E for extrude. And then we'll do a little scale outwards just around the bottom. E for extrude. Scale outwards. It's going to be fiddly kind of thing, but scale that one inwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And then we'll scale outwards. Bring that up. kind of a bathtub kind of size. And then we'll go E-for extrude once we get to the top. Scale it outwards. Just slightly. E-for extrude. And then we'll start doing the lip of the bath. E-for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E-for extrude. Don't move it. And then scale inwards again. And then we can start bringing this back down again. Scale inwards. E-for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E-for extrude, and then we can just scale it inwards at the bottom, E-for extrude again. And then just scale inwards. So we've kind of got this nice little tub going on. And then right click, shade smooth. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to elongate it just slightly. And then I'm going to press edit and take this ridge right here all the way around. And I'm just going to scale it outwards. So you've kind of got that rim going on as well. So scale outwards and then scale inwards at the sides. So this should be the little bathtub that you've got. Just press G, bring it up. And then we're going to go cube underneath. Press 7. And you want to make sure that your cube underneath is just the size of the base of the bathtub. Edit mode. Loop cut it. And then take this face and this face. And just scale outwards just slightly. And then do the same to this side as well. Oops. Scale outwards. And then we're going to go to the object mode, scale down. G to go up. And then we're going to go shade smooth with that side. And we can change this one to wood. And this one here will be porcelain bath. So make this slightly metallic. Just take the roughness down a little bit. You want it kind of shiny, but you want it to still have that porcelain white. Just take your bathtub up just slightly with your clipping there. And then take these two and just go G, move it across. We can actually use the same kind of style for the sinks as well. I want to rotate this just slightly and just place it next to the window. Maybe I just want to make that just slightly bigger. Have a nice big bathtub. Just make sure that's not clipping anything and it's just in the right position. So, excuse me. The next bit I would say, let's see. So we kind of want this little shelf going here and we want some pillars in there as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with a cube, scale this upwards. We go G. And then I will edit this. So we're just going to go with the sides just here. And then I'm going to edit the top and bottom as well. Now what you want to do with this one is we want to have all of these faces in the middle. Go to the face tab. You want all these faces E for extrude, and then just scale them inwards, and then scale them outwards. So these faces, you want these as white, sorry, grey. So we're just going to do grey 1. Just tone this down just a little bit. Press assign. And then these little bits, so this one's going to be grey for the middle, and this one will be gold. I think I did this the wrong way around. Okay, this one's going to be the gold. And then this will be grey. So if we assign this gold, and then if we click everything, assign it gold, and then click these middle ones, these should be grey. And then assign that one. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. Okay, so scale this down. Just go ahead and put this in the corner. This is going to be the pillar. Just scale this outwards as needed. Okay, and then we'll scale this outwards and rotate by 90. Just clone that in there, scale it down, and then scale it across. So we've got this nice little skirting bow going across just at the bottom there. We're going to change these walls to the grey that we just made. So change this to grey. Grey 1. And this one as well. So I think there's another grey as well. So we've got grey and then we've got grey 1. So everything on the outside, you could put grey 2 if you wanted to, but everything on the outside is grey 1. So I think for the next bit we should put in the windows. So I'm going to go to plane. Rotate by 90. Press G, bring it over. Scale. And scale outwards. And then we'll put this one to glass. I don't think we've got a glass yet, so we'll go for Principal BSDF and then go to Glass BSDF. And then we can change this to glass. Coming out of that side. So we need a view. So we're going to put plane. And then we'll make it into an ocean. So go to your ocean modifier. And this is great for hills and stuff like that. Scale it upwards. Then scale it out. Press G. And then we can rotate this on the axis. Let's see. So we can see this in the render view. We can then place it just here. Maybe I'm just going to scale this down a little bit just to get some more detail for the hills. I'm just trying to get the correct combination here. I think that'd do. So now we're going to want some lighting. So I'm going to get a sun, add in light, and then sun. And we're just going to turn it slightly so that we get some sun through the window here. Might take a little bit of fiddling around with this, but yeah, eventually you should get it. I'm just going to go ahead and just move this upwards a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the glass as well so that I can see where the shadows are falling correctly. And then I can edit that afterwards. We want just there. Maybe just slightly against the cabinet as well. So I'm just going to place the glass back in. Once you're happy with wherever your project has ended up, go ahead and place the glass back in. We can go to the materials tab right here, change the IOR. To be honest with you, I think I'm going to go with Principal BSDF with the glass, to be honest with you, because it's just, you can get so much more detail with this. You just change down the alpha and then change up the metallic. And kind of do the same thing. And it just seems to work a hell of a lot better. And you're also getting a better reflection in there as well. Okay, so you're going to want the sun just slightly yellow. And maybe just turn up the power as well. Let's see, so slightly yellow. Shadow caustics. I just pull that up a little bit so you got some more light coming in. So kind of got this morning haze going on. So we will add the roof eventually, but at the moment I just want to edit the rest of the bathroom. So you should have something like this, if I can get this coming in. So you got the nice hills at the back as well. So with these hills, we could get a texture on there as well. We could go new, and then we could go grass hills. And then place these as just kind of an luminous green at the moment. We will fix that afterwards with the shapes and everything. So this pillar right here, if we take it, just pull this off render mode for the moment. Shift D to duplicate it, scale it out, and then just shrink it in. So it just fits in between the two windows where we've got that little divide going on. We can also take this little divide that we've got at the bottom for the skirting board, Shift D to bring it up. So we should have something that's relatively like this. We could also bring some of the fittings over as well from the other side. I'm going to put some plants on this side, and maybe some little plants on the table as well. And then we can do the tiles later on. Okay, so the next part that we will work with, we're going to make some plant pots and stuff. So let's take this off just for one moment. And I want to also colour the inside of these archways in gold. So maybe we do the gold first and then we'll do the plant pots. So edit mode. We just want to go ahead and select absolutely everything just within these archways as best we can. Just get everything on the inside right there. And then from here we will, 1 second, just trying to get that face right there. From here we will go to plus, go to the drop down, gold 1, the first gold that we had. Click assign, go to object mode, let's go to this mode, then we'll do this archway, so just click on the archway, edit mode, take everything from on the inside of this, and then we're going to go ahead and click plus, change this to gold again, and then assign. So for these plant pots that we want to make, we'll go with circle, press G, bring it over. Edit mode, press F, E to extrude, just slightly, scale it outwards, just by slides. I'm just going to mosey that all in, right there. I just realised as well, there's no keys. Why is there no keys? Screencasting keys, they should be on. That's really weird. Oh, there we go. Where did the screencasting keys go? They were on. Really weird. Right, so from this point on, let's go E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Must have been a glitch within the software or something. And then just kind of like pull them in. E for extrude. E for extrude again, and then just kind of scale it. And then we can just pull this outwards on the outside just to make that little bit of a lip. E for extrude, and then this one, E for extrude, keep it where it is, pull it in. So you should have something, oops, just like this. You've got kind of an edge, if you can see that. And then E for extrude, bring it down, scale downwards, and then E for extrude and just bring it inside, kind of thing. We don't need to make this too deep. You can see on the X-ray mode there. We could just leave it like that. Now these parts, shade them smooth. Go to the drop down and go with gold, just to match the theme of the room. Scale it down. Just place it to the side just for now. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go to add. We go to curve. I think it's curve. And then the sampling tree gen. So we're just going to make some trees. So the sampling tree gen right here. We can make different ones. We can make willows, weeping willows, Japanese maples. Japanese maples, you can't really go wrong with those. We could do that one. We could do leaves, show leaves. So for these potted plants, we're going to kind of want to turn this down a little bit so the branch growth, kind of turn that down so that they're kind of little, almost bonsai trees, if you will. Make them a little taller. So you got the branch splitting as well. You can make them a little bit more bushy. We've also got base splits, so you could just have like one split if you wanted to. 2 levels, 1 level, multiple levels. You can also change these as well if you wanted to something different if you've got a different preference. I personally like this, the way that it's going. So I'm just going to do like little trees inside of here. These leaves right here, we're going to have them as pink. I think it'd match the room somewhat. And then the trunk, we could do this as kind of a dark brown kind of thing going on. So you have these nice little trees just in the bathroom. Scale these down. And you just want to put the pot to the tree, or the tree to the pot. So the tree comes in 2 pieces, so you've got the main tree and then you've got the leaves. What you want to do is select the main tree, click shift, and then select the leaves. Press G, bring it over to the pot, put it inside. There you go, you got a nice little tree. Inside of there we could rotate that so it's a little bit more straight if you wanted to. You can also scale this down if you wanted to too. So select the pot, select the tree, select the branches, and then we can go G and we can just move this over to the side. There's a little potted plant inside there, so just make sure that it's flush to the floor, relatively. We could do like a little plant on the side as well, so we could go Shift D, move this over, put one of these at the back, next to the window. Let's press G, move it over. Could rotate it as well. Okay, we got this this real nice bathroom going on. You could have these really any colour that you wanted. So the next thing we want to do is make a tap for this bathroom. So we're just going to go cylinder, just elongate cylinder a little bit, scale it in, go G, edit mode. You know, I'm going to remove this in the background just for now so that we can actually move around properly, because it seems to be really fiddly right now and I'm not too sure why. If we go to edit mode, click this top part right here, E for extrude, just rotate it round. You press 1 if you wanted to, go on the first perspective right there. E, rotate, and just bring it over. E, rotate, press G, bring it over. E, and then just rotate, press G, downwards, bring it over. And then E, rotate, G, and then just continue doing this until you get to the end. And then maybe we can thin this out and just rotate it back to where it should be. Yeah, for some reason the camera angle has just been super weird. Shade smooth. Scale this down. And then we're just going to place this next to the tub. So this is going to be the tap. Just go ahead and move that in. Rotate this round. Just place it relatively next to the bathtub. We can also make a secondary one if you wanted to. Just move this close as well. So we go 7. Just select these two. Just press G. You can move them forward. And these should just be at the side of the bathtub right there. And we'll go with gold for both of them. This really is being weird. I'm just going to go ahead and just cancel it off. Just 1 second. Yeah, that's better. For some reason that angle was just crazy. So yeah, these two are gold. So what you want to do with the sink is take the bathtub, take one of these taps, just Shift D, duplicate it out, just rotate it roughly back to being straight. Just hit that again. Scale the bowl inwards, just by slight. Take this and scale it outwards. It's kind of a posh tap. And take these two and rotate them by 90. And these will be the sinks. I'm just going to scale that down again at the side. G to move it over. Scale it. G to go up. Scale it. We can have two little posh sinks just right here, just in front of the mirrors. So this is what it should look like roughly at the moment. Obviously we're going to get a roof over the top and we'll get some lighting in the back as well. And then we'll put a back wall on because we can see a reflection just here. And we just want to aim to get rid of that. I'm also going to put a depth of field on this as well. So if I click the camera right here, we go depth of field, the little selection thing, and maybe we'll just aim to focus this on the bath, and then we'll move the f-stop down just by slight. And I think I might also copy this right here and place something here. So yeah, I think I'm going to make the ceiling as well. Let's see what we can do. So we want this gold trim right here running across the ceiling. So I'm just going to Shift D, rotate this by 90, just scale it out. And then I'm just going to press G and just bring it in just about here so that the skirting boards and this match. And then we're going to go Shift D, just place another one at the bottom there. So now we've got an intersecting vertice right here, so I'm just going to move this just back ever so slightly. So we still have that border, it can still be seen, but it's just out of the way. Now, as regards to this floor, we can make some tiles on here, but I'm going to do it last. As I said before, I'm going to make another one of these cabinets, just to fill that void, because there's just too much void right there for my liking. So, select your cabinet, and then just bring it across. Maybe we could put some more taps in there or something. I don't know why you'd want 4 sinks in a bathroom, but, you know, maybe this could be changing station for makeup or something like that. Just kind of carry on the aesthetic of the room. Oops, don't do that. I'm just going to select one of these mirrors as well and just pull this over. And I think that would look a lot better. It's kind of like a couple's bathroom, I guess. I don't like this shelf in the back though. That shelf's kind of bothering me. Because why would you have a shelf right behind 2 sinks when you can just put a shelf right here over this cabinet and just scale it out a little bit. You've kind of got this kind of fancy look going on. I think that would work much better. Okay, so once we've got this, we'll also want to do the borders around the bottom here. I'm just going to move this tree out of the way because I don't think we're going to be able to put a border right there. But you want to put these borders just along these walls so that everything matches. Scale it inwards just slightly. Scale it out. Take this one, Shift D, scale across, scale down. And then Shift D, and we'll place this one just on the side right here. And then just scale it across. So now we can kind of put this roof on and we can see what's going on. So just add a plane. Actually, you know what? We could delete that. Get this plane. Let's be smart about this. And just bring it up. There you go. We got a new plane. Now it's going to be quite dark on the inside. So we're going to put some lighting in there as well. Just to brighten everything up. Obviously we've removed the hills and stuff like that, so we'll put those back afterwards. And you can see the reflections right here of all of these objects, but then there's nothing here because obviously there's nothing behind the camera. So we could also build some of the room on that side, just add a little bit of furniture, some more plants maybe, just to kind of give it that depth. So, I think, just trying to think, right, let's take a plant, let's Shift D this, just duplicate it over. I'm going to need the render side just to see what's going on in this mirror, just so that I can bring this across, maybe not in front of the camera. just behind. Yeah, so you can see it right there. So that's where we're going to be working with. So if I go G, bring this across to this side, and then take one of these cabinets, and then maybe put that on that side. So I'll just stop this from rendering for the moment. So I'm going to go Shift D, duplicate this over, so that's going to be sat in the corner of a room because obviously this intersects. You want to just turn that around. Somehow I've managed to pick up another plant somewhere. Let's Shift D, duplicate that, and then we'll gladly take these two plants and just move them to the side here. So you've got that kind of depth going on. And then we're going to need a wall, so let's add a wall. Let's get a plane in there. G, move it across. Did that just go down? Or to the side? I want it to go that way. 90. Scale it out. And then we can join everything else up once we've done the lighting and everything. Scale that side. And now we have the back of the room. So it looks like just this elongated bathroom with some nice little trees going on. A little bit of lighting. Perfect. View active camera. Oh, come on. For some reason it won't let me pull the camera over. Right, there we go. Now it will, I think it's because it's rendering. So what we can do with that background, because obviously there's such a big gap, we can just add more planes to the side of it and the bottom of it. It doesn't need to be super detailed, you just kind of have depth, so to speak. And anyway, when we add the lighting for the hills outside, we can lessen the reflection. It's just so that we have that detail in there, so it makes it look like it's got more depth than the rest of the room. And obviously we've got these little reflections that are going on the plant pots as well. You're not going to want a void on those because people are going to see that and go, I can see the back of the scenery. So having that little bit of extra kind of fake backdrop really does help with the detail. So the next bit that we could do really, excuse me, we didn't do the skirting boards for the bottom here. I neglected that one. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D this one, move these down. I don't think they are fitting properly, I think. Right. My brain's just kind of going like, I need to do this, this, and this. Like, okay. Interesting. So, I think we should go into the shading tab. For sure, we should start with the shading tab and add some more detail. Okay, so when you go for the shading tab, it's just up here. So we're going to be doing quite a lot of shading for this piece. But don't worry, we've already got the colours on there that we've already chosen, the materials on there that we've already chosen. So what we do to one item will change every other item as long as it's within that colour range, within that material. So if we go for grey 1 to begin with, we can make these walls a little bit more bumpier. So we could go add, and we could go noise texture. If we go to just this one render right here, go to colour, base colour. Just bring this up just a little bit. Gives this kind of noise texture. We could then add a bump. Place your bump there, put your colour into your height. add your colour ramp, place this in the middle, and then we've got bumpy walls. Tone this up just a little bit, and it will affect absolutely everything. So when we render, the light should be picked up on those walls as well. Now you won't be able to see it because obviously it's fuzzy at the minute whilst it's rendering in, but once you render it and it goes through the whole process of rendering, you'll be able to see that detail with the light. Let's go back to regular mode just for the moment. And then we'll do this tiled floor. I'm debating it. I'm just like, I should do regular tiles, but I also feel that I want to do something with the nodes with this. I kind of messed this up when I did the trial run to this, so I want to do that last. I'm just a little bit cautious about it, but we'll go noise texture. We're going to go for the cabinets, the wood effects. Go colour to base colour. Just distort the texture just slightly and just scale it up. So we've kind of got this kind of wood look to it, but kind of out of hours kind of wood look, I would call it. There you go. So it's like this kind of brazen kind of look. So I want to go with add bump. Put that in there, colour to height, and then we'll go with go add again, colour ramp. Place that between these two, and then we want to go for plus, and we want to make this brown. So you notice now everything that's blue within this picture is actually part of the wood stuff that we're doing. So maybe we just want maybe a light kind of colour. I'm also going to make this slightly metallic, just to bring out some of those details. And then we can actually lower the strength as well on some of this, just to bring out those shadows a bit. So that's the wood texture right there. For this cabinet, let's go new. We'll just type in cabinets kind of thing. Maybe we could go with a Veroni texture. I always go with Veroni, but it's kind of really good. Or we could go with a sky texture, I guess. Sky texture is pretty kind of okay. Nah, you know, I'm going to take that off. Let's see. Galba texture. Let's go with value to base colour, see what happens. That's an okay kind of texture. Maybe just stretch it out just a little bit. It's kind of like a two-tone cabinet. Let's add a colour ramp. And let's make that slightly metallic. Just take down the roughness too. And then I think we're going to add for the roughness noise. Let's add a noise texture for the roughness. Just zoom that out just slightly. So it's got some little scuffs on it, as you can see, that are just appearing right here. So if I just elongate this or go downwards, you've got little scuffs going on. You could also put a bump node in this if you wanted to. Just change the colour to height again. Yeah, and it should give you this nice shiny but kind of rough looking texture. So then you want to take this and just add this to this one. So if I go to the camera view right here, we should have something like this. Just kind of a rough outline of what we're doing. when it loads in. So there's a lot of noise pollution in here from the back wall and the reflection that we have. So once we close off the roof, that should disappear. And then we can add our own little lights in there and stuff, like underlighting and stuff like that. Get some little kind of mirror lights in there. I think that looks okay. Could be a little bit smoother on there, but it'll be fine. So let's do this floor tiling. We can do new right here. We want to do floor tiling with Veroni texture. So we're going to do add and then brick. I'm going to do the brick texture first and then we'll add the Veroni into that afterwards. So let's see. Scale up your brick texture a little bit. And then we want to just get rid of the offset so it's nice and tiled. Then we will add the bump right in there. You want to go colour to height. And you can invert this if you want to. We will go to colour ramp. And then just insert this between. So you can make this lighter, make this darker, whatever you need to do with it. So the mortar itself is going to be white. Then these two colours we're going to go Veroni. So just go Veroni texture, colour to colour one. Scale this just on there. I think it would be better if I came off the camera, kind of thing. See, this was the problem that I had last time. It was kind of, it didn't really work that well. This it's kind of why I wanted to do individual tiles. This was what I ran into last time. Let's go with colour ramp, see if that fixes it. No. Yeah. This is the problem that I had last time with this. Let's remove the bump. Let's just remove the elephant in the room for the moment. Yeah, I wanted this kind of texture, but I wanted to pull this outwards a little bit. I think it would be better if you made one tile with Veroni and then just duplicated it multiple times. I just think it would look a lot better, but it will be taxing on your CPU or GPU, whatever you're using, and graphics card. If you want to do it this way, this is how I've set it out. You can take a screenshot of that if you want to and then just copy what I've done and then edit it to what you would like it to look like. But I personally, I'm just going to, I'm going to remove this and then I'm going to do the tiles themselves. So let's go with a cube. I'm going to go G. I'm going to make the tiles on top and then I'll place them into the piece itself. So let's go back to layout. Scale this down just slightly. And then I'm going to go edit mode, take this top piece here, E for extrude, scale it downwards, G. And then we'll go object mode, scale down, shade smooth. And then we'll go to shading tab. New, and then we'll go to add Veroni. Colour to base colour. Shade this down. Just make kind of a wacky pattern on there. And then we're going to go with add, and then we'll go colour ramp. And we're going to add some blues and some just pale kind of colours to it. Just get some blues in there as well. Or maybe some rich greens. So this, we will go back to layout. Shift D. Just duplicate that across. Take these two, duplicate them across. And then duplicate these across as well. Just try and get them roughly the same place. Shift D, move these across. Shift D, move these across. And just keep going. Until you have roughly a floor to work with, so to speak. Just select them all, scale them down a little bit, and then we can start putting them into the bathroom itself. So you just want to make sure that these are just above the flooring. Just press G, move them on in. Scale them to the side. Just make sure they go all the way to the back. And they also don't clip on the outside. Yeah, I think that would be okay. And then press Shift D and then bring across another set. We can press 7 just to see where you're at, and X-ray if you want to. Just going to move these up just slightly. And then maybe we could make another row just for that mirror image. Okay, so this is roughly what it should look like. I'm hoping that these look a lot better. They do need some variation to them though. Definitely need some variation. We could turn some of these tiles around. We could pull the colours a little bit so that they're more uniform. The lighting is going to help greatly as well. In variation of tones. Okay, I think we should start putting some of the lighting in as well. I'm just going to go to the shading tab right here. I'm just going to edit some of these tones out. I'm just going to put some of these, just make that a little brighter. Maybe make that one a little brighter as well. Just bring this white up just slightly. Maybe minus that one off. And that one. To be honest with you, I think it's just more about experimenting with the colours and just seeing what you can get in certain places. Because you could just do white tiling if you wanted to. I think we should just do that. Just white tiling might actually look better. Yeah, I definitely think white tiles would definitely change this. Make it a little bit more open, and maybe bring up that metallic just a little bit, bring down that roughness. Yeah, I think that looks way better than a Veroni texture. Let's see. I'm just going to elongate this wall, so edit mode. Just select this one face and just press G. Bring it over. Just to the back there. Oh, let me see. What was I going to do? There was something, I've missed something. Oh, lighting. Yeah, so let's go back to layout. I'm just going to go ahead, scale this outwards and bring that back. So we're starting to build the bathroom in now. Yeah, so the lighting, let's set this off X-ray mode. The lighting can be cylinders. Scale this out, scale it down. Right click, shade smooth, scale it out, and then rotate it by 90 on its side, and then we'll place this just underneath the skirting board right here. So this little strip that we just put in, we're going to change this to an emission. You can change this up to any colour that you want to. I'm just going to go to the render tab right here. So maybe we could do it blue with this one just to offset that pink a little bit. I just need to turn that up just slightly. That actually looked quite cute with that blue. We could also take this as well and go Shift D, bring it down underneath the cabinets. And then maybe we could have some external light just on this side. So if I just cancel this off just for 1 second, just scale this in. So we've got that nice little blue coming from under the cabinets. And then maybe we could have a red on this side. So we could take one of these, Shift D, bring it over, and just have this kind of red ambience, whatever you want to call it. Scale this in. And just have some red lighting just running across the bottom here or the top. Just pull that across. Oops. Just move that down just slightly. So when we're changing this, go to edit mode, press plus, and then go new, and then go to emission, and then press red. And then we can render this out, assign it as well, go to object mode, object mode, and then we can turn this red light up a little bit. So we have this kind of mix of red and blue. Gives it a little bit more depth. So the hills in the background we can do with an ocean again. I just wanted to remove that before because I think it was a little bit too distracting. And then we just need to finish off the rest of the room so there's no external light pollution coming through. Maybe turn the sun up a little bit. So we take the sun right here. Just give it some more power. Yeah, I'm just going to stop this render just for 1 second. I can smell burning. Like my CPU's overthinking here. I'm just going to remove the ceiling right there. Move this back. And then I'm just going to bring this ceiling up. It just makes more sense to have this in than that one. Okay, so take this wall right here. Once you're finished with everything and you're happy, press G and just close off this room completely. The next thing we want to do is add the hills into the background. So go object mode, add the plane, and then go to modifiers, and you want to go to ocean. Add your little parts in, scale it up. So there's hills, rotate it just slightly, and then just bring it down. And then for the texture on this, we could actually add just a regular kind of texture. I'm just going to scale this up just a little bit more. So we've got some more hills. Maybe rotate it just slightly as well. Just got G. Just going to rotate that around the sides too. Okay, so on this background one we could go shading. Then we could go new and add noise. Noise texture. Colour to base colour. Let's get that noise texture. So you want to do it not too much, but you kind of want this kind of weird haze to it so it looks like trees. Add colour ramp. Add green. Just very faded green. And then add some blue tones in there. Just little bits. And then add brown as well. So in this part, we want to go brown. Just move that over to the light a little bit. So it kind of gives that texture going on. You could also add some trees on the outside here. So we could go add a curve. Let's see, sample tree. You're not going to be able to see it in there. If you go wireframe, you'll be able to see it. It's just there. We could go fern. I think we should go geometry. And then go Douglas fern. So we've got this huge tree coming out right now. Add leaves. You can add as many leaves as you want to. Show leaves. So you've got all this. Or you can go geometry again. You could have birch trees. You could have anything that you really wanted. I just want to make something real quick. Let's see. So the problem, they're all different sizes. So with this one, go to leaves, show leaves. And then you could take this tree, press G, bring it outside, scale it up. You might want to do this on the layout so you can see what's going on through the window. Press G, bring it down, bring it across. Let's have some bushes outside. Let's take this one, go to materials, make this kind of like a green colour. This one we could go with what else have we got? We've got this one. Take these two. You can duplicate this across. So what you should end up with in the end is this kind of a scene. Hopefully it renders in. I think these hills, they need to be a little bit less reflective. So I'm just going to turn the roughness up just a bit. And maybe we'll turn that alpha down just slightly as well, so they kind of disappear into the background. And for your scene, because it's a grey sky right there, we can make this blue. Or we can make this yellow actually, because it looks like a sunrise rather than a sunset. Just click that hill off. Yeah, and I think that's roughly the tutorial. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe, do all that jazz, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at making, oops, I've dropped my notes, a coffee cup. Which I do believe in the last tutorial that I did, I was talking about perhaps making that coffee cup into porcelain kind of look. It'd be great if I didn't nudge my camera, but alas, here we are. Alright, so in the last tutorial we were talking about file management. If you guys haven't already sorted out your files, so we made a folder of 2025, because these videos are coming out in 2025, so that all of your projects are in one place, because I kept losing all of my projects when I was younger, and I can't find half of them nowadays. So if you guys have great file management when you're starting this out, it'll help you in the future, because you'll be able to go back and see where you came from project-wise, and where you are now. Okay, so let's start off with the settings to begin with. So we notice that the engine, the render engine that we were using is default Eevee. So we're going to be changing to cycles, because these whole tutorials are cycles. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to delete the default cube. Just one second, I don't have my key loggers on here, one sec. Okay, so I'm just going to get the screencast keys up for you guys so that you can see what I'm doing and you know what I'm supposed to be pressing. But, oh, there we are. They were coming up then. Alright, so to start off with a cup, a porcelain cup, I have one. We have a prop. Right. No, I was going to cover that up. So we have the cup. It's should we say that it's a novelty cup that I have. So this is a cup that we have that we're going to be modelling. As you guys can see, I'm trying to cover up any marks or franchising so that I don't get demonetized. Right. So I have my beautiful little cup set right there. So first and foremost, this is going to be a handle deal and also a cup deal. So it's going to be two objects that we're going to be working with. Don't worry, I'll talk you through it. It's fine. Especially if you're new to all of this, you're gonna want some guidance. So we're gonna go up to the top, which is mesh. We're gonna go for circle. A lot of people will go for a cylinder with one of these projects. To be honest with you, I don't like doing that because I feel like you have less control over what you're doing. So when you click the circle, you will get something like this. So what you want to do, go over to object mode, edit mode, and then we are going to press S for scale, just to scale it out. Now you notice that this object has vertices, it has points that we can work with, but it doesn't have faces. So what we're going to do is we're going to click we're going to click A to select everything, and then we're going to press F, and this will give us a face. It's F for fill. So I'm going to split this screen in half so you guys can see what I'm doing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one face wireframe so that you can see what's going on the inside. So press 1 on your number pad if that's something that you'd like to copy. And then I'm going to work on the second screen. So I'm going to go ahead and press E for extrude, and this will be the base of the cup. So we're just going to pull this out a little bit. Now try not to go against the grain of the axes, because if you go against the grain of the axes you'll make a very wobbly looking cup. And also rotate your camera regularly so that you make sure that the object is the right height for what you need it for. So for the bottom of the cup, as you guys can see, covering up logos and so forth, it's very smooth along the bottom, if you guys can see that. So we're going to make a smooth kind of upwards cup. So I'll work on that with you. So E for extrude again. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And the more of these vertices that we do and the more faces that we do, the smoother it will look in the end. So don't just go from A here to B here. You need to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. You know what I mean? Because otherwise your objects will start to have this very flat look to them and the light won't bounce very well. So we're going to go E for extrude again, and we're just going to go a little bit outwards, and every time that we go up we're going to go outwards. I'm just going to press G and just move this up a little bit because I think that I went a little bit too close to that vertices. E again, and just a little bit out. So once we've got to the top of the cup, we notice that it's very sharp on the edges. We don't want this, we don't want the sharpness. So what we're going to do is we're going to go E up, and I'm just going to bring you to the corner here if you can see that. So you notice it's a very sharp kind of 90-degree angle that we're working out, like this kind of very mean 90-degree angle. So we're just going to scale the top vertices here inwards, and then we're going to press E for extrude, and we're just going to go slightly up, scale inwards again. So you've kind of got this very smooth kind of edge to the cup, and then we're going to go into the cup. Okay, so you'll notice that this is selected here at the top, which is a toggle X-ray. If you click the toggle X-ray, you'll be able to see what's going on in the inside of the object. If you don't have the toggle X-ray switched on, you won't be able to see anything. So I would highly suggest at this point that you turn on the toggle X-ray. So now we want to go E again, and this is going to be the top part of the cup. This will be the lip of the cup. So you want to just gently just go in, and it's just going to be a small little ridge on the edge, just as so. So now we're right on the edge. We're going to start going into the cup. So E for extrude again, and you just want to go down just slightly, and then we're going to scale inwards just slightly. Then we're going to go E for extrude, go down again, just one more section, and you can see in this part of the section that we've now gone inside of the cup. So this is the lip of the cup, just here, and then we've got this massive void, which is going to be the porcelain. So this is the thickness of the cup. Okay, so then we're going to go E for extrude, and you can see that we're coming inside of the cup here. So we're just going to go S and scale outwards just slightly so that we can complete that lip. E for extrude, and all we're going to do is we're just going to follow the outside of the cup all the way down until we get to the base of the cup, and then I'll tell you what we need to do then. There's many people that say to me that I should be doing just come up to the edge of the cup and then do E for extrude and then edit everything. To be honest with you, I like more control of my work. I like to, I don't know, like, I think the quality assessor in me, I used to work as a quality assessor, I think the quality assessor in me is going, no, don't do it like that, because that's kind of cheating, and you don't get full control over your projects. So we're going to go E for extrude again. Just trace that down. So this yellow bit's on the inside, and the black bit's on the outside, yeah? And then we're going to go E for extrude, just try and follow the vertices, so to speak. So as you're going down with the E for extrude, just go S for scale and just bring it in just a little bit. Because with porcelain cups, they are quite thick. So, you know what, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I'm just going to make that a little bit thicker on the inside there. E for extrude, bring that down. And then we're going to pull that in again. And then E for extrude. And then we'll pull this in. Now, you notice that we're getting to the end here. So, porcelain cups tend to be very thick at the bottom. The most thickest part of the porcelain cup, for sure, is the base of the cup. So what we're going to do, we're going to curve the bottom. Alright, just need to grab a quick drink. I've got a little bit of a cold going on. Right, so we were at the bottom, we were curving the bottom. So E for extrude. So, oh, sorry, let me put that back. So we're going to go E for extrude, and then at the bottom here, we're just going to scale this all the way in. So you know what, I'm going to go back, I'm just going to press Control Z, go back up to this vertices, I'm going to go E, come back down again, and then we're just going to start scaling in from this point, I believe. Sorry if anyone's copied that, I just realised that I needed a little bit more room for the bottom there. So, this is why this has happened. So, adjustments, just make some slight adjustments there to what you need this object to do. And then we're just going to scale it all the way in at the bottom. So, once we've got that, which is our entire wireframe, I'll show you on this one what I've got. You'll be left with this, which is almost like a bowl kind of shape. And I mean, you could save this as a bowl if you wanted to, and then you could come back to it and then save it as a completely different project and make it a coffee cup if you wanted to. So you notice that this is very kind of bumpy. It's got a lot of faces to it. So what we're going to do, right click, shade smooth. And then this will be the basis for our coffee cup. Now, it doesn't quite look the way that my coffee cup does, but it is just the basic shape. So when it comes to making the handle, there are many different ways that you can do this. I'm going to teach you a basic way of making one, and then later on, if we make more cups, I'll teach you a more advanced way. But since a lot of people who are watching these tutorials, you know, they're looking at basic stuff, I'm going to teach you the basic way. So start with a cube. Go to Add and Mesh and then Cube. You'll notice that your cube arrives in the middle of the cross section of the vertices and axes. So we're going to go G, we're just going to move it up. And we're going to move it up to the side of the cup. Oops. Yep. So it should stay like this. And then we're going to go S for scale. And we're just going to go along the Y axis. Just as so. And then we're going to go X for scale again. Go across the X axis. So you'll end up with a little object just like this. We go G, just move it back a little bit from the main cup. Let's scale that down. Okay, so this is the part where things get a little bit more complicated, but it's very easy to do. So we're going to select the faces. So we're going to select the top face. We're going to go E for extrude. Then we are going to rotate, R for rotate, and just rotate it in just slightly. Your best guess, wherever you'd like to rotate. E for extrude. Then we will press R for rotate. You need to rotate towards a cup. The more vertices that you have in there, the smoother it will look. E again, and we're just going to continue to move that till we've got a good solid kind of handle. Right, I'm going to try and make this so it's flush to that. So I'll zoom in a little bit so I can show you what I'm doing. So I'm going to put this against here. So we've put G and put that one. So you're going to have to do the same to the other side as well. It's good practice to do everything like this. Later on I'll show you ways that you can do this a lot easier. But for now I'm going to show you the way that I was kind of taught on how to do it. So just move your vertices inwards, E for extrude. I think it's nice to work things out the older way that people were taught how to do it, because then you have an understanding of where certain things came from with CG. Then we're going to extrude, and then for this one I'm going to get it on roughly the same line, so I want to rotate that so it's straight, and up there slightly and go across. Right, so that's your basic kind of shape for your handle. Gonna smooth that out. So now what I'm gonna do, because this handle looks a little bit too pressed up against the glass, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scale this outwards like so. Then we're gonna go to G, place it up against the glass. Now trust the process on this bit, because it kind of looks a little bit off. So we notice that the glass curves inwards just slightly, so we want to just rotate just slightly to accommodate. Never push the glass into the inside. Push the handle into the inside of the cup. You want it just to sit on the outside so that the vertices don't interact. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Control R to make vertices around the outside. Click that on, and then I'm going to go Scale. This will give it a little bit of a curve around the outside. And then these vertices on the middle, I'm just going to click the vertices in the middle. Press Shift and then Control, and this will, and then you're going to click on the inside, and this will basically put you for the inside vertices. And we're just going to press Scale just to make this go outwards a little bit more. And I'm just going to add a couple more vertices here. Press A, subdivide, just makes it a little bit smoother. Now you'll notice that the vertices have got in the middle here. So what I'm going to do with those is just come on to this one right here. Select anything that's on the inside, pull that back, and then scale it down. Just drag that back on the inside. So now we have no vertices on the inside of the cup. Also with this side, I don't like how smooth it is, so I'm just going to go into the modifiers. Let's go to smooth. I just smooth that out just a little bit. And there we go. That is the basic coffee cup kind of design that you guys can do. With that bit smaller, you guys could probably make this a lot neater, but this is the way that I was taught to do my basic coffee cups. So you've got nothing on the inside, but you have the handle on the outside. that will make a basic prop if you're putting that in your background. Something basically that people might not notice as much. You could stick that on a shelf or something. It's just a kind of room filler, if you will. So yeah, thank you for watching this tutorial, and we'll be working on the next one. Bye.
Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're looking at making trees. What you want to do first and foremost, get rid of your default cube because you're not going to need it. You want to go to add, you want to go to curve, and then we're going to go to sampling tree gen. Now if you don't have this, you can go to edit and you can go to preferences, just type it in, hopefully it should pop up for you guys. So we're going to go to curve, sampling tree gen, and you get a generic tree that just appears in the middle of nowhere. Now don't click anything at this point because we need this at the top, the bottom corner right here. I'm just going to go ahead and move my logo out of the way 1 second. There we go. Okay, so when we get onto this, something that you got to realise with trees is that if you click off this box will never return. For some reason they just don't have it as an option within any of the other settings. It just randomly disappears and you have to edit everything as soon as you get the tree. So with the trees you have load percent, which is at the bottom right here. You can do I can't even pronounce that, Steeman, the Douglas fir, Japanese maple, quaking aspen, small maple, small pine, weeping willow, white birch and willow. So you've got a lot of different options there with your trees. We're going to go with the small maple today. Let me see. So when you've got your tree here, there'll be various sizes, but one of the things that I will say to you is add your leaves. So go to the leaves section at the top and you just click show leaves. Here you can add more leaves, you can take leaves away, you can make leaves bigger, you can edit the position of leaves, and also if you go to the branch growth section, you can also edit from there as well. So just continuing that, I think it's something, a spider or something. So yeah, you can adjust all these settings. You can get some more branches in there, you can get less branches in there, make the branches smaller. You can also make it a little bit taller, make it a little bit shorter, whatever your preference is. Make it taller, you can make it taller, you can make it a tiny tree. So yeah, that's how you do it. So basically when you're adding your colours, so your leaf colours, you can come down here to materials. You can go on shading with that, mess around with that, but for the basics of tree making, I'm just going to show you this one. So I do believe that we're still in cycles. Oh, we've switched to Eevee. Okay, so switching to cycles, you can see what's going on there. You've got green leaves on your tree, and then we can click the actual tree itself, and then we can change this to a brown or a darker yellow.
Okay guys, welcome to a new Blender tutorial. So we are currently on 4.3.2 of the Blender systems, I guess, the Blender version. So what you're going to want to do straight away is just delete your default cube. We're not going to need that. You want to go to add at the top and then mesh, and then we're going to add a circle. Now at this point we've got the add circle just at the bottom here, which is on the bottom left. I'm going to remove my screencasting keys so I can show you guys what I'm doing, because I can't move them from there. I can, but it's like you have to jiggle it about a little bit. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. So we're going to go to the add circle, bottom left. And you'll see that the vertices are at 32. Now if you increase the vertices, it's going to be a smoother circle. It's going to have more faces to it. If you lessen the vertices, it's going to have less faces. So what we want is we want to make an octagon, which is 8 faces. So we're just going to go ahead here and just change this to 8. And this will be the basis of our
of a little road sign. So I'm just going to go back into my screen keys, the shadows and the screen keys, so that you guys can see and everything. Yeah. Okay, so now we've got our little octagon right here. We notice that it's the wrong way, so what we're going to do is just press R for rotate and just rotate it around so that it's flat, as you can get it. Okay, so from here we're going to start making the road sign. So what we're going to do is go into the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill, so it gives it a face. We're going to go E for extrude. We're just going to go slightly upwards, and then we're just going to go slightly outwards. This is just going to give a little bit of a bevel around the edges. And I mean, you can bring this down if you want to once you've done that. E for extrude. We're going to go E for extrude again. And we're just going to scale it in. Press S to scale. And then we can go E for extrude, but leave it where it is. Click. And then we're going to scale in just slightly. So this is the edge of the sign right here. You just want to give that a little bit of a buffer zone around the edge. So now I'm going to go for E for extrude again, but I'm going to go inwards just slightly. And then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards, because you want your sign to be flat. Maybe about that much-ish. Just scale it inwards a little bit, because this is going to be the white stripe going around the edge. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to the materials properties just over at the side here, if you can see my cursor right there. We're going to go new, and we want the background to be black. And then this foreground right here, we're going to go ahead and press the plus button, and then we're going to click new again, click assign. So now this face is assigned to a different material. And then we're going to go with, so this one is red. So just going to go red there, assign. And if you go into your different rendering properties, you'll see that that turns red. Now, we want the white line around the outside. So what we're going to do is we're still in edit mode. We're just going to click onto the side, the face tab right here. We're going to hold down shift. And we're just going to select all the faces going around the edge. And then this one we're going to put this as white. So we're going to press plus again. Add new. You can name these if you want to. For reference, I'm just not doing it at the moment. You're going to want to press assign. So this is going to make it white. I feel there's a small dad joke there. Press assign. Dink. Right, so what we're going to want to do now, I'm going to get this onto a 90-degree angle. So what you want to do is press rotate, get it across the red line, which is the x-axis. We're going to press 90 so that it goes 90 degrees. Then we're going to press G, bring it up a little bit. So we've now got this sign, but we need a post. So we press add. We're going to go to mesh, add cylinder, and it should be upright already. So then we're going to scale it upwards, and then just scale it down as is, until you get roughly the size of a pole that would fit this sign. Now at this point you could get fancy with it. At this point you could make it just a straight signpost if you want to. We're going to go to edit mode. Select the top face. Press G. And then just bring it up. So now the post is kind of going through the top here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move the face forward in a moment, but I just want to show you. So some of these stop signs that I'm looking at currently, they're kind of posh. Some of them have got like street signs above them. Some of them have got like these kind of generic lollipop kind of looks to them. I'm going to go with the lollipop look. I really can't get my words out today. So what I'm going to do is just make it a bit fancy at the top. So I'm going to go E for extrude, scale it inwards just slightly. I'm going to go in the X-ray version so you guys can see what's going on. E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly. I'm just going to make like a little lollipop one. E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, E for extrude, scale, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale, keep it along the same axis, E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale, oh, and I can do that, yeah, S for scale, right, E for extrude, and then we're just going to start scaling inwards. It's just the same motion, E for extrude, S for scale, blah blah blah. You get the picture. And then maybe we'll do like a little bit of a posh top on here. Just move this upwards. Just get this out a bit more. Okay, so I've got like this kind of ball effect on the top of mine. So when you do yours, you can do yours any way that you'd like to. So I'll just zoom in on that so you guys can see. Okay, so you'll notice that there's a lot of vertices here that seem very flat. So what we're going to do, just right click and just shade it smooth. There is a smoother in the mod section if you want it, but I don't particularly like it, to be honest with you. I just like adding more vertices and just making sure that something works. So I'm going to bring this back right now. So we will press G, bring that back, and then I'm just going to press, you know, I'm not going to press S. I was going to elongate it, but it might just ruin the effect. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring it up so that it's just sat behind it. And then I'm going to take the bottom here. Let's see, edit mode, select the bottom face, G, and we're just going to move the bottom face down so that it stays uniform. You can have a little bit of a stand at the bottom here. So if you wanted to do that, you just press G, bring it up a little bit. There's no point in making vertices in the middle because then you're going to have to sort everything out at the bottom. You might as well just bring it up and then make your little design. So we've got it like that. I'm just going to split the screen a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's press N to get rid of that. Press 1 so it's on its side. Right, so let's see. I'm just going to move it slightly to the side there because obviously my key casting is in the way. Right, yes. So so the bottom here, I'm going to want to do a stand with it. So we're going to press E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude. You know how this works now. S to scale, and then we're just going to make it a little bit bigger at the bottom, and then just bring it down to relatively where your floor is. And just have something that looks like that. Okay, so, oh, I don't want composing. We're going to go back to object mode. And now we're just going to add the materials to this. Now, I'm going to do a stop sign that's got writing on top of it. I mean, if you want to go into Krita or whatever like that, Krita is a free open source program. It works very similar to major kind of let's say shop photo editing software, shall we say. It works very similar to that, like an older version of that, but it's great. And then you've got GIMP as well if you want that one. So we're just going to put this in a black tone, give it a little bit of a shine, because generally those posts are kind of shiny. Let me see. If you want like a rain effect, like make it more shiny. If you want like a summer, like it's been summer forever kind of vibe, then make it really dull. Makes a really good effect. So yeah, we've got this one plane. I'm just gonna put a plane on that, and I'm just gonna change my render engine because I don't think I'm in Cycles. Yeah, I'm in Eevee. It's Eevee's default. Yeah, so you got Cycles, and then I'm just gonna put it on the actual thing. So now we can see that this is what this will look like under lights. So this is actually a spotlight. We want to go ahead and change it to a sun. You can do this if you want to. You also have the option of shadow caustics, which makes things look a lot more detailed. It basically takes Blender's shadow mod kind of thing. I wouldn't say shadow mod, but Blender's got different shadows, and they tried to improve the shadows quite recently. I think it was within the last 2 years. So Shadow Caustics actually casts a lot more light more naturally. So if you want that more natural kind of light tone, you can do. I'm just going to turn this sun down a little bit because it is a little bit too bright for my liking. Let's go with 50. It's still bright at 50. Let's go with 5. The ridiculousness of 5. You know, surely it can't be bright at 5, but alas. Right, so. Sorting the shadows out there. So now we want to add the text to this, which is a stop sign completely. But first and foremost, I want to add some screws, because obviously the stop sign has to be held up by something. So we're going to go to add, and then we're just going to go UV sphere. Just keep this real simple. Press S just to scale it down right there. And you just want to get it parallel with the pole on both sides. So S to scale, get that up there. G to move it, G to grab. Before we do anything and before we duplicate this, I'm just going to put the materials properties on there. So just right click, shade smooth. Materials, we will go with new. We're going to make this slightly metallic. Let me see, let's darken the colour just slightly. Okay, so then we want to go to Shift D and just move this down a little bit. So now you have this kind of sign that's got a little bit of stuff on it. So I want to make some scratches as well, which is going to be in the shading tab. I'll show you how to do that at the end, but first we're going to put the stop sign stop on it. So what we want to do is we want to go to add, and then we're going to go to text, and so your text will actually appear right here on the floor. So what you're going to want to do to edit this is you want to go into edit mode. Seems kind of self-explanatory. Now at the moment you can't see it, so you're going to kind of have to use your imagination here if you can't see it. So we're just going to put STOP for our sign. So I can go back to object mode, and we've got the stop sign right there. Now, if you've noticed, the text type isn't quite right. So let me see. I'm just going to bring this up. Just press G to grab. Going to rotate it on the red line, which is the x-axis. Press 90 on your number pad. We're going to go ahead and just press G and just move it until it's somewhat in the middle. Let me see. I'm just going to make this bigger for you guys. I can't get my words out today at all. Right, I'm going to press G, just bring it forward so that you can see it. Now you're going to want to keep this relatively flat, but keep it as flush as you can to the back of the board. Press S just to move it down a little bit. G to go across. Now this is where the tricky part comes in, because you're going to have to look at text types. So, hang on. Let me get this more central. Okay, so this could take a little bit of research, because the stop sign seems to have the same text all over, but then there's also stop signs in different countries that have also got different text types. So yeah, this is totally the wrong text. I'm going to find out which text it is. I'll come back in 2 seconds. Magic of video editing. We'll see whether we can get something similar, or we see whether we can get the same kind of text. I'll be 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So apparently, according to Google, it's called Highway Gothic. Now, if you guys can find Highway Gothic, good luck to you. I'm going to try and find it. I don't know whether I will be able to find it, but I'll give it a good go. So let me see. So you want to go to the data option right here. It should be the A up on the bottom right there. So we're going to go to font. And when you go to fonts, you're going to get all these different ones. So we're just going to click. We're just going to experiment with this basically and see what we can find. So if we click this, notice that all these text types come up. And so what we want to find is Highway Gothic. Like, I'm hoping it has Highway Gothic, or at least something of akin. Let me see. So, oh wow, there's so much. Let's see, we're on L, H, we got Hollywood, Highway Tower. No, sorry, that's High Tower even. Highway Gothic. I don't think that it supplies Highway Gothic, but I mean, we can find something similar. We got Highway Tower. You kind of want something bold. Let me see. Something that's kind of squished together. Squishy. You know, you could go with Dominican regular, I guess. Oh no. Let's not go with Dominican regular. Okay, I'm gonna try bold. Let's see. Don't go with the Dominican. Highway Gothic. Do you have Highway Gothic? I don't know whether this is like a separate file. Oh, they got HoloLens. HoloLens is. Sorry, HoloLens is something else. Don't go with HoloLens. Let me see. High tower. Heavy wrap. Heavy heap even. I'm gonna guarantee there's somebody in the comment section going, she missed it like 3 times. Like, how could you not see this? I don't even think they have it. We're gonna try this one. The German sounding one. The heat. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna butcher this. The Heitenschwiller. That looks relatively okay actually. But stop signs tend to be like squished in. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna scale this inwards like across the red axis a little bit, just to kind of maybe I don't know. You know what? You guys can kind of experiment with the text type that you'd like. Let's try another one. I'm not looking at this thing like trying to. Poof. I've got it on my phone. Like, I've got a picture of the text type on my phone. Unfortunately, it's just not showing up here for some weird reason. So I mean, you guys can experiment with this. Just see what works for you. I wouldn't go with that. I wouldn't go for Kunstler. I wouldn't go for the artist one. The artist script. Kunstler is the artist script. That's like your fine writing kind of thing. Your cursive. Let's go with Oswald Heavy. See if Oswald's good. It looks relatively. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that because it looks okay. Yeah. So I guess that's it for this tutorial. If you guys want a different text type, just look at different text types on there. Just see what works for you the best. If you guys have got a text type that's on here that's that very much matches the stop sign, like, let me know, because then I can kind of put that forward for a next tutorial if I make another one of these. Yeah, so that'll be it for today. Enjoy your day. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Give us a follow if you're on Facebook watching this. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right at the top here. Just press shift, move it upwards. Go onto your stop sign right here. You're going to want to make sure, hang on, let's put this on render view. So you're going to just want to use your scroll wheel to go in and out. Shift and then click in your scroll wheel to just move this around. So what you're going to want, go into your materials tab, go into your red material. Then we're going to want to go and add a Voronoi texture. So this is a Voronoi texture. And we're going to want to put colour to colour. And you notice all these little lines come up. Now you can make these rough, you can make them smooth, you can make them random, which I'm going to do actually. So you can make them like that where they're uniform, or you can just make them random like that. You can scale these up, scale these down. Let me see. So you're going to want some scratches and stuff like that. So these are going to be your basic scratches. So what we're going to do is go to add and add bump. Put your bump in and go from your colour to your height. So you've got something like this. Now we're going to want colour on this. So we're going to add, I'm going to go colour ramp. Just squeeze it in right here. Let me see. Yeah. So your colour ramp, when you move these, it's going to give you these little scratches. Now, obviously this is the wrong way around, so we want to invert that a little bit. Let's see. This will give you a little scratches, so that's just basic demonstration of how that works. So, yeah. I'm just going to switch this to the metallic. And then you see that your scratches appear. And they're all the little subtle ones. So if you want to scale this up, you can do. You can have a few scratches, little bumps and dings there. I'm hoping you can see that on the recording. Yeah, you can just about see it, just here. But I'm looking at the recording, just like thinking to myself, like, can you guys see this? Yeah, so you can see all the little scratches and bumps here, so that's just how you make the scratches and bumps. Yeah, so if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please subscribe, please like. Yeah, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, today we're going to be doing a work locker. It's on my brief. I mean, like, a work locker is good. So, I don't know whether to do one where it's going to be multiple lockers, or whether I just do a singular locker. I think maybe I can do a singular locker today just to show you how to make one, and then you guys can kind of experiment with what you'd like to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the default cube, just bring it out a little bit. I'm going to just scale it upwards to roughly a locker size. I'm just going to press G and just bring it down to ground. So I'm going to start with on this one. If you guys want to rotate like this, it's a central scroll wheel. I keep forgetting this. Like, sometimes people just click on my videos straight away and they don't know any of the controls, and I don't tell them. And I need to start doing that. So I'm just going to press S, central scroll wheel, just go along the red line, which is the X-axis. We're just going to make this a little bit thinner. Let's come around here. So we're going to go into edit mode, which is in the top corner. We're just going to go into faces. We're going to take the front face here. We're going to go E for extrude. Leave it where it is, don't move it. And then we're just going to go scale it inwards. And this is going to be like the inside bit of our locker. So I'm just going to scale upwards. So it gives it that little bit of a lip, but not much. And then what I'm going to do is E for extrude, scale it inwards. Now because most lockers are made of a thin metal, we're just only going to go in just slightly. So you're probably going to want to be about there. So I'm going to go E for extrude again, don't move it. And then we're just going to scale outwards. I'm going to go into the X-ray mode so you guys can see what's going on here. So we got this face, we're just going to go scale outwards. You notice that on the inside that it's now going in to the sides. So I'm just going to scale toward the side, so you've kind of got this going on the inside. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it back. So now, let's see, just leave a little gap at the back. So now we have a little hollow cube, and this will be potentially our locker. So now what to do is add shelves in there, a little bit of a rail, I guess, and then a door. So let's go with add, and then we're going to go to mesh, cube, and then you're going to want to scale your cube up so that it fits just on the inside of the locker. And then we're going to go to S, scale, downwards. Just flatten it down. And then G, we're going to bring it up. So it's going to become a shelf. You want to make sure that it's flush towards the sides, but it's not going to clip outwards. So that's clipping outwards. Just make sure that it's just in there, and you can't see it from the outside. So if I just click off that, you can't see it now. So this will be our first shelf, and maybe we'll want a shelf just at the bottom for shoes or something. Maybe you've got some shoes that absolutely stink after gym class or whatever like that, you know. And then we're going to add a mesh again, and we're going to go for cylinder. We're going to scale this upwards, and then we're going to scale it back down again. rotate along the red axis, which is X. We're going to press 90, scale it outwards, then just scale it back in again. Now this is going to be the pole for your coats, this is going to be the pole for whatever you're hanging up in your locker. So make it as thick or as thin as you want, just press G, bring it up. We're going to post this, maybe, I think that's actually quite good. I'm gonna move this forward just slightly. You kind of got that gap at the other side as well. That's not. Yeah, make sure both sides of your pole are touching the sides of the locker as well. It's not just floating there. I thought there was something wrong with that. I'm looking at it going like, what did I do wrong? Like, there's something wrong with that. I can't figure it out. It's not touching the sides. It's just like, it's just existing. So we're gonna go right click and then we're gonna press smooth. So now you've got your little pole in your locker. Now you can start adding, if you wanted to, materials to this. So your materials tab's just here. You want to press new. If this is a pole, we're going to want to go for maybe silver look to it. Let me see. Oh, that's really weird. They've changed some of the settings on here. So we're going to go with metallic and just turn it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my rendering engine because we're supposed to be in cycles, but for some reason default is Eevee. So we've got it in cycles now. And this is a silver bar on the inside. Now if you wanted to add scratches to that, I can show you how to add scratches to that. Just 1 second. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right here. So to add scratches to things, pretty simple. So what you want to do is add a Voronoi texture. Yeah, so here we go. Voronoi texture, you want to go colour to base colour of Principled. Then we're going to go, we're just going to move this up. So now you can see all these little lines that have appeared right there. We're going to go to bump texture. Just put the bump in there. You want to change your colour to your height rather than colour to normal. So it should look like that. Now you've kind of got this purpley thing going on, so we're going to go add, and then we're going to go to colour ramp. And I believe last time I just changed it to the metallic, I think, because it was working differently for another project. They do change the settings in Blender sometimes, so sometimes I'm like there, like, did I do the right thing? Because it doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that I'd like it to react. So, yeah, you can scale this up, you can scale it down. You can have little cracks or whatever like that. So yeah, as for the regards to the outside of the locker, you can add some dings, some bumps to that. You know, I'm gonna add some texture to this actually. So your base color right now for your locker theoretically is just white. So I've seen most lockers are kind of like a dark green. So we're gonna go with that kind of tone. I'm just going to turn the roughness down just for now. Sorry, the roughness up even. And we're going to add a bump. And then I'm going to add a noise texture. Just to kind of give it a little bit of noise, a little bit of... so, when you've got items, they'll get bumps over the years. And they'll get scratches on them and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is go for a noise texture. Add this onto here. Go to colour. And go to height. So now you've kind of got this this crazy pattern going on here. So you can distort this a little bit. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah, lockers are naturally going to get stains on them. So now we notice that we have this red locker with a blue floor to it. So what I'm going to do is add, we're adding colour ramp. And then we're just going to slip it between the bump and the Principled. And you'll notice that it's all gone black and white now. So what we're going to do is add colour to this. And we're just going to turn the tones down. And you notice it's black on the outside. I mean, you could move the black so that it's on that side. So it's almost like it's stained on the bottom as well. You can move the whites around, so the white's on the outside if you'd like. So there we go, we got basic locker that's a bit stained now. I'm gonna name this material as locker colour. Because we're going to change the colour for this one as well. So what you want to do is just go locker colour, then go to this one, locker colour. This is going to be good for your door as well. If you want to duplicate this and edit this, you can do, so that you've got different tones to it. Just press the two pieces of paper in the corner. So you could have white shelves instead of green. But you'll be still in with that same theme, if that's what you want. So I can do that. And just change things about that. Just duplicate it when you do change things, so that you're not changing everything. So now, we've kind of got the basic of a locker. We're going to want to add the door to it, so I'm going to do the door separately. I'm going to start with the plane, and I'll do it downwards. So we're going to go back to layout so that we can see what's going on, and just regular rendered view. I'm going to scale this out, and then I'm going to fit it to the door, see how big this is, and then I will edit it as needed. So you just want to rotate on the green axis with 90 degrees. G, scale it outwards so that it's roughly the same size as the locker. Edit mode, just bring your vertices down. You probably can't see this very well, but hang on. So theoretically you just want a shape. So G, bring that forward. You just want to bring a shape on the outside that fits the outside of the locker, roughly. So now, most lockers have little vents on them, so we're going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to Control R this. Just bring that in. Control R, halfway, Control R. I just go halfway up. So this is going to be the vent. You can do the vent in different ways if you want to. I think with my one I'm going to bring it out and then I'll subdivide it. So just get rid of that one. I'm just going to like E for extrude, and then I'm going to just rotate it just slightly. So it's like this. And then we're going to press the delete key, delete the face right there. Control R. Just get a couple of lines going across here. And then we're just going to take these faces out. 1, 2, 3, right there. E for extrude. And then I'm just going to go upwards with them. So they look like vents, so to speak. It's kind of a vent. I'm going to press delete faces, so they got a hole in them. Now you notice that this locker right here it's flat. Primarily it's just got one face. So what we're going to do, go into edit mode, press A to select everything, and E for extrude. And we're just going to extrude over the top just slightly. And then I'm just going to go S to scale outwards. So the door's a little bit bigger to the locker there. And I think we're going to do some hinges. So you notice that the locker's a different colour from the actual the door right there. So we're going to go into shade tab again. And what you want to do, just grab this drop down menu here, just go locker, and there's your colour for the locker. So now we have this. I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees so you guys can see inside. Just place that in there. Right, there we go. Right, So now we want the hinges. So we're just going to add and go to cylinder. Just elongate it slightly. Make sure it scales down, and then we're just going to place the hinge onto the side of the door. Might take a little bit of time to get this over to it. And I'm just going to make this kind of a grey colour. Right click to smooth, G, bring it up, and then we're going to go Shift D, and then Shift D, and then we're going to select Shift, click them all, that's holding that down, and then we're going to go Shift D again, and just put the bottom hinges on right there, and that, right there is your basic locker. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe if you're interested. And I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a water bottle today. So the water bottle, we're just going to go ahead and delete the default cube. Add objects for mesh. Add circle. And what I'm going to do with this circle, this is kind of in the way, but I'm just going to improve my vertices just right here. At the bottom to make it look a little bit smoother, because last time I didn't do it and it was kind of squared off a little bit, and I didn't like the way that looked. So with water bottles, what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode, press F for fill. So what I'm going to do is E for extrude, let me think, and then I'm just going to scale it around. We're going to do a flat water bottle, E for extrude again, just bring that out just slightly, E for extrude, E for extrude again, and I think I might put like a little kind of dent in the middle of it, so you just want to take it, E for extrude, bring it up, E for extrude if you're going to make this little dent. You don't have to, you don't want to, but I'm just going to do it. E for extrude again, just like kind of scale it inwards a little bit, just kind of have it like as a sports bottle, I guess. Scale it inwards again, E for extrude, gently scale inwards, and then we're just going to make this come upwards towards the top, and then just scale it out a little bit more as we reach the top. So this is going to be kind of like a sports water bottle, I guess. E for extrude. Actually, you know what, I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. Scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude again. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, but on the slide, scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude again, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. You get where this is going again, I guess. If you've seen the rest of the tutorials, like E for extrude, blah blah, you know. Okay, so we're going to go E and just go straight up. You can make like a little curve if you want to, just kind of balance it out a little bit, and then E just straight up. So I'm gonna go an X-ray view right now so you guys can see. So want to go E again, just slightly, just bring it in. This will be the lip of the bottle. Yeah. G downwards, let me see, yeah. So go inwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go in there. Now I'm going to press 1, so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the bottle. I'm going to go E for extrude again, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale outwards. And then E for extrude, just leave like a tiny little gap at the sides, so that you're not clipping the outside. E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale it outwards, and just carry on doing this like the whole way until you get to the bottom. And just make sure you keep scaling inwards every so often if the bottle changes, such as my one does here. So I'm just making the inside of the bottle now. And then we can do the rest of this. And now when you come to the end, just kind of scale it in a little bit. Not all the way in, but just like enough that you kind of get this round bottom to it. So you should have something like this. So now we're going to make the lid, which is just real simple. Just go back to your object mode. I'm going to just right click shade smooth. And then we're going to add the lid, which is just a cylinder. Just basically scale it down. And then just place it on top. If you go the X-ray mode, you can kind of see how big your lid is. Let's have mine like there. Okay, so and then right click and smooth that out. So that's your basic bottle shape. You can add to that if you'd like. Let's see. So you can add labels on here as well. So the best way of doing this is to go to edit mode. Go to just click 1 on your number pad. Make sure that you've got the X-ray mode on for faces as well. And then just select a couple of vertices, and you can change the colours of these as well. So you just go into the materials tab. You just press plus. So this one will be the original colour, I believe. Yeah, so this one's the original colour. So what you want to do, just to make it kind of slightly invisible, I'm just going to change my render engine real quick. So come back to the materials tab. You can move the alpha, and you can make it like slightly kind of invisible. I'm just going to go ahead and just assign this 1 second. So for this material that's selected right here, you want to press plus, assign, and then this will be your new material. So this will be your label. Let's go object mode. So you notice that the bottle's kind of slightly see-through. I mean, you could use that if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, if you go to the original material and you go to glass BSDF, you can make this bad boy glass. Just turn down the roughness, and then it turns into kind of this glass bottle effect, but we don't want glass, so we're just going to bring the roughness up a little bit, so it's more of a plastic kind of look to the bottle. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of bottle shape. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Thank you. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. Today we're going to be learning how to make a window. So I'm just going to go ahead and set up the scene a little bit here, just so that you guys can see straight through it, because if you're seeing grey on grey, you're not really going to you're not going to see much. So I'm just going to add some objects in here. You guys can add these, but you don't have to. I'm just adding them just for the purpose of this. So what we're going to want to do, making windows wise, and this is the way that I make windows. I don't know how you guys make windows, but for me, so if you want something that you're going to see through, you're going to want 2 planes with that one. But if you're going to want something that's just kind of stationary, then you're only going to need like maybe the 1 plane on there. So for example, if you're seeing windows from the outside and you know that you're not going to be looking into those windows, then I mean, you could just make like a basic window shape, have your glass on there and everything. And then you can just move it anywhere that you want in the building. But if you want windows like I make the windows, then you're going to need to put holes in your walls to accommodate them. So I'll show you how I make them. Okay, so what we're going to start with is we're just going to add a plane. So we're just going to make a basic window today. So I'm just going to press S for scale. Just scale this up. And we are going to go to edit mode. You want to press Control R. Just get your midpoint right there, and then Control R on the other side just to get your midpoint. Now these are going to be the windows, so what we're going to do is Control R, go halfway, Control R, go halfway, Control R, go halfway, and we're just going to basically subdivide this. Now you can subdivide this if you want to. If you can see what you're doing, that's great. So we're just going to subdivide. So now we have these other ones. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go around the edges of these subdivisions. Control R, just the whole kind of thing. So now we've got the centre bit, and we're going to go Control R, just do 2 on the centre right here. We're also going to go Control R again, doing the centre right here. Okay, so now we have this. We're going to go with the smallest corner right here. Just press Shift Control, and that will select all of that one. Now you're going to press Shift, click, and then you're going to go Control again. Now you're going to press Shift, and then Control again. Shift, click, Control, Shift, click, Control. So now you've kind of got this thing, but you notice that I made a mistake here, so I'm just going to press Shift and just uncheck these ones. Okay, so I'm just going to press delete, and we're going to go faces. So now we've kind of got this basic window shape going on. I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger, I think. Okay, so this, we want to rotate it 90 degrees so that it's standing up right. I'm just going to rotate it again. We're going to go 90, yeah, 90 degrees. So this is just showing the basic window stuff of what you can make on here. Obviously, if you want to make a more detailed window, you can do, but I'm just showing you the basics of how to make the glass within the window, in the window itself. So, if you guys have got more time, you can go ahead and you can just, you can make something a lot better than I have right here. So, what I'm going to do now is just make this brown. I'm just going to go ahead and change to cycles because we're doing the tutorials in cycles. So now you can see that we have a window shape here. So now we're going to add another plane. And what you want to do is rotate it 90 degrees again. And we're just going to place this in the middle here. And then we're just going to scale it outwards and scale across. Okay, so now we notice that we've got intersecting vertices right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the window frame. We're going to go edit mode. I'm just going to select everything by pressing A. E for extrude. And we're just going to pull it out a little bit. Now, this window, you're going to want to sit so that it's right in the middle there. So what we're going to do now, to make the glass of the window, we're going to go to the materials section. I'll just put this on the opposite side so you guys can see what's going on. So we should get light coming through the window as well. This is why I positioned it like this. So for your window, we're going to come to the materials tab, press new, and we're just going to go to glass, BSDF. And you'll see that we've got kind of this reflection going on here. We've got some lights going on. What you want to do is just turn down your roughness. And now you can see that we've got the cube over here. And through this window, we can see the sphere on this side. And you can also see the cube's reflection here. And if you're on the sphere side, because there's no light on there at the moment, you can't see it. But if I was to move the light just there, you now can see the sphere. Through there you can see the square reflection. Just going to move this one again, just duplicate this and then just change the colour of it so you guys can see what's going on. Oh, come on. It won't move. Yeah, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to change this to green. So now we just move it around. You can see the green cube from the green light. You can see the icosphere, and then from the icosphere side you can see the green cube, and then just about here you can see the reflection of the icosphere. So that's just basic windows in Blender. That's just how you put the glass in. Obviously it's not a detailed tutorial, it's just to show you how to do glass. If that's what you want to do in your projects. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Please hit subscribe. I would really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at dropping objects that are soft. I basically got a cube here. I just put the default cube on the bottom for you guys, so that's just like our collision point. I've also labeled this as a collision in the physics tab right there. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna get an icosphere, and we're just gonna look at soft objects. Basically, the object's just gonna land and it's just gonna be squishy. So this would be perfect if you've got like any kind of anime kind of stuff, and you've got like these kind of, I don't know, replications of soft toys or something, and you just want like a kind of squishy kind of feel to everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, so we got this one on collision from the physics tab right here. This one, we're going to put it down as cloth. And so if we just press the space bar real quick, it should come down. It just kind of squishes and it kind of melts. So we don't want it to go through, but we want some sort of stability here. So we can mess around with the weight a little bit. You can get it like really heavy. It kind of just squishes down. I think having a plane is probably best for this. I'm just going to switch this out for a plane actually. Mesh plane, let's see what we can do with this. We'll put this as collision. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can see that it kind of becomes real squishy. So, if we click on the icosphere again, we can do, you've got steps, you've got all sorts here, you've got tension. Let's put the tension up a little bit. It kind of just folds in. But yeah, you can like reduce this. You can have like a 1.1 kilogram. And it kind of just like bounces. If we take that up a little bit more, maybe. So just pull that up a little bit more. Let it go. We kind of just have this bounce to it. Now you just mess around with the settings. See what you want to start with. Let's see. So I could do internal springs, could turn these up a little bit, see what happens. But yeah, that's basically how you do kind of like squishiness. So if you've got like a plushie toy or something, and you want it to kind of bounce and squish, that's how you do that. Thank you guys for watching. That's the end of the tutorial. Please subscribe, like, follow wherever you're watching this. I'll see you in the next one. So I'm just gonna go do a quick one right now. So these are bouncing apples. So I'm just gonna go over to my physics tab. We'll have these as cloth. Have that one as cloth. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but like, I'm gonna try it. Cloth. Cloth. I think that's small as cloth. Oh, okay. See what happens there. It's taking a while. I think I'm minus frames there. Oh yeah, minus 1.6. I should have got rid of the icosphere. Definitely. Oh, they've kind of got squashed there. Oh dear. Hi guys, so we're going to start the next tutorial. So what we're going to do is something like really creative today. We're going to just like delete everything from the scene. Primarily because we don't need it. And what we're going to start with, I mean you can re-add your camera if you want to, but what we're going to start with is a plane. We're just going to put this plane out there. And today we're going to be learning how to do glass lamps with different colours to them. So we're going to add a circle to begin with, and we're just going to make a base for the lamp. And this is going to be an emission rather than a light, so that we can just move the lamps around freely. So you're going to want to go to the edit mode, press F to make a face. You're going to want to select everything, E for extrude. We're just going to scale out, make a little platform here, E for extrude, E for extrude, E for extrude. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards just slightly, and then this is where the magic happens, right? So this is going to be the base of our lamp, and what we want to do is we're going to want to go E for extrude, and then we're going to scale inwards. Now this is where everything happens. So this little central bit here is going to be the emission. So we're going to press new on materials. So this material will cover all the bottom here. So we're just going to put this as black. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine here. Just go back to materials. We're working in cycles. So this is how the original lamp's going to look. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to press the plus just in the corner here. We're going to go with new, and then we're going to go with emission. I'm just going to turn that up a little bit. Press assign. So now we have kind of like a button kind of light. And now we're going to go to faces, and we're just going to select, I'll put this on the downward view so you guys can see. We're going to select this entire ring just around here. So if you press shift, control, and then click, and then just click around the ring as you go. Should highlight practically everything. We're going to go E for extrude. Now, at this point, we just pressed 1 on the number pad, so that you've got a side view. I'm just going to move this up a little bit. And we want to go to X-ray mode at the top. We're going to box select, so you can do B for box select, so you can just drag your cursor across. This is going to be our new material, so we're going to plot new, so the plus, go to new. This one's going to be glass. Click assign, go back to your render view, and this is what you should have in the object mode. So it's just basic glass looking kind of lamp. So now we're going to make variations from this. So this is going to be the original lamp, and then I'm going to show you how to make different textures on here, different colours on here. Just basically make like some crazy stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go into the shading tab, which is the shading tab is just up here. 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change some of these things. So for this material we want emission. So at the moment we are on the material that's in the middle. So this circular bit right here, that's where the emission is going to come through. So the glass is this material, and we're just going to put glass for that one. Now this is going to be the standard materials. This is just going to be the standard lamp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G. I'm going to move this one to the side, and I'm just going to press Shift D, and then I'm going to make a new one. So this one we want to make some patterns on. So to change the colour, you want to change the emission. To change the glass, you want to make a new type of glass. Now, I don't like how rough this glass is, so I'm just going to change the roughness on it. But as you can see, it changes the other glass as well, so this needs to be its own material. So we're going to leave the default like that. Just press Control Z just to undo any of those changes. So we're going to go with the glass. We're going to press this double page button here. This will be the new glass for this one, and we can see that it's the new glass for this one because it's just changed colours. So you just press this little tab right here next to the X, and then that will make glass 001. So we just want to call this glass 2. Okay, so starting with this lamp, we're going to go with Voronoi texture. So we're just going to place this right here. We're going to go to colour, and you'll notice that this glass kind of changes this funky shade of different colours and stuff, textures. So you can make this as large or as small as you'd like. So what we're going to do, we're going to go add, and we're going to go bump texture. Just place your bump texture in there. Just put your colour to your height. And so we're going to get this little pattern right here. So, what you want to do, you notice that we're getting little cracks. I don't know whether you can see that on the recording. Hold on. Just let it render in just a little bit. So notice like this little hairline cracks right there. So, I mean, you can make this as big or as small as you want to. But for this, I'm just going to turn the roughness down a little bit. Just brings those cracks out just like tiny little bit more. You can also mess with the IOR, which is a good thing on this. So now we're going to go with colour ramp. We'll go straight into that. So now we've kind of got this grey, white colourings. So what we want to do is add a colour to this lamp. So maybe I'll go with green. I'm just going to turn the IOR down a little bit so it kind of looks a little bit more glass-like. And I'm going to just auto shade that smoothness a little bit more. Now you can put more smooth into it if you want to. So you'll notice that the light is quite dim. If you go to your emission, you can turn this up. But what I would recommend is duplicate your emission and then do it, because otherwise you'll be messing around with the rest of your lamps. So now, if I just move this across, we're going to get a lamp that's a little bit brighter. Let's see. It's taking its sweet time just to move things around here. Okay, so this is what we've got right now. At the moment it's just loading in some of the lighting. So what we can do is we can go to the glass, and you notice that the glass is really dark. So what you can actually do is like take the white and just move it across a little bit. You can also turn the roughness down if you want to, so that you've got more of a glass kind of shape. Now, you notice that this glass is pretty dark, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take away this black on here. Excuse me. And now we've kind of got more of a little glass thing going on. So, at the moment, I think I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. So the IOR, I would say just experiment with it a little bit and see what you can do. Yeah. So that's the outside of the glass, that's the reflection. And then when you come and you lower it, that's the inside kind of thing. So it takes a little bit of play around with it. But yeah, generally that's the cracks one. So you can actually put the roughness up if you want to, because obviously this is very mirrored. And if you put the roughness up, this is what happens. The render's a little bit slow on this. But yeah, you get the general idea. So that's your second glass that you can do. The third glass that you can do, we'll take the original right here. Allows me to. So Shift D, just to duplicate. When it decides to play ball, there we go. Right, okay, so this one, just put this onto regular view again. So this one right here, we're going to do a red one. So, do this across. Okay, so, we want to take the glass, and we want to just duplicate this. We're going to add a noise texture onto here. And what we should be getting is this kind of pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to improve some of the roughness on this. Just take some of it away a little bit so we've got these little bumps going on. And then we want to go to the bump texture. Let's place that right here. We want to go colour to height. And when it loads in, you should get something like this. So now we go colour ramp. No, we don't want color. Oh, yeah, colour ramp right here. Just place it between the glass and the bump, and now we have this kind of wavy kind of pattern going on with this particular light. So now you can change the colours, whatever you'd like. So we're going to go click on the white. Just change this. Maybe we could have like red. Oh, you crashed. Right. So I think that concludes the tutorial today. We crashed. So yeah, you get the basic idea of what's going on. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe. Yeah, all that jazz. See you later.
Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be building a watch. So this is a project that I have made very few of, but I'm going to try my best to teach you how to do it today. So we're going to do, we're going to go to add, mesh, and then circle. We're going to press S to scale. I'm just going to bring this up a little bit so you guys can see it. And I may just add the double screen on here as well. Yeah, so you guys have got a different angle as well. So we're going to start off with the clock face to begin with. I'll add the numbers onto there and I'll teach you how to do that as well. So what we want to do is go to edit mode. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to approach this right now. So we want to press F for fill. This will give us a face. I'm going to go E for extrude and just go up slightly. Now this is going to be the clock face itself. You can go E for extrude again and just keep it just above the line right here, just above, not too much. Just keep along with your axis there. Then we're going to scale it in just slightly. Going to go E for extrude again, scale in, E for extrude, scale inwards. Now what you want to do with this one is when you've scaled it inwards, just bring it down so it's relatively flat. And then we want to do, I'm just going to scale this outwards just slightly, E for extrude again, and we're just going to go inwards. And this is where your clock face is going to sit. So this is going to be the rim that's just around the outside. E for extrude again, just bring that down. Now we're going to sit another circle across the top here that'll act as the glass, but we'll do that afterwards because what I want to do first is the numbers and also the arms of the clock. So what we're going to do is just bring it down so that it doesn't intersect the vertices just there, but it just sits just straight right there. So press 8 for the upwards view. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to object mode. We're going to add, and we're going to go with text. 1 second. Here we go. Press 7 on your number pad, not 8. And then we're going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to type in 12. Now you're not going to be able to see this because it's underneath, so what we're going to do is we're going to edit this. So I've got my second one. Press G, just bring it up. Now it doesn't have to be all the way up, but just enough so that you can see it. So what we're going to do with this 12 right now is, you notice right now that it's flat, so we're going to build it up a little bit. So what you want to do is come over to the side panel here, go to your data, which is the A, and we are going to go for, we've got the font, we've got the shear, we've got the size. So this will skew your font to wherever you need. This will make it size upwards or downwards, whatever you need. I mean, you could press S for scale if you wanted to. Let me see. So you've got your offsets here on the Y. You can also offset it. I'm just showing you some of the stuff that's going on here. Now, with your geometry, because it's flat, and you want to make it a little bit bigger, just move your geometry to 0.5. That should be great for a clock face. So now what we want to do is let's go G, and we're just going to go down. And we're just going to position this right at the very top. So just make sure that it sits just on your face right there. Clock face. Put it just to the centre. Bring it up. Get it as central as you possibly can. And then what we're going to do, if you want to, you can change your font type. So we have a lot of different font types right here. So just press the open font just at the side. It's a folder icon just there. You can choose whatever font you want. Now I'm going to stop recording to choose my font because there's a lot of different fonts on there, I think. So to be honest with you, actually, you know, I could zoom this in. I could show you guys the fonts. So these are all the fonts that you can have for your clock face. You're going to want something that's legible, that's not too hard to read. You know, there's quite a lot of them actually. So you can go for this one. That one seems okay. So that is the Felix Tilting regular. So once you've got that, just make sure your 12 is relatively central. We're going to press Shift D. This is going to duplicate it. And then we're going to bring it down to the bottom. Now you notice it says 12 and 12. We don't want 12 and 12, we want 12 and 6. So from here we're going to go into edit mode. Just delete your 12 right there. G, bring it over. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go Shift D again, bring it to the centre, and then we're going to go G, bring it over, make sure that this for the 3 is just dead centre. Oops, that didn't work for some reason. You saw me hit the 3 then. That didn't work. Right, so now we're going to go and put the 9 in. So Shift D. And then we're going to go edit again. You can kind of get the pattern that we're going with now. So we're going to put 9 on that side. Now at this point, if you don't want to, you don't have to put the rest of the numbers on there. But I would suggest putting the rest of the numbers on there. Now, in prior tutorials, I would have said, let's duplicate all of this. And then we'll put everything at a 90-degree angle. Or we'll put everything at a 25-degree angle or whatever like that. Just so that we get the numbers in between. But to be honest with you, on your own clock face, I think doing everything manually and doing everything by eye is a good way of making this. So what we want to do is take your 3, and we're going to go Shift D, just to duplicate, go about a quarter of the way across the clock, and then what we're going to do is going to go G upwards, and that should roughly be where you can put your 1. So we're just going to put 1 there. I'm going to move that down slightly actually. If you play this by eye, just slightly, because if we start rotating things, then the objects are just going to rotate themselves. So that could be roughly where your 1 is. We're going to go Shift D, just move that across, go G, move that across, G again, move it up. Right, and this is going to be your 2. This is going to be a bit fiddly to do in the beginning because obviously, you know, if you're not used to doing this, just bring them in just slightly so that they're just inside the clock face. And then we're going to do the rest of this for the rest of the clock face as well. So bring it a quarter of the way down, roughly, then bring it across. It's got to be 4. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a little bit of a painstake doing all of this. When you add the colours to the numbers as well, you only need to use 1 colour. You don't need to colour every single one, but I'll show you how to do that because what I used to do when I started doing Blender, I used to take every single object, say like there was multiple objects, and I would try and get the same colour to each object, and I'd find out that I wouldn't get the exact colour and I wouldn't be able to colour match it properly. not fully, at least. I mean, there was some sort of colour matching there. I was very used to colour matching in a job that I used to do. But you'd be maybe 1 or 2 hexes out of colour. A hex is it's a colour wheel that the computers have that you can actually type in a code and it'll give you a specific colour. It's actually a pretty neat trick. I don't know all the colours off by heart. There's millions of colours, you know, but if you had a specific colour that you were looking to put onto your project, and someone turned around to you and said, oh yeah, I need colour 826, which is a light green, you can type in 826 and it will give you the exact same light green that the person that you've just spoken to has on their computer. It's a very handy tool that you can kind of adopt into your projects. So every time that you're doing colour matches with something, you already have the colour as long as the person's got the code for that colour, the hex or the hashtag. So it's a really neat thing to have. So I think we've just finished the clock face right there. I'm just going to move this 8 and 7 just down a little bit. Yeah, okay. So your clock face should roughly look like that. So now we're going to want something in the dead center. So we're going to just put a cylinder in the middle. We're just going to scale that down a little bit. So that should be, in theory, the dead center, because I've not moved anything and the X is across there. So from this point now, I want to just pull this up just a little bit, just a tad. We don't want it to interact with the glass. It's going to go over the top. Shade smooth, and then select your outer circle as well, and also shade that one smooth. So this is what your clock face should look like. Looks pretty. So now if we go to the render mode, we'll notice that it's all just one colour at the moment. So at the moment we should be in cycles. So now we want to add the colours to the clock faces, and we also want to add the colours to the numbers. So just select your first number. Go down here to the materials tab. I'm going to move myself out the way because I think I'm in the way. Whoop. There we go. Right. So materials tab right here. You've got your number selected. Now press new. This material at the top, we're just going to call it clock black. So this will be for, I'm just going to put the numbers, clock black numbers. Don't say that fast. That's just like, I just realised what I said then. But we want to change this to a black tone right here. So when we've got this one and we press on to the next one, we select number 1. If we come down to this drop down menu here, we have clock black numbers. The next one, clock black number, and you get where this pattern's going. Just keep selecting that drop down and it's going to be the same colour throughout the board then. Come on. Yeah, my program's froze. Sometimes I work so quickly on my computer that my computer just can't catch up with me. I think my graphics card's actually slowly going out, so... Because what it is, when my graphics card sits, I actually have a game capture card, and there's no other slots for it. So I can have 2 graphics cards on my computer, but I choose to put the game capture card in the slot where the graphics card is supposed to be. And that's become problematic for my computer because now they share the same kind of stream thing. And yeah. So anyway, so the center bit, I mean, you could put this as a gold if you wanted to. Generally, clocks that have gold pieces in there or silver. Whatever you would like. Make it a little bit more metallic. Take the roughness down a little bit. So now your clock hands. So what I would suggest is you can make 1 clock hand and then you can duplicate it and make 1 smaller, or you can make 2 clock hands. Totally up to you. It's your project, whatever you want to do. I think I'm going to make 1 clock hand and then I'll make 1 smaller. It just makes more sense to me. As for the second hand, it's just a elongated cube, I guess. So I'm trying to think of the clock hands that I want to make. I mean, you can spend some time making some fancy ones, but I'm just going to make some basic ones. So what I'm going to do is this material right here that I've just changed to gold, I'm going to put gold clock hand, so that I know what colour I'm using right there. So we're going to add, and we're just going to go to plane, press G, move it across to the side, and we're just going to slim this down a little bit. Now you can use anything to do this. You could use a cylinder if you wanted to. It's totally up to you. So I'm going to go to edit mode right here, so you guys can see a little better. So we're going to go ether extrude. Make sure you're working across your axes and that you're not going to the side or anything like that. We're going to go scale, just outwards, ether extrude, scale outwards, ether extrude again, and just keep extruding. Yeah, you don't want to be going like that. I'm just going to go S for scale, bring that in a little bit, ether extrude, and then scale that in. For some reason, sorry, S for extrude, and scale that back in. And maybe I'll do a Control R and just kind of make a fancy clock hand right there. So take this end, then press G and just move it up, and then maybe we will press ether extrude and then just scale it on the ends just a little bit, rotoscope, scale it outwards so that it sits on the actual clock hand, the clock base. Just there. Okay, so this is our basic hand that we have. And what I'm going to do, just make more space so you guys can see. I might actually just make that a bit thinner. Okay, so G, bring it across. You'll notice it's a little bit big for the actual clock itself. Also, I don't think it's in place properly. Just going to go G, bring that up. Scale that down just slightly. So this is a point as well where we've kind of got this clearance over the top of the numbers that are here already. So what I might do, I might improve the edging just a little bit so we can get that glass in. Your clock hand can go underneath this little bit here as well. So you notice it's really flat right now. So we're going to go for the edit mode, press A, press E for extrude, and then what you're going to do is just scale it inwards to the side via the red. This will give us a little bit of depth on that. You can go E for extrude again if you want to. And then scale it inwards. So now we have this 3D clock face. Don't forget to shade it smooth. So that's our first hand. So now, if you want to add some colour to this, I mean, you can do anything. You can have the gold hand, or you could have the black numbers one. I'm going to go with the gold. So yeah, this is what it should look like. So now you want to do your minute hand. So sorry, your hour hand even. I'm not even awake today. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate this, and then I will press S to scale, just scale it down just slightly, and then I'm going to press S just to bring it out a little bit so you can see it. Scale it down again. I want to put this one right here. So this one usually will go underneath. Oops. Yeah, don't press H. So press G. This one usually goes just underneath on the clock face like that. So I'm going to rotate this, say 90 degrees. Oops. Press G, not H. And then I'm just going to bring it down to that. So we have that already going on. So now we want a second hand. So just do them so that they're sitting just above the numbers, but they're sitting just above each other as well. It's going to give it a little bit more detail, attention to detail, stuff like that. So your second hand, as I said, it's the easiest one to do. You just take your cube, take your cube, elongate it, scale it down, elongate again, scale down, and then we're just going to make sure that this one sits on top. And maybe I will rotate this by 20. Let me see, rotate. No, I don't want that one. Yeah, I want that one. Rotate by about 20. Just place this here. And then, you know, usually the second hands, they're black anyway, so you could use the same black that you used on your numbers. So right here, just drop down menu. Okay, so your clock face should now look like this. It's looking a little bit more clocky. So you can rough up the pieces here. I can show you how to do that in a bit. We're just going to get the fundamental basics down, and then I'll show you how to rough everything up at the end. To make it look a little bit more detailed. So today I'm not going to be showing you how to animate this, I'm just going to be showing you how to make this. But this is a general gist. So now we have the clock face of the watch. So what I would like to do, let me see, where can I go from here? We want to put the glass over the top of it. Now the glass going over the top of it depends on a couple of factors. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if we get a circle and we just put it onto the screen here, I'm just going to use X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. So if we get a circle and we just press S and we just move it to there, and then we go into edit mode, we'll notice that there's no face, but if we press F for fill, we now have a face. Go back to object mode. So if I take off the X-ray just for 1 second, now we're going to bring the glass up to where the glass should be on a typical watch or a clock face, which would just be here. So now you're noticing the problem that we're having. That centre bit is just sticking out a little bit. So if your centre bit is sticking out a little bit, what I would suggest is either shrink it down on the side, or you could build the sides up a little bit. So we want our clock face just to sit on the inside here. So you notice that it's also clipping the outside. You can just see it just there. So this piece right here shouldn't exist. So we're going to press S to scale, just bring it in a little bit so that it fits on the inside of the clock face. Now we've got this problem where we've got an arm that's sticking out, we've got this little bit that's sticking out. Now if we edit this the way that it is, it'll mess up the rest of the clock face. So here's what we're going to do. So you're on your object mode. You want to select, take the clock face off, just press G, just move it to the side for the moment. Press, for the centerpiece, press shift, and then click all of the pieces that we've just made, and we're going to press S for scale, go along the blue axis, which is the Z axis, and we're just going to make everything a little bit more smaller. Now, we don't want to clip any of the numbers, but if I just make that a little bit taller, you'll notice that you can't get this to work very well because the outside of the clock is too short. So what we're going to do, we're just going to undo what we've just done. Clock face is back right here. So we still have these interjecting vertices right here. So what we're going to do, select the outside clock, bring the glass away, select the outside clock, go to edit mode. What we're going to do is there will be a rim just around the edge, just here, that we made before. If you haven't made this, just press Control R and you'll get this coming up, which if you click that, it will create another vertices for you. So I actually might keep that. That's pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this and this. Come on. Computer's been a bit slow today. Right. So you want to select all of this around the outside of your clock. So if you press Shift and then you press Control and click one of these vertices, it should select everything around the outside. Now, what you want to be careful with X-ray mode is not to select everything underneath. So you just want to select these two vertices just right here around the outside of the clock. And make sure it's just those two. This will be important for our little editing tutorial thing. So now you see that I'm missing this line, so we're going to click here and go on the inside and then click here. So now I have 2 rows around the outside, and I'm going to press G and we're just going to bring them up just slightly, and you can scale them inwards as well if you'd like, just slightly. Now we're going to take the glass that we were putting over the top and just press G and bring it down into place. Now you notice that we still have this interjecting piece right here, but if we press G and we just move the glass upwards, we no longer have that. So something that someone's going to ask me is, aren't clock faces curved just slightly? Yes, they are. So to make that curve, we're going to press S to scale, go into the center just slightly, and come up just slightly. So what you want to do is go to edit mode. We're going to go for the edges right here. E to extrude. Just bring it down slightly and then scale it outwards. E to extrude. Scale it outwards. Oops. Go G, bring it down slightly. E for extrude. Now, what you're going to have underneath here is another face, so you're going to have to remove that one. So press A to select everything, G to bring it up. You notice that this face exists right here. So what you're going to want to do, just select, go to faces, select that one face, press delete on your number pad, delete the face. Sorry, I realise that I'm in the way again. I'll just move myself over. So, we go to the object mode. It's going to take it down. I'm just going to sit it right there. Now, when we render this, you'll notice we can't see through. We have no view of the clock face. So what you're going to want to do is go to your Materials tab. You press New. And then we're going to go Glass. Now, as soon as you press Glass, you see what happens. We see our numbers. We see all our stuff. But it's clouded. So how do we fix this? So we go down to the roughness. And we see that it's at 0.5. You want to bring your roughness all the way down. And now we can see the clock face. Now if you wanted a little bit of roughness on the clock face, such as it's worn out and stuff like that, you can pull your roughness upwards a little bit. But that is your basic clock face. Now have you noticed that this happens when it's on its side? Now this is happening because of the IOR. So if we change the IOR, we can see that this moves. So you can have like one IOR if you'd like. Different ones. So you can have that slight bevel around the edges, but that's too much for me, I think. So there we go. So that's your clock face done. Now I want to make the rest of the clock. This is the part where I was kind of dreading, because I'm like, what design do I want right now? So you could have any design that you wanted, really, relatively. So what I'm going to do is, I mean, you could have clock face, you could extend it from the bottom and then pull it outwards, or you could put two straps at the side and then have the buckles if you wanted to. I mean, there's so many different designs that you could do with clock faces, but I'm going to go with a cube to begin with. And then, one second, I'm just going to bring that out so you guys can see. Let me see. I'm going to make the cube as big as the clock face. Scale that inwards just slightly. So, what we're going to do, we're going to kind of make a cutout for the clock face, in theory. So, I'm going to go edit mode, select the two sides right here, excuse me, E-for extrude, scale outwards, and then what we're going to do, we're going to follow the curve of the clock face. Now, I've got this on X-ray mode so that I can see what's going on. Let's see, right, so I'm going to press 7 to get this up to the top. So, scale this downwards, just slightly. We're just going to follow the curve of the clock face. E for extrude, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, scale outwards, and we scale it down again. E for extrude, scale outwards, you get where this is going. And then we're just going to try and fit it as much as we can, just to the edges. Don't worry at this point if you're getting a bit nervous with this, you know, making mistakes is the way that we learn as people, because at the end of the day, you know, we're all human, we've got to learn in some sort of way how to do things. So, this is now going to be practically the base of the clock face just here. So I'm just going to scale this outwards just to put it around the edge. So now you notice that I'm not clipping anything in the middle. So what I'm going to do, edit mode, take off this X-ray 1 second, and I'm just going to press to select all of the faces just under here. So shift, and then control, or shift just in general, or box select is even better. We're going to go E, and then scale inwards, and then I'm just going to go E for extrude and bring that down a little bit. Now I'm going to smooth this out, and I'm just going to bring it up just slightly so it's flush with the clock. And you can see there's no interjecting vertices or anything like that. So now from here we can make the straps. So we're gonna want to go 7. Oh, let me think. Okay, so the center part right here, we have to do a lot of thinking in this. It's a lot of figuring things out. We're going to move outwards. So I would say come from the center point here, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and those are going to go outwards. So we're going to come to the second side here. Don't forget to press down shift. We're going to go center 1, 2, 3, 4, center 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if we press 7, come back up to the top, press E for extrude, don't move anything just for the moment, press S to scale it outwards, and this will be the sides of the clock. Now to be honest with you, I think that I could introduce these two vertices here. So instead of having 4 at the side, maybe we could go with 5. So press Control Z if you've just done any of that, and just press an additional on the outside. So it should be center and then 5 aside, so to speak. E for extrude, don't move it. S to scale, and then we could come out just like this. And what I'm going to do, take this vertices right here on the 4 quarters. So you want this one and this one. Turn it around, this one and this one. It's going to go 7 again. And what we're going to do, just scale it across. So it's like this. So this will be the back of our clock face for our watch. So let me see. So now we want a strap across the back, and to be honest with you, try to think. So I'm going off my grandfather's old watch here. I'm trying to think, how did he have his watch? So I think he just had the strap just around the back, to be honest with you, and I think maybe that's what we could do as well. So this will be the clock face. I'm just going to go ahead and shade smooth on that one, and then we can add the band that's at the back. So cube from the add section, bring this across, scale this down. If you want to do a different design, that's totally up to you. For me, I'm just doing a plain band. Scale this downwards just slightly, bring that across, and I think I'm just going to offset it just slightly as well. Because I believe the way that his watch was, the clock face actually hung over the top. It was a thinner band. Oops. Yeah, my program's kind of kicking off with me right now. Okay, so I think I'm going to use a plane actually. This will be a lot easier with a plane to do. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I kind of like showing you guys the footage of me trying to figure things out, because at the end of the day you guys are going to be trying to figure this out, and you know, if I'm doing everything perfect, so you're going to go, oh, you know, I'm terrible at this. But I'm telling you now, like, everyone's going to start somewhere. So I'm just going to offset that a little bit. Like, even when I started Blender, it was chaotic, because I just had no clue what I was doing. So I mean, like, the way that some of the watches work, you could just have a plain band and then have it attached on the other side, or you could have the watch itself attached by a couple of hinges. You know, I might do the hinge design. I'm contemplating, like, do I want to do this design? Is this the design that I would like to see? So yeah, maybe we'll do the hinge one. So what I'm going to do, make 2 squares right here. Put that in the middle. So this is going to be the back of the belt right here. So I'm just going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to scale this outwards. So we kind of got a back to it right there. And then I'm going to go E for extrude, just bring that outwards a little bit. And then I'm going to select this side, E for extrude, just scale it a little bit, E for extrude, E for extrude again, scale it downwards. So you've got this kind of thing going on right here. Do it to the opposite side as well. E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude again. Just scale that one inwards. So then you've got the basic strap just there. And then what we're going to do is we'll have a little loop going through here, a little loop going through here. So you could do this via Taurus if you wanted to. I don't know how good it'd look because it kind of gets a little bit weird. But I personally would do this manually. So add a cylinder. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees so that it's flat. G, move it over. Scale it down. It's going to be a little bit of fiddling. Scale it across. I'm just going to place this just roughly on the hinge here. Now once you make one, you don't need to make the other one because you just duplicate this, it's fine. G across. Scale it outwards just a little bit. So that would be your first bar. So the next thing you want to do is go edit mode. You're going to select one of these vertices. Let me get it on 7 for you. E-fret extrude. Rotate it. G, bring it over. Just gonna scale that a little bit. E-fret extrude. Bring it over. Rotate. E-fret extrude, rotate it. Just press R for rotate. You don't really need to mess around with the vertices at this point. I'm just going to move this one. Let me see. Yeah, I want these points. Rotate. G, come across. It's a little bit of fiddling, but you get there. G, come across, rotate it so it's inwards. E, rotate. E, and you go rotate. Oops. Rotate that one inwards so that it's completely flat. Bring this upwards. Okay, so now we have this. Just going to move that across just slightly. So now we want this piece to select with this one. So we're just going to go E-fret extrude, bring it all the way up. Obviously it's at an angle at the moment, but we can fix that. So G, bring that up, and then we're going to go G again, just move it across. And then we're going to do the exact same thing that we did on that side. So E, and then we're going to rotate that. E again, rotate. Doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, it's a watch. It's probably been bashed around and stuff like that. E-fret extrude, rotate. E-fret extrude, rotate. Just get it roughly lined up. And then from here we're going to go, these are selected, press shift, select these, press F, and that should just link it straight up. Hopefully. No, it doesn't, sorry. So my one must have twisted at some point. So I'm just going to go E-fret extrude and just kind of seal the loop. It looks a little bit more detailed, I think, when you do it that way, because it doesn't look perfect. Fill that. Yeah. So it kind of looks, it just looks like the metals being clasped together. Okay, so what we want to do now is right click, shade smooth. So So it's going to be all smooth right here. Now, adding a colour to it, we want to go with clock, silver. Let's go with the slight grey, and then you want to make the roughness down, the metallic up. Just bring up. I'm going to make it less metallic actually. Just make it kind of a very pale kind of colour. Right, so now that we've done that part, I want to make the leather strap here. So we're going to go new, and we're just going to put the black leather strap. And we're going to make this slightly metallic. It has to be slightly rough, but we're going to edit this later on as well. So, just make it slightly off colour, brown, and then we're going to shade that smooth as well. Oh, let me see. So, the next piece that we have, we also want this the same colour as the leather strap, and we want to do the same thing that we did on the side with this one. So now we just want this piece to come in on this side. I'm just going to move that upwards a little bit. So taking this piece right here, we want to go edit, E for extrude, select the side face, E for extrude, scale upwards, E for extrude, scale, scale upwards, E for extrude, leave it where it is, E for extrude, and then scale downwards just on the other side. Now, you notice that this possibly doesn't fit properly, so what we're going to do is we're just going to scale from the Z axis just to make this a little bit bigger. And then I'm just going to elongate it just slightly, and G, just move it in just there. So, where's it gone? There it is. Come on. My computer's really not playing ball today. So now we have two attachments to the wristwatch. I'm just going to scale that again. Maybe just... yeah, I think that would be roughly be right for the wristwatch. Just going to scale this downwards just slightly, a little bit of adjustments. I think, oh my gosh, that's way too long for a strap, but see what's going on. I want to scale on the X, I think. No, we want to scale on the Z. Right, there we go. Right, so now you notice that this clasp is a little bit too big, so what I'm going to do as well is just scale that down. My computer really doesn't want to play ball today. It's like I'm selecting things and it's just not getting the right things selected. Right, so make sure your clasp is just on the inside there so it looks detailed. Now, you can take this and duplicate it. So we're going to duplicate right there. And then you notice that it's the wrong way around, so what you want to do is just rotate it 180. Bring it back onto the other side. And just place it there. And then we're going to take the hinge. And then we're just going to duplicate that. And move it across to the other side. There we go. Okay, so this is the basics of the watch. You'll notice that one side is way too long, because usually the clasps are dedicated to one side. Mostly, at least, the designs that I've seen. So I'm just going to take in this side just slightly. And then the other side I need to make it a little bit more pointed. So we're going to press G, move it across. And this is where the clasp's got to be, on this side, when my computer decides to play ball. Come on. There we go. Right. Now on this side we want to make this a little bit thinner. So edit mode. We're going to go for the faces. Just click the end face right here. Come on. Right, press G. Go across all the way to the back. And we're going to press E. And we're just going to slightly just make this thinner. Press E for extrude. Scale this inwards. Just make it a little bit thinner. E for extrude. Scale inwards. Make it a bit thinner. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then we're just going to round it off at the end. Now at this point we're going to want to put little holes and stuff like that. So I mean, you could subdivide this. Press. Just select all these ones. Subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. And then from here we could put some holes in here. So you want to go with your face selects. And just select random points where you would like to put holes in the canvas right here. Maybe just there. That'd do, I think. And press, we could do E for extrude. Just bring them down a little bit. So now, we should have little kind of indents where the holes are. So now we kind of want a clasp going all the way around. So what I would suggest is work with a cube. Actually, yeah, we'll work with a cube. We'll bring this out. So, or maybe do I not? You know, I'm going to work with a plane. I like the planes. Let's move across. Scale it outwards. Oops. Don't press H like I'm doing. Scale that. Edit mode. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to quarter this up a little bit. Yeah. Just put that to the centre right there. Just delete the faces off that. Right, press A, E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. So it's got some sort of bevel. We're going to add a rotor. So Control R. Let's scale it outwards. Just slightly. Shade smooth. For the colour on this one we could use gold. Then we're going to add a cube. Press G, just bring it over. Scale it outwards. You don't need to do anything fancy with this. Press G, don't press H. I keep doing this. So I'm just going to rotate this just slightly so it sits within the handle. So it pointed in, excuse me, pointed inward slightly. Smooth that out. Put it with gold, just to match the rest of the buckle. Now you notice as well one of the hands is missing. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I noticed this about 5 minutes ago. It seems we're missing a hand, and it's right there. So, just gonna bring this up. There we go. And there is your watch, or at least a basic watch, for you guys to work with. If you guys want to make anything different about it, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot that I've just taught you, and you know, maybe you're looking at this going like, you know, I could build something better than that. Okay, you know, go ahead. You know, this is just a tutorial. I'm pretty sure if I was doing stuff just working wise, I would have added a lot more detail. E, but when you've got a computer and you're recording at the same time as you're building, your computer's going to struggle. So there's only so far I can go for you guys design wise. So I'm just going to do some tweaks here. Now, for those of you who want to do some details, I can do details with you. Okay, so for those of you who want to do all the detailing and stuff like that, I'll show you how to do that now. So what you're going to want to do is at the top here, you've got shading tab. So click on the shading tab. Now, depending on what you want to do with the watch, depends on what you would like on here, I guess. So we're going to start working with the leather first. Now, usually you get a crackled effect with leather. So what we're going to do is go to texture, Veroni texture, go colour to base, and you notice that we got this kind of very funky kind of pattern going on right now. So we're going to scale this up just a little bit, and this is going to give us our little leather look. So I also want to add some noise texture on here as well. So maybe we could go for the roughness on the noise. Maybe that would work. Maybe not the roughness, maybe the detail. Yeah, definitely the detail. So, roughness onto the detail. And notice now that you've got all this kind of texture going on in the background. So, we don't want this clock to be this funky kind of colour. So what we're going to do, add a colour ramp. Add on the nodes, colour ramp. Right into the middle right here. So, we want kind of like this brown, kind of leather kind of look. So we're just going to go down to that bit. Just make that. There it is. So you can mess around with this as much as you want. See what works for you. Yeah, I think it's pretty rough. If you go to the random, it will change it to this kind of shape, or it will change it to this kind of shape. So we're wanting this kind of shape. I'm just basically experimenting with this at the moment. So, the white is nice in here, but I just don't think that it fits very well. So I'm just going to change it to a grey kind of texture when my computer plays ball. Maybe just brighten that a little bit. It's all about just messing around really and just seeing what works for you. I'm just going to disattach this just 1 second and just scale this up. Colour to detail. Maybe make that a little bit darker. So now everything's a little bit flat and it just doesn't look detailed at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a bump texture. So if we add and then press the bump, just type in bump texture. And then what you want to do is change the normal to the height. So now this will give us more of a detailed look on things. So if you want subsurface or you want a coat on there as well, you could also just put a little bit on there. Just kind of give it that little bit of a gleam. In the centre here, I'm going to put this as gold, just to match the theme. So, if I put this as a material of gold, and I do anything to it, it will affect the rest of it. Just to warn you, just to pre-warn you on that one. That's just generally how it works. So now you notice that the gold is at the back there as well. We don't want that. So, the best way, I'm just going to elongate it a little bit. Press G, and I'm just going to bring it down so that we've got the clock face back. There we go. Because what it was an intersecting vertices at the back. I didn't realise that that was there. So, anything that we do to this gold will inevitably affect this gold right here, will inevitably affect the gold at the back right here. So, if you want a separate gold, just press the new material button here and then name it gold 2 or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to go with this today. I'm going to add a noise texture. So go to add and then type in noise. Colour to base colour. And you notice that you get all these fancy little multicoloured dots everywhere. That's a graining. So now we're going to add the bump texture in there. You notice that everything's a weird colour now. So this is going to give us the texture. And then we're going to add the colour ramp. Add, come on. Told you my computer wasn't there. Playing ball today. Blooming out. Oh, this is going to freeze. Oh, this is no good. Come on. I have a feeling this is going to freeze. Okay, I'm back. My computer just decided to have a little bit of a hissy fit. So we're going to add a colour ramp. Now we've got this kind of like grey and stuff, and everything else is going to be grey now. Even the end of the clasp is going to be grey. So what we want to do is we want to add some oranges in here and some yellows and some reds, just to make up this gold a little bit more. You have to play this mostly by eye. Take the roughness down. Just slightly, I think. Just scale this upwards a little bit. Now you can have that, or you can put a Veroni texture on it, which will just give you kind of like a shiny, almost scratched look to it. Let's try the Veroni. Yeah, so now you kind of got this kind of crinkled, scratched look, if you can see that on the camera right there. Which kind of gives it like this kind of fancy kind of look to it. You can also turn down the roughness so it's kind of got a shine so you can see what's going on. Yeah, so basically that's the basics. For this silver stuff, I mean, like, make it metallic, I guess. For your background, for your clock, I mean, you could put pictures on there if you wanted to and stuff like that. I'm just going to improve the lighting on this because I think we need some better lighting. So I'm just going to add Come on, computer. I hope this doesn't freeze. Oh wow. You know what, I'm going to leave it here for the day, but thank you guys for watching the tutorial. Like, obviously my computer's not playing ball today. It's been very slow, so I'm going to go see what's up with it, see if some drivers need downloading. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Please subscribe, please like. If you're on Facebook, give us a follow. TikTok, hi. Give us a follow as well, please. Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So basically today we're going to be making an ice drink machine. So I don't know whether this is a copyrighted kind of name for it, but I guess you guys can figure out what we're making, but we're going to call it the ice drink machine today. So I'm going to show you how to make it in Blender. So let me just make sure, yes, I've got my keys on here. So, it's going to be quite a basic tutorial, really. It looks complicated. It's not really that complicated. I'm going to make the default cube just slightly longer here. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. Just bring it up to the ground level right there. Okay, so this is going to be our base. This is going to be the middle of our little containers here. So all we need to do, really, is just make the top and just clone it. That's it. So we're going to add another cube. Oops. Don't press H. Press G. Make another cube. What we're going to do, just make that cube just as big, just as wide to front and back as the machine is. Just want to pull it just a little bit in. We're going to edit this bit a little later on. But this is just going to be basic for us. So, what you want to do, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to go to top face. And we're just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a very sharp base, bring it out a little bit. I'm just going to press A to select all. Press S. We're just going to scale it in just slightly. So it's like this. Okay, so I'm going to split the screen for you guys so you guys can see. Where's this going? No, I didn't want that, but okay. 1 second. That should be there. Come on. So I'm going to go back. Oh! Right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me fix this. Okay, so I rebuilt it, just trying to make it as best as I can. So, yeah, you just basically want something like this. This is the side view on one side, and this is the regular view on the other. So, we want to go into edit mode. We want this top section here. Just bring it down. Just press G. And then we're going to go for E for extrude. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this a little bit more rounder. So what we want to do is just Control R, and then we're just going to quarter it going across, so it just should look something like this. Put the back there. I'm just going to pull in the corners just a little bit, just to bevel it. See, maybe do one more on this side. Okay, so what you want to do is just go into your select mode. We want to select the edges, and we're going to select all of the 4 corners. And this is just going to smooth our edges so that when we extrude this, everything's going to be smooth coming upwards and we don't have to go in and edit everything. So all you want to do is scale along your axis. So scale across your red one here, which is your X, just maybe about a quarter, and then we're going to scale again along the green one, which is the Y. And all it's going to do is just give us this little bit of a beveled edge. Okay, so let's see, let's put some, so you can see that it's rounded on the edges now. So what I want to do is go into edit mode, and we're just going to select the top faces right here. So you just press shift in and then just press diagonally across. Shift control diagonally across, it'll select everything. So what we're going to do is E for extrude. Now the base of these ice drink machines are quite small, and then they kind of come out a little bit, and then they've got the lid that comes in. So you want to just scale this just outwards just slightly, so it's got a little bit of a lip. E to extrude, scale outwards just a little bit, E to extrude, and then we're going to try and scale it outwards this way as well. So just press S for scale, just scale it outwards just to the side just slightly, E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then we're going to start bringing it in just after we've pulled it out a little bit. E for extrude. Right, at this point we're going to start bringing it in. So we're going to go E for extrude again. Just give it a little bit of a lip. E for extrude. This will be the top of the container. E for extrude again. Just scale that in. And now we're going to start to go into the container. So we're going to go E for extrude. Leave it where it is. Scale inwards. E for extrude again. And we're just going to go down slightly. Scale inwards. E for extrude again. And then E for extrude again, and then we're going to start scaling this and then following the pattern of the tub. So I'm going to put X-ray mode on so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the tub, as you can see. I'm going to go E for extrude, bring this down, maybe just scale this inwards just a little bit, E for extrude, and just bring it all the way down until you reach the bottom, E for extrude, and then just scale it in just slightly. So you should be left with a tub that looks something like this. Now you'll notice that these faces have extruded out to the side. So what you want to do with that, when you do this, is E for extrude. As soon as you get to this point, you want to start scaling inwards. So you'll notice that it's just coming out of one side. So you're going to need to, instead of scaling inwards collectively, scale inwards from the side. So S, scale inwards, E, and then see this comes out again, so we're just going to scale inwards, and then E, and then scale. So you should just be left with a little tub that looks like this. Now this doesn't exactly look like a tub, so we're just going to shade this smooth, so right click, shade smooth. And then we're going to make this glass. So go on new. I'm going to go to glass BSDF. Make sure your render engine is in cycles. So go to render, just click cycles. So this should be the front of our little machine. And we notice that it's very cloudy. So we want to go to materials again. Take the roughness down, but not too much. Just enough so that you can kind of see inwards. So we're going to name this material right here. We're going to say this is the plastic. That's what we should have. Now we're going to make the lids. So to make the lids, we're going to go object mode. I'm just going to take the render off here. And then we're going to add a cube. I think we should add a cube. That would be the best option. So what you want to do is just make sure that your cube matches up with the sides scale that inwards. Make it flat. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. Now you can do the same thing with the tub as well, that you did originally, which is taking the corners. So if we just Control R, quarter it down, or half it down if you will. And then we're just going to take the sides, bring those in. Just make sure it doesn't clip the outside of the tub as well. Select all your faces. Shift Control onto the opposite side, so we can select all of those. I'm just going to press G for the moment, and then I'm going to press E for extrude, scaling in just slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then this is just going to be the lid of the ice drinks machine. And there we go. That's practically how you do that one. Just your tub and stuff like that. I mean, you could add this into make it black. Take the roughness down a little bit. Make it a little bit more shiny if you want to. You could add some advertising onto the top of that. So the next bit would be the handles and the turny bits. So it does have a corkscrew on the inside of it, but to be honest with you, I just want to make the outside today. So we're just going to add a cylinder, rotate it by 90 degrees, press G, just bring it up, and then make sure it just sits right on the front right here. Scale it down a little bit as much as you need to. G. Make sure it's mostly centre. And then we're going to put this one as glass as well. They're the plastic even. Plastic tones. Just make sure that's in the centre where you need it. And then when we render it, it should look something like this. So there's no liquid on the inside of it at the moment, like, you know, I just kind of want to keep it as is. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make an edge to this. So we're going to go E for extrude, just on the outside edges. Or you can go scale inwards as well. E for extrude, scale inwards. So all these edges on the side here, we're just going to select them. I don't want this edge, but for some reason it's selected. Press plus, press new. We want to assign that to that one, and then this centre one right here, we're just going to put this back to plastic, so this is how it should look. I'm just going to smooth that out as well. Okay, so what do we want next? Let's see. Let's do the handles and stuff like that. So back to this part. Let's add another cube. Scale this upwards, but scale it down. Make sure it's roughly in the centre. Then from here, we're going to make another one. So I'm just going to place this one as black. Let's place another one on here, scale this one down. And this is just going to be part of the handle for the interior bit. And then I think we'll use, we'll use a cube again. Scale this upwards, scale it down. And this will be the handle. I'm just going to bring it here just for the moment, and then I'm going to edit the actual handle itself. So we go to edit mode. You want to select your top face right here when it'll let me. Press G to bring it down. E to extrude. Scale it outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale it outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale outwards. E to extrude. And then E to extrude again. And then we're just going to start bringing it in a little bit. E to extrude. And there we go. And then just shade it smooth. So now you should be left with something that looks like this. To be honest with you, I'm going to change this one. Put it as the black plastic. So that's one of them. Now we just need the spout at the bottom. So we're going to go with cylinder again. Scale it down. Make that slightly bigger. And we're just going to place it right underneath. Just going to make that slightly longer actually. Going to shade this smooth. Then we're going to select Shift D, make it bigger, and then just take it down a little bit. And that should be our basic kind of little part right there. So I'm just going to change this to glass actually. I'm going to go to edit mode. Take the bottom face right here, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards just slightly, and then E for extrude just to bring it up so it looks like a little tap with an end to it. So then we're going to go with the plastic again. So what you should be left with is this in the end. Yeah, so we have that little part right there. If you guys want to add a screw in the middle, you can do. We need a little bit of a tray going on at the bottom, I think, as well. I think I might just have the tray as one kind of unit kind of thing. So we've got all of this right here. So what you want to do is just select everything that you've already made. And we're just going to move it over, just press G, just move it over slightly. And then we're going to go Shift D, and then duplicate it, so that it comes over to this side. And then this square underneath, this kind of default cube, we're just going to adjust it, so that it just fits flushly. And then, magical part, we can make the little tray underneath. So that's your basic shape of everything that should be here. And now we just need to make this tray that's underneath. So just go Shift D, just duplicate this. Then we press G, bring it forward, scale it down a little bit. So that we just have this kind of undercurved bit just on the edges of the machine. So once you've got this right here, we're going to go edit mode. Control R, half it. Control R again, half it again. Control R, half it. And then on this bit, we're just going to make a little bit of a square. Control R again. You're just going to want to make a little bit of an indent. That's all we're doing. So edit mode, edit mode. E for extrude. E for extrude again, don't move it. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude just to bring it up a little bit. So you've kind of got this little tray, the thing that's going on. Okay, so that is our basic iced drinks machine. That should look like this. So with this bottom one as well, I think I might change this to black. So you've got the same theme of the plastic all the way through as well. You can change the glass if you want to, totally up to you. Just kind of make it less rough, I guess. So you kind of got the plastic going on. So yeah, that's generally how I would do it. If you want to make some patterns on the bottom as well, I mean, like, you could go to add and then mesh and then plane and just place it down here. Scale it outwards a little bit. So that it fits this part just flushly. So on this one we want to make some little bit of a lattice, I guess. I guess you would call it a lattice. Okay, so go to edit mode, and what we're going to do is we're going to right click, subdivide, 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 subdivide. Then what we want to do is go to object mode, go to your modifier, I think it is. Let's see, wireframe. Yep. Okay, so, and then go to materials and then select the black material that you had for your plastic. And there you go. You've got a little bit of grating going on at the bottom, some extra detail. You can add scratches and bumps to this plastic as well if you'd like. That's just generally in the shading tab at the top. I'm going to have mine smooth. So yeah, that's your basic ice drinks machine. There is a problem with it though, I feel. Yeah, okay, so this kind of moved out of the way. So I'm just going to put that back there. I'm going to Shift D, move that over. I don't know why it's done that, but it has. Yeah, so that's your basic iced drinks machine. You can add some liquid in there if you want to. Just basically use a square and make it slightly see-through. I guess I could try and put that in for you guys, just to kind of show you. Also, this middle part here, you could make this silver if you wanted to. Let's see, can I do this? Make this just slightly silver. I think that's okay. I'm just going to add a plane underneath it. Kind of get some depth going on. Yeah, so you can see the silver's now slightly